Yo, good day. Welcome back to another episode of Danganronpa Another. Yeah, we're gonna start chapter 4. Yes. So we just finished chapter 3, which was wow. It's sort of following the pattern where the third chapter there's 2 victims. Yeah, so last episode, Kanata and Yamaguchi died. Yeah, unfortunately. And it turns out that what's the name? Uehara. Yeah, Uehara is the one who killed them. Unfortunately, he was the traitor. He was blackmailed, and the ending was not good for anyone. It was really fucking depressing. But yeah. I guess we'll just have to. I don't know now. What else can happen? Because we know he was the traitor, so yeah, I don't know what's gonna happen next. We had that weird. We found the basement. There's a prison or something. I don't know what's that, but the thing inside was transferred out. So I don't know what that's about. Anyway, let's continue. Despair is, in essence, like a plague. When a person begins to despair, the person next to them begins to despair, and then the person next to that one also begins to despair. And the person next to that one also begins to despair. It starts to grow exponentially. No, rather it is worse than a plague. There's no way to cure it, no vaccine, no solution, because it's despair itself. What? Hope? Are you joking around? Despair cannot be cured with something like that. There's something insignificant as hope cures despair. The situation right now. How would you describe the situation? Can you answer it? Hope is nothing more than a fragment of despair. Because despair is hope, but you don't know that yet. You don't feel worth talking anymore. I'm done. Let's stop this now. Forget everything and make me despair. Oh, hello. Seems I had a nightmare. I don't remember the contents of the dream well, but my whole body was full of cold sweat, and the blanket was on the ground. Damn it. Maybe it's because of having a nightmare, but the mood that wasn't good originally got worse. The reason I'm not feeling well is, of course, because there was a class trial just yesterday. The way that Uehara died. Wow, that was... Man. As of yesterday, Inori and Yamaguchi were killed by someone, and the class trial was held to discover the culprit. And shockingly, the killer was Uehara, who I never imagined he would commit murder. Uehara was the traitor and was threatened by the lives of the children of the church who were held hostage as a result. He was forced to commit murder. But despite Uehara's efforts, the children had already died a long time ago. Monokuma didn't keep his promise. Eventually, Uehara did not know what purpose there was for killing 2 friends, as the man who suffered a terrible execution passed away. Damn it. It's obvious, but I haven't been feeling well since then. Naturally. Because my friend was murdered after being deceived by Monokuma. He died without even receiving the minimum compensation for him. It would be weird to be fine with this situation. As it proves, it isn't just me who feels that way. Escape? You guys, did you really come down here hoping for a way out? Too bad. Sorry, but there's no such thing. I'm not dumb enough to leave a way out. There's no other way than to kill, so give up on that idea. We who saw that Monokuma stopped by accident We're able to descend to the secret stairs under the warehouse so as to not miss the opportunity we hardly ever obtain. The only thing inside was a dead end, a solitary jail cell. There was no way out. Even Monokuma was revived again and brought us to despair. Soon after that, Kurokawa fell on her head. We had to support her and take her to the private dorms. We couldn't say anything else, because we didn't feel to say anything else. Eventually, our relationships got worse, and when it got worse, but it wasn't getting better, and begging was the same as unchanged. There, even I, who vaguely thought that I would have to work hard with everyone, felt like I had reached a limit. Is there really? Can we get out of here alive? The secret staircase, which was the only hope, is actually nothing. The brutalities Monokuma to Uehara was a feeling that pushed us further. When I lay alone, I thought with several negative thoughts even after waking up. The doorbell rang. Someone's calling. Who is it? Oh, Maeda? Did I wake you up? Can I talk to you for a minute? It's Tyra. Come in. I'm sorry for suddenly calling you. You seem to be late for Maeda-kun, so I came to see you. Late for me? Yeah, did you oversleep? Everyone's already in the dining room. Hearing that, I looked at the clock in the private room. It's already past 7:30 now. It seems I didn't notice the morning announcement because of the nightmare. Sorry, it's no big deal. I'm just not in a good shape. Right. Will Maeda come to the calling? If it's too hard, you can rest easy. I was called? Nikako-chan said she's going to rest in her room because she got sick today. Maybe because of yesterday. Teruya-kun and Haru-kun said they would sleep more today. It's the first time I've seen more than 1 or 2 people being absent so far. Unless it was an emergency situation such as a murder. In the end, yesterday's revelation bothered everyone. It's alright, I'm okay, because I just overslept. I'll be there in a moment. Thank you for your concern. Right, no big deal. I'll be waiting at the dining room. I said it. I told Tyra that, but somehow I don't feel motivated. Somewhere in my mind, I thought if I keep giving up, everything will just end right here. I feel like a weak heart trying to stand up. It's not the time to be weak. I have to force myself to do something. Tyra also had a hard time to be happy, but even so, she tries to bring comfort to her friends. That's also Tyra's own effort. I can't give up on myself and just say I don't know. Let's go to the dining room. Tell me I still can't hang out with Mikako. Kurokawa. Satsuki. Hello. Maeda-kun, you here? Hello to you, Yuki. In the dining room, Tyra and Ironami are having breakfast. There's a look of beauty in the room, but soon I realized the strange fact. Is this everyone? Is this everyone? What do you mean? It's almost time for breakfast. Are there only 3 of us? Looks like it. Yuki came late and I was having a date with Akane alone. Well, I mentioned it before, everyone seems to be resting today. I'm not asking because it's obvious. At first I've seen the dining room with more than 10 people. Maeda-kun? I can figure out even why I said what I just told them. When I realized it, I was already screaming and I regretted it. Sorry for screaming to you. I don't mind. More than that, sit down. Come on, let's have a meal. I didn't know myself why I screamed suddenly. It was like my chest was throbbing. I felt an unbearable anxiety and I was getting sick of it. Originally, there should be Kurokawa, Haru, and Teruya in this place, but including them, there would be only 6 people. Of course, there's also Kinjo and Makaru who are acting alone. However, considering that it's 8 people, the numbers have been reduced to a single digit, and it's put pressure even more on me than expected. And I couldn't stand it because I was anxious. Hey, I'm really sorry. I wasn't angry at you guys. It's okay, because we understand it. Me too. Tyra couldn't talk any further. Tyra quickly understood what I was saying. It's not just me. Everyone understands the fact that there's only 8 people left. Is it because there are only 3 of us here, or because of the anxious and awkward mood. Afterwards, there was no more talk, other than the sound of the dishes in the dining room. We were silent. It's very quiet. Maybe because there's only 3 of us here, not here. Is that the case? Actually, there's 5 people. Kinjo and Mikaru. Is that so? I guess that's right. Why is there like... Why did Yuki sit like 2 seats away from Akane? Again, stillness. Even Taira and Uranami, who are the ones who bring the brightest mood among us, are here, but I'm the only one who listens to them. No matter how much they try to make the mood more noisy, the number of people is just not enough. I also tried to say something, but I couldn't think of anything to say and I wasn't feeling motivated. Since yesterday, it seemed that our situation was only getting worse and worse. Saying like this is something I hate. There's no kobazing to take my jokes. Would it be better to forcefully call them? Kinjo? What? Nothing. I just wondered what's wrong. What's going on? Is that I came here to eat. Kinjo said that and went to start eating silently. It may be tiring, but it looks like something seems wrong. Hey, Kinjo. What? What Uehara did? I mean... I don't want to put the name of a serial killer's name in my mouth. So that's what you think. After hearing what Uehara told me yesterday, I wondered if his thoughts changed a little. If you have nothing else to say, then eat quietly, alright? Even though Kinjo came in, the mood did not change, no. Rather, an even more awkward atmosphere was forming even harder. It's like representing us to being driven to the edge of a cliff. Thank you for the food. Are you already done? Yes, I just don't have that much appetite right now. Hey, Kinjo-kun. Kyra. This dessert, would you like to eat some? It's nice when you don't feel good. I can make you some. What's the catch? Eh? Do you even realize your position? You attempted murder. You're an actual criminal with having a record of stabbing people. Did you think my thought changed because you couldn't even talk for a few days? I told you, you're not off the hook. Now you're trying to be close to me? You disgust me. Kinjo, you're talking too much. I still treat you as a preliminary criminal, and I've decided to pay attention to whether you're gonna become a killer or not, but it's better to keep away from you. This is a place where you don't know when your life will perish. Such a situation, if you are with such an ex-criminal, the day will come sooner or later when you will face the knife on the back of your head. Sorry, I know I've committed a crime. But even so, I have a duty to live. Ayami-chan exchanged my life for hers. I can't just die in vain. Then go ahead and survive on your own. I don't have anything to say to a criminal who keeps talking to me as thinking we can be close friends. I'm doing this in order to survive together and escape, to avoid any more victims. I'm gonna do the same for everyone here, so that everyone can see the real me and be motivated again. Even if one person is suffering, we'll not be able to escape together. I have to cheer up everyone as much as possible and be able to get out of here from here. That's my duty for Ayami-chan's sacrifice. Taira was too strong after all. Unlike me, who tried to escape from reality by excusing for my lack of will with excuses such as the decrease in the number of people and not feeling motivated, she was trying to move forward by doing what she could. If that's the case, don't show your face to me ever again. I feel motivated enough when I don't see you. Oh shit. No, I'll do whatever I can, Kinjo-kun, until you forgive me for what I did. Whether or not that happens. I think you already know, but I'll let you know just in case. The 4th floor of the school is already open. If you want to get out of this horrendous place, then make some effort in your research. Taira, wouldn't it be better to not get involved with Kinjo? He's the kind of person that treats innocents as criminals. I don't believe that at all. I believe Kinjo will recognize our hearts someday. So what does Maeda-kun mean by that? If you were the Maeda-kun I know, you would rather try to get closer to Kinjo. Ah. When I heard that, I was surprised with myself. Taira was right. That would be the right attitude to get out of here. Is this because of this? There's a side of me that hesitates about staying with Kinjo and everyone in my heart? My selfish side wanting to give up in despair because I can't see any hope. Hey, Kinjo said the 4th floor is open, right? How about we investigate from there first? Oh, yes, okay. But what about the others who are resting in their rooms right now? Wouldn't it be the time to do the investigation first and then again tomorrow? Okay then, let's do our own investigation and see each other at the dining room after a bed. I'll make a report on the investigation. Today Maeda-kun seems somewhat weird. Weird? I don't know yet. It doesn't feel like Maeda at all. At Tyra's words, I couldn't answer anything. Our number at the beginning was 15 at first and it descended to 8 in the blink of an eye. Secret stairway. I thought it was a clue to escape from here. In the end was useless. But I didn't have the courage to even kill to get out of here. Somehow I don't think we'll find a different clue even if the new 4th floor was open. The moment all hope was gone. I could no longer treat the others as usual. Tara's working hard like this, but a guy like me make things hard like that? I only just went and said it would be better not to get involved with Kinjo. Damn it. Even if I understood it from my head, my heart didn't follow. Only constant anxiety remained in my soul. I tried desperately to ignore this and decided to devote myself to investigate the 4th floor. Let's go. I don't remember what's on the 4th floor folks speak. Isn't this floor a little weird? Weird. I looked around for a while and besides classrooms, bathrooms, and the school's office, there seems to be the director's office, a ballroom hall, and a teacher's office. But the classroom and teacher's office are all locked in the back. It's true. There were a few times when a new place that was locked up until now. Even in an newly opened place, but this is the first time that most of the floor has been locked up like this. That's why it all makes sense to look into it, investigating together. I haven't been to the school's office yet. About a clue to escape, you haven't found anything else, have you? Maeda-kun? There's nothing on the 2nd and 3rd floors where there were so many classrooms. Even most of the classrooms are locked. It's obvious that there isn't any hope, is there? Maeda-kun, why are you saying that? We heard this before. It will be difficult, but let's try harder. We might find something. That's what they said. I was just saying my thoughts. Of course we have to work harder. Maeda-kun, are you sure you feel well? Wouldn't it be better to rest in your room? Today Maeda-kun has been so strange. As Tyra said that, she was looking at me dreadfully. Am I weird? Rather, the situation where all hope is not seen. Is it not strange? It's not like that. I'm going to continue investigating. Okay. Information processing room. Everything's locked. Oh, Kinjo, you're investigating here. Kinjo? What's going on? Someone looks like you don't seem in a good mood today. That mood is the same as you feel, doesn't it, Maeda? Yeah. Kinjo's right. Since the class trial ended yesterday, my mood has been running at its worst. With no hope, there's such a horrible feeling. Well, there's something we can do. That happened yesterday. We would be in a mood for this. I think the reasons why we're not feeling good between me and Kinjo are different. At least you didn't mind Uehara being executed in despair after being tricked by Monokuma, right? Haha, now I'm a completely known character, am I? Kinjo? Yeah, it's just as you said. But no matter the reason, there's no room for sympathy to a killer. At the end of the day, it must be this way. Hey, Maida. Am I wrong? Huh? Since before I even came to this school, I lived with the belief that my thoughts were moving towards the future. I made many unfair and painful choices in order to protect everyone. However, was I wrong? According to Kinji Uehara, he was doing the same as me. Why are you suddenly... I was surprised for a moment by the sudden change in Kinjo's mind, but sooner or later, the reason I couldn't understand why Kinjo wasn't feeling well. Strange, Kinjo. My logic shouldn't be any different from yours at all. Kinjo heated up. Discard prime numbers for the majority. Isn't that what you said? I sacrificed 15 of our lives here and prioritized the lives of nearly 100 children in the church. Most that doesn't mean it's acceptable to commit murder. But Kinjo, you too. Exposed Mataru, Tomori, and me in danger, and you were saying the same thing as well. Would it be necessary to reconsider your thoughts at least once, Kinjo? I've been trying to change things, turn them around, and even childish things, but in the end, 7 people have already left the world. I couldn't protect anyone. Eventually, it also means I did nothing to prevent it. I became a murderer too. Kinjo. Why am I talking about this to you who might be a criminal? Unexpectedly, I thought I should say something to Kinjo, who showed weakness for the first time. But my mouth didn't move. I tried to say something. What should I say? We don't have to feel responsible alone. Let's all work hard together. It's not too late anymore, so let's stop doubting each other and investigate together. The words were already organized in my head, but my mouth would not obey. Everyone worked hard together, so what's the issue? There's already no hope, so how do we even work together? With such despairing thoughts and a head wandering Kinjo in front of me. In the end, I couldn't say anything and just lowered my head. Fine, let's forget about this. I'll just solidify my own convictions like always. Maida, you're not sure either, aren't you? Everyone doesn't know when a murder will happen. There's no exception for it. If you want to be hostile with the others like me, do it. I'll probably be hostile. I'm not sure how to treat you yet. It's better that you draw a line. I like that instead. I should have said something. What the hell's wrong with me? Huh? There's something here? On the desk in the teacher's office, I found a picture stuck in a file. When I opened it to see what the picture was. What? Who's that? Eh? Who? Well, listen, the picture was a white-dressed, tall, handsome man. But I couldn't even guess who he was. I think I've seen him before, but who's that? Kinjo, wait a minute, come here a second. What, did you find something? This, do you know who he is? This guy. Where did you find this? It's just sandwiched between files here. There's a picture of someone, but who is it? I don't know who he is, but there's someone who looks alike. Looks alike? You and I were in the science lab together, right? Post-Peak Academy 58th graduation album. Ah! Somehow I felt I saw him somewhere, but after listening to Kinjo's words, I knew it for sure. A few days ago when the floor was open, the owner of the graduation album I found in the science lab, Kisaragi Hanzo, and the man in the picture had very similar appearances. Kisaragi Hanzo, is that him? No, although they look similar, they're different. In the first place, Kisaragi Hanzo would already be an uncle by now. Isn't this a picture when he was young? Again, that's not likely the case. The picture is too clean of a picture to be of a few decades. The picture is too clean for a picture of a few decades ago. In this case, what you can think of is, I believe it's a blood relative. Oh, definitely. Again, another thing related to the Kisaragi Hanzo was discovered. There's something I find odd about him too. But as of now, I don't know what does this mean. But why? Picturing the person in the picture, it doesn't look like the first person I saw. Kinjo? It's nothing. Well done though, Maeda. You seem to be talented in discovering things too, don't you? Well, Anyways, I'll have to show this to the others and ask for opinions. Might have hold it. Eh? Yeah? Why? Please be quiet to the others about the picture. And this picture, can I have it for a bit? Eh? I found some information that may have something, but you're telling me to just stay still? I'm sorry, but please do that. No one else must know about this, especially Mikako Kurokawa. Kurokawa again? You suspect Kurokawa too, Kinjo? A few days ago when she told us to report the investigation on the third floor, Musa Maeda mentioned the name of Kisaragi Hanzo. That woman clearly reacted to that. It's Kisaragi Hanzo who may be holding the key of the current situation. However, don't you find it suspicious that only she reacted alone? That's... I apologize, but please cooperate. I hope we can all escape together, but I don't want to be with someone who might have something to do with the mastermind. I'll keep the picture. Okay, eventually, because of Kinjo's momentum, I couldn't refute anything and even gave him the picture. Mikaru and everyone are suspicious of Kurokawa now. How should I act? What is it, Maeda? Just to make sure, did you forget what I said? No, that's secondary. What I'm gonna do is investigate. Kinjo, tell me if you find anything while rummaging through the desks. Yeah, if it's an investigation, I'll understand. Anyway, if we can get out of this horrible place, our trust can be restored once again. So, have you found anything yet? We've been staring at the wall for a while now. It's something odd. Odd? Like... It's so weird. Maybe this is... What's weird? It's just a normal school office. Actually, when the second floor was opened a few days ago, didn't Kinjo say the same thing in the library? Also in the library. What was weird about it? I'd rather tell you to look into it, but I'll let you know, because there's no reason to hide it. Look at all the papers here. As Kinjo said that, he began to search through the files and the papers under the desk that the teacher seemed to be using. There were A4 paper-sized documents and a few thick books on the desk. Look at what's in there. How to establish the theory of smartphone electrical recognition. Electromagnetic railgun operation verification patient certificate. 21 considerations of elementary particles. Introduction to advanced physics. Opinion report on humanoid AI. Problems based on magnetic field and thermal recognition system. I felt strange. Why? All of the books that are here bloom with strange and suspicious things in some parts. Now do you realize what's weird? Does the school have books like these? It's like this is more like a lab than a school. That's right. I don't know if it's just one or two places. In the library as well. The school office, all of the books are like this. The library has these too? Maeda, do you hate reading? If you read the books in the library, you would know this. What makes you can even read these books? If that's the case, what in the world happened? I don't know. Why did Host Peak Academy dispose of all the general books? Or... Is this not an actual school? No way, this is Host Peak Academy, which proved to be a brochure bought by Makaru on the first day, didn't it? That's true. However, there wouldn't be a question like this for no reason. There must be something else. This is what I've investigated so far. I'm going to do a little more research on the full floor. Although, the only open place in the school office is the school office. I understand. Kinjo, is it okay to share these facts with the others? No, don't let them know. Okay. I was confused because I didn't know what to do with this info. Kinjo immediately refused at that moment. No matter how pressured Kinjo is, he wouldn't be reluctant to convey information through me. It's because of some of you are being suspicious. Mikako Kurokawa. This woman is a main suspect. I really hope you don't leak information to this woman as much as possible. Why? What did Kurokawa do? What did she do? She did too much. Anyway, just know that. Kinjo. We're done, right? And I feel like I want to investigate for myself now. Please don't talk anymore. I have something to think about. As Kinjo said that he suddenly began to investigate alone. Somehow after Uehara's class trial, I feel like things have started to change. So does Kinjo, and so do I. Is this the only open place here? Oh, Mikaru, you came to investigate too. Incompetent, talk to me for a second. You mean me? Mikaru's calling me for the first time. Will the sun rise from the west tomorrow? Normally she would just ignore me or tell me to leave her alone. Let's hear your opinion for a minute then. It doesn't matter. Also, why all of a sudden you're asking for my opinion? What kind of change is this? You normally tell me to leave you alone. Fine, leave then. But no, I didn't mean it like that. I was just wondering what's going on. What's the issue? Of course it was a process of elimination. I can't talk to crazy cops and the rest of just stupid fools. That means I don't look like a fool to you? And before you misunderstand something here, you are of course an idiot. Incompetent. If you weren't Makaru, you wouldn't be able to say stuff like this to people's faces. Oh well. I'm gonna tell you that your image has gotten a bit better lately. Especially after yesterday's class trial. Though there was no meaningful praise from the psycho cop or mine. Huh? I'm not sure if I want to be praised. Why? Are you dissatisfied? No, of course I'm happy. Just a little surprised is all. What kind of heinous villain do you see me as? Did you know my talent? I'm a high school professor. I mean, it's what a teacher does. I'll admit that you did a commendable work. Honestly, until this moment, I was considering her to be a heartless villain. I'll have to apologize for that in my heart. Don't be mistaken. If you compare this with scores, I only gave you a D. Or you only have received F. For my standards, that is. Yesterday you were relatively okay. Honestly, the worst thing to say is that you believed my testimony to the end, didn't you? Can't wait to see what's going to be the world's best student in Makaru's standards. What was the reason for calling me anyway? Makaru's seeking for opinions now. Usually you use your own judgment, right? True, you know me well now. Even so, I'm asking you because there is a hypothesis that is so absurd that even I can't believe it. That's the reason I want to hear someone's opinion on this matter. Makaru suddenly becomes serious. It's a hypothesis that even Makaru can't believe. What in the world is it? You see, incompetent, once you listen to my words, you'll understand what I mean. In the class trial yesterday, the last statement that was made by Kinjo Ohara, remember? The children's lives were taken as a bargain and he was forced to murder to save them. Yes, I recall, but the children of the church ended up. Indeed, Kinjo Ohara was played by Monokuma's tricks. All the children had already been turned into corpses. If you look up to this point, you may think that the children were dead from the time they threatened Kinjo Ohara already. The priest said he even spoke with them himself. If that's the case, at least 2 weeks before you opened your eyes in the school, that is, when Kinjo Ohara was threatened. It would make sense that the children were alive by that time, correct? Did you understand up to this point? What's wrong? If you didn't understand this much. Oh, no, I understand. It's just that Makaru really looks like a professor, so when you said, do you understand, it felt like a competent teacher. Skepticism. I just won't tell you. Just fuck off. Sorry, I was wrong, so please let me listen. Let me keep listening, I'm curious. This is why I don't like talking to you. Someone that keeps changing the subject. Like you, I hate that the most. Anyways, the kids would have been alive until about 2 weeks ago. That seems correct, but because Uehara seemed to recognize them. But there's an issue here. You must have seen it, right? That video had white bones of the children's bodies. Yeah, it was horrible, but so I immediately turned away, but it's definitely strange. They were alive by the time Kinjo Ohara was threatened. Humans who existed for only 2 weeks or so, they reveal as bones, and the bodies were already corrupted to even think it was recent. Huh? Considering that your stupid head doesn't understand, it takes a considerable amount of time to make a body decay, and then only the bones to remain. Of course, there would be exceptions depending on the weather climate, topography, and microbial conditions, but I can confirm this. It doesn't make sense for a body to decay in 2 weeks and turn into a skeleton. But then, it's a contradiction. Uehara wouldn't have lied about this. There's also the chance that the tape was recorded with various audio files in advance and played them according to the situation, but I can't figure out what the priest said, so this is just a speculation in the end. To be more certain, even if we assume that the children died when we received a notice in relation to Hope's Peak Academy, it's impossible to be only with bones. I understand it. At least it took a long time, but it was only a few weeks ago that we came to Hope's Peak Academy. Was it a video of another body? No. Uehara directly recognized the children, right? What the hell happened to those kids? Yes, I thought about that as well. And then a ridiculous assumption came out. That's why I tried to get your opinion in this. What was the assumption? We are maybe we may have spent a long time in this post-peak academy. I'm sorry, I'm not sure I'm following. No, I understand where you're coming from, but I really have no idea. No, it's fine. Actually, I don't understand this myself either. Eh? Actually, there is one more reason for this assumption. A few days ago, when the third floor just opened, you said you found a picture in the art room. Ah, that picture. The picture was a group photo of our classmates who didn't even remember taking it. In that picture, we were smiling brightly. To make this murder school life feel like a lie. If that picture is real, we may have spent a considerable amount of time already enrolled and we just don't remember it. No way, aren't you thinking too much ahead just by looking at bones and corpses? That's not the only thing, I have one more. The paper in the library. I don't know if you saw, but it was written like this. Post Peak Academy will be shut down. You mean that one? That's right. Isn't it weird? Just a few weeks ago we came to the entrance ceremony, and we didn't even hear that the school was going to be shut down. Even the entrance ceremony placard was hung on the school gate. This too. If we can't remember the time we spent at the school, it must be because of it. No way, it can't be. I can't remember such an important thing in the first place. Not even one person, but all of us? There's a possibility. 1. Monokuma, the mastermind erased our memories. Wouldn't that make sense? All of us, our memories were removed by the mastermind? I know it's ridiculous, that's why I'm asking for your opinion. When you think about it like that, it seems to be connected somehow. I'm not sure yet, and I think it's excessive overthinking. That notice could be forged by Monokuma, and it's not impossible to create photos with technology these days. In the case of the body, it may have been manipulated to speed up the corruption. Which means it's far-fetched to the last bit. The probability that my hypothesis is really the truth is endlessly low. Still, I feel a little reorganized after talking with someone. Even for incompetent, it may have helped you, right? Yes, I'll take that as a compliment. Let's hold this ridiculous hypothesis. Apart from that, there's one more thing I want to ask. I think this is the longest time I've been talking to Mikaro in the entirety of the time we've been in this school. Mikako Kurokawa, you got that exorcist woman. How is she normally? What kind of person is she? Eh? Kurokawa? Well, I don't think we've spoken that often or much to talk about either. She just speaks less. There are a lot of times when she's just dazed. Nothing in particular to notice, I guess. Assuming that there is a mastermind among us, that woman is the most likely candidate. What? Kurokawa's the mastermind? For that, do you really think there's a mastermind among our group? I think it's very likely. That's because it mixes within us and makes the board move as they like. But the mastermind appears in front of us through Monokuma, right? Even if it's a doll or machine that can be controlled, Monokuma always appears even when we're gathered. That's enough. It can be manipulated so that it can't be detected, or it can be an AI. But that's not what's important, but that Mikako Kurokawa may have some kind of relationship with the mastermind. Why would Kurokawa... When Monokuma stopped yesterday, there's not one but two suspicious things. I don't think it's like the hypotheses I mentioned earlier, but this is a firm doubt. But I can't be very helpful with information. Maybe you can, incompetent. Now it's over. I've been talking for too long with you. It's making me feel all dizzy. You gave me very confusing information. Now it's done. I don't think I can sleep now because of the things you told me, Mikaro. Think hard alone. Now my business is over with you. Can we do this again in 10 billion years? That's too long. The universe will start again by that point. Or from that, the investigation of the fourth floor, Mikaro. We're done. Don't talk to me. Our business is over. I'll call you again next time we have a case. This is why I can't tell if we're having a discussion or a one-time deal. Still, the stories Mikaro told me in detail, so those are the things I need to think about later. Seems I've looked around all the newly opened places. I decided to return to the dormitories. That was quick. I get why they would suss out Mikako. Kabashikawa, what are you doing? What? Maeda, you give me scared. You said you would sleep more today. Are you okay now? Yeah, right, about that. Tori also woke up. I'm trying to eat breakfast right now. Is that right? While you guys were sleeping, we've been looking around into the newly opened 4th floor. After you're done, you guys also join in the investigation. The 4th floor? Okay, let's go in. Shortly after we entered the dining hall, Tyra and Iranami returned from the investigation. Now then, let's talk about what we discovered on the 4th floor. Since there's neither Kinjo nor Kurokawa, which were originally the roles that conducted the gatherings, I unintentionally took over. Something feels very awkward. Tyra staring at me with an angry look. Sorry about that. Originally we should have investigated together. Alright, we didn't have much to investigate together anyways. That's so. Yeah, the 4th floor is quite large. There were many classrooms, but there was the normal classrooms, the teacher's office, information processing room. There's also an office of the academy's director and the ballroom. One thing to note is that among them, except the general classrooms in the school's office, everything else was locked. What? Did you find something in the school's normal classrooms in the school's office? Nope, nothing at all. Yeah? No, well, to begin, me and Satsuki-chan checked the windows as always, but it was the same. The yarn plates didn't even budge. The classroom's harvest is zero as usual. How was the school's office? Well, I didn't know about the school office. I couldn't get in properly because Kinjo was investigating inside. Yeah, that was why me and Akane just searched for anything in the hallway. Of course, couldn't find anything in the hallway either. There's no need to additionally confirm it with such enthusiasm. So, the school's office seems to have been carefully investigated by Maeda-kun. So why didn't you tell us if you found something, Maeda-kun? Huh? What is it? You two have a strange behavior going on. Did you fight? No, that's not the case. So Maeda, what's it like, the school's office? About the school's office... Tried to open my mouth as usual, but soon I paused. If you found out, then you already know. It's not a big deal, but during the conversation with Kinjo, the book's weirdness and suspicion of the school's facilities, and crucially, a picture of someone who resembles Hanzo Kisaragi. Yuki? But I was told by Kinjo not to tell my other friends about these things. Well, to be exact, I was told not to tell Kurokawa, but there's no Kurokawa now. Shall I tell them? Nah. In the end, it's not a clue to escape. If I told something like this, it would only create confusion. I secretly comforted myself and decided to shut my thoughts. Yeah, I'm sorry, I couldn't find anything special either. Huh. So does it mean the investigation of the 4th floor showed no results? Lies. Eh? You didn't really find anything. You talked so much with Kinjo, didn't you? You saw? Maeda, what is she talking about? What did you talk with Kinjo? It's not just that. You spoke with Makaru a long time in the hallway, right? Something you seemed very surprised. Why aren't you talking about that? That's... Maeda-kun, what's wrong with you today? Don't you want to get out of here? Of course I want to get out of here. I don't want to be in this terrible place ever again. I know, but I can't even see it as a clue to escape from here. So how can we get out if I told them this? Hey, why are you so aggressive? Calm down and let's get along as usual. It's not just about Maeda-kun. Haru-kun, Teruya-kun, the same goes for both of you. You broke our promise to have breakfast together and you slept more at your own will. No, I was suddenly more sleepy, that's all. Yeah, I know that yesterday's nightmare is the impact of a hopeless class trial, but if you just sit down, you won't be able to get out of this school for the rest of your life. I want to investigate hard, but I'm just trash because my talent's not helpful. I'm not that smart nor strong. You guys are different. You guys can achieve more when I can't, right? So even if you can't see any hope, why don't you work hard enough to overcome it? If it doesn't work, how do you even do that? Maeda-kun, what are you saying? No matter what we do, Monokuma always blocks everything we do. Even the single thread of hope that we barely discovered did not leave Monokuma alone. That guy really intends to keep us here forever. Do you think he can seriously run away from such a ridiculous being? Huh? Even murder is the only one who can get out according to the rules. And yet look at Uehara's case. There was a twisted trap like that. How do you overcome despair? Why am I saying this? I wasn't trying to say all of this. Maeda-kun, why are you saying... What are you... Indeed, because the despair is so big. When we get out of here, it's better if we do it together. I'm so desperate right now. What does it mean to try hard? It's useless if you try hard. It's stupid to live here all my life. There are places for us to go back, people waiting to see us, right? I would rather live here for a lifetime. It might not be bad. I can forget about a place to back to or the people waiting outside. Maeda? You! At that moment, Tyra raised her hand, so I thought she would slap me, but the pain that I expected did not come after a while. When I opened my eyes, Tyra was trembling with her hair that was trying to hit me stopped in mid-air. Only from Maeda-kun. I didn't want to hear that from Maeda-kun. Even if everyone despairs, I thought Maeda-kun would give up hope. Now I don't know what you're like anymore. No one could say anything else. I couldn't afford to care about the others. The only thing that hangs over my mind was Tyra's yelling, disappointed in me. I was trash. Me talking weird was enough to piss Tyra off. Even when we got to this point, I regret what I said and I couldn't say it. It was proof that I was just garbage. Hey, Maeda, don't be too discouraged. I think the same as you do. Yeah, the same goes for me. I've been desperate since yesterday, so I know that feeling, but I want to give up on all now. Stupid guys. What? You guys are all stupid. You're the fools of the entire world. Yuki, just know this. Hope isn't about finding it, it's about creating it. In the end, ambiguously, our relationship was further cracked as the worst investigation report ended. I didn't even know if I had a mind or not anymore, but I had no choice but to spend my time blankly. Damn, okay. We're just speeding through the day. Okay. Morning? It's morning. So in the end, yesterday I was lying down doing nothing at all. Strangely, my body had no power at all. Doing nothing and doing what I had to do, once again, I looked back. Hope isn't to be looked for, it's to be created. Did I have the ability to create hope this whole time? Before that, I should go and have breakfast. If I keep doing this, I think I'll become a really worthless human. Oh, Mikako's here. Breakfast time as usual. I've been sick all day yesterday. Even Kurokawa, who didn't show up, attended. But the atmosphere was the worst that I could ever imagine. Among them, the only one I care about is Tyra. I didn't even know what to say to Tyra, but I couldn't even think of anything. I didn't want to hear that kind of thing only from Maeda-kun. I thought that even if everyone despaired, Maeda-kun wouldn't give up hope. Tyra, does she believe in me so much? But I'm just a very ordinary high school student, unlike everyone else. Not as great as Tyra thinks I am. Dear God, how can I overcome despair in this situation? Thank you very much for the meal. I'll go investigate now. Tyra. Maeda. Oh, yes? Yesterday, what happened? Everyone is acting strange. It's no big deal. No big deal, idiot. Since the guys have no remedy for this, me and Akane will try harder than these fools. Adios. You did do something. I didn't do anything wrong. It's the situation itself. There are things that the situation itself can help it. Yeah, Maeda's also human. They can't always be positive, can you? Yesterday, what happened? Me and Otori were in our rooms yesterday morning, so I'm not sure. After the class trial, the fourth floor was open, but I guess what happened was because of the investigation. Tara said that Maeda clearly noticed something, but he didn't tell, so the mood became a little harsh. but what Maida said was throwing complaints, there was no hope, but he started to say things like that. Maida, who never showed a weak figure, seemed to have been very disappointing for Tyra. That's why the situation has become like this. But to be honest, it's not Maida's fault, right? Going to the 4th floor, there aren't many open places and we don't see any clue to escape. Honestly, now I'd rather live here for the rest of my life than go out and kill each other. I feel that's our choice too. You can't. Kurokawa? We despair. It's like being eaten. So don't. Say to live here forever. Do you know how scary it is? Suddenly what now? Just let me... No, you shouldn't give up. Even if you understand with your head, you don't want to. Do it somehow. I'll do something about it. Kurokawa? Are you okay? You're not feeling well enough yet? You passed out so suddenly in the passage under a secret staircase. You should probably rest a little. It's nothing. Don't worry about it. You guys, please continue investigating. Shit. I think Mikako is gonna die. You know, the 4th case is usually about sacrifice. So, man, with what she just said, I think Mikako is gonna die. Oh no. Kinjo and Makaru are suspicious of her, the coldest and the fastest thinker of all of us. I can tell that she's actually an ordinary girl, but she's not normal. Sometimes she says or does some things that is really questionable in truth. Does Kurokawa really hold some kind of secret from us? Continue the investigation. I'm not gonna continue investigating anymore. There's no way we can find anything else that neither Kinjo nor Makaru can find. A distant despair that can't be seen even 1 inch ahead. Is there any hope at all to get out from this despair? Even so, let's investigate. The chances are low, but we have to do it. Hello everyone, are you in good health? I've prepared a premium gift for everyone who has become a little bit upset lately. To all students alive, please gather in front of the ballroom on the 4th floor of the main building. Because it's really a very memorable gift. Come by all means. What? What else? Can we also decorate the walls now? Damn it, why couldn't you leave us alone for a while? Well, hope it's hard to even find a single line of it. Despair, once it's on fire, it spreads at a terrifying rate. It's so painful to have to follow Monokuma's orders, so empathetic and helpless. It looks like you've all gathered. Or are you plotting this time? Plotting? There's no such thing. You guys, you always think the bear's the wicked one. There's no bad reactions for here. You really think no one knows your tricks by now? You're gonna try to make us despair of something weird again. Nope, this time it's the opposite. Since the last trial was over, you guys seem to drop me. So I prepared a gift to cheer you up. A gift? What kind of gift? Yes, that's right. You'll find out once you come in. Come in? The ballroom was open? It was definitely a locked place. What do we do? This smells 100% suspicious, but if you don't follow, you will have to anyway. He might try to kill you for disobedience. Is there anyone who want to die for their own choice? Indeed, I don't know what's in there, but we got no choice but to follow. I don't think it'll increase our desire anymore, no matter what comes out. Ooh. Wow, it's pretty. Aren't you surprised? This is our Host Peak Academy dance hall at the ballroom. Why is there such a place in the school? So, are you gonna tell us why we're here? You're very vigilant, huh? Didn't I say it? This is really a gift for you. You guys these days have been really out of luck. This is why murders won't happen. That's why. I was wondering if you guys could be refreshed. I decided to hold a dance party. Dance? A party? What is that? It's literally a dance party. You guys should just have fun dancing from now on. Why should we do that? Huh? Why? You think this is a trick? There's also a lot of delicious food too. Yep, delicious food. Don't go over there. There must be some kind of trick to this. Oh, but it's true. I really don't have any bad intentions this time. So let's do it. I'll write a memorandum. Memorandum? Wait there. After saying that, Monokuma took out a piece of paper and started writing something down. Now, how about this? Dear Monokuma sincerely wants the students to cheer up, and this party is part of that. I promise not to do anything until the students are satisfied. We can do anything we want? How can we trust you like this? Jeez, you're so stupid. Can't you see the official stamp of the school director here? As long as this is taken, I have no choice but to follow the rules even with my pride. So, you're instructed to follow the school rules written on the electronic student handbook, right? Huh? I don't know what this has to do with that, but I guess that's true. Huh, I like it. You want to dance? I'll give you a dance. Hikaru. No matter what happens, he wants us to join this party. Anyway, wouldn't it be obvious that I'm forced us to do this? There's no way to run away, but we have no choice in the matter but to do it because I hate dragging things. I'll even write in this memo, so just do it. Can we trust Monokuma so easily? Hikaru is right. I don't know what you're thinking, but let's follow her just this once. Without knowing the true intention of Monokuma like this, all of us suddenly joined the party. It should be enough. Wow! In the mirror, I could see myself standing awkwardly looking in a suit. Monokuma told us to first, everyone had to decide to change into a party outfit. At the back of the dance hall, there were dozens of private changing rooms with different kinds of clothing, and we decided to go in and change our clothes. It's weird no matter how much I look at it. Is this really okay? I can believe that Monokuma wrote a memo and stamped it, but is it fine to naively just gloss over it? Even if he tells us to play along, it's not a situation to play around in, not even a mood for it. Well, I'm all dressed up, so let's just join the others. Even if I worry alone, I can't do much. I think I was the first one to change clothes. There seemed to be no one outside yet. It's getting late, everyone. Damn. It's Tyra. Tyra was wearing a sleek dress emphasizing adulthood in a black color, not the maid clothes she wore every day. Her hair was loosened and she had more makeup than usual, so I could see more of from Tyra than the original outfit. Akane. What? Don't look too drilled like that. I'm not used to use clothes like this. Oh, so sorry. It fits so well on you. Tyra didn't speak anymore. Kinda think of it, I was in a cold war with Tyra a few days ago. I don't think she's still angry. Later on, the others who changed their clothes one after another gathered to the dance hall. Damn. Hey, Maida and Tyra are out already? Are you both getting along well? You're looking great. Teruya, why are you so hyped? Because the clothes in the dressing room set my heart on fire. Well, I was really thrilled to look around and try on a variety of clothes. I'm a virgin, of course, but I'm interested in fashion too. Okay. Wow. You guys are here. Well, how about this outfit? I wore it because it looked awesome. Is that okay? You seem like a prince to me play. Tyra, do you like this outfit? Not really. It's too shiny. Seems cheap. Has been distracted. Why are you guys ignoring his feelings? Oh my lord. Oh my lord, sir. Oh, Kinjo. Although Kinjo's style was cool, he still looked like a fierce animal. Without a word, he passed us by us and went to the corner alone. None of us could ever get a hold of Kinjo. Man, he looks hot. Wow. Makaru? What? Don't speak to me. The appearance of Makaru in a bright scarlet dress was so much that my mouth was left open. The usual long sleeve was a high defensive look, and the dress, which exposes the shoulders and emphasizes the breast area, it looked stunning. What? Huh? What is it? Enough with your stupid expressions. If we're having a party, you have to do it properly, right? Makaru passed us by saying those words. In contrast to Kinjo, she seemed to have some excitement towards this. I want to see what Satsuki's wearing. Ooh. Wow. Mikako. Damn. Kurokawa. Huh. Well, does it suit you well? Nine. Yes? Kurokawa approached me and whispered in small words that could only be heard by me. I did not want to commence planning a scheme, but we should use this crisis in reverse. Got it. What? Reverse? Okay. Kurokawa said that, stood still and shut her lips. I don't know anything, however. What do we do? So then, are we all gathered now? No, wait. I don't see Uranami. What is she doing getting so late? Satsuki-chan? No way that happened. At that moment, we were all tense. Yes, no matter what party or whatever, you're still in a dangerous situation where you could end up killing each other. What's more is a situation where Monokuma is doing this suspicious event. It was strange that nothing had happened. Tairo, let's find her. Huh? Yeah. I don't think she's dead yet. Will they be okay? I wouldn't worry too much. Don't mind it. That girl's late. But it's not like it's been a day or two, right? Somewhere in me, I couldn't get rid of my anxiety. I had no choice but to wait for Kurokawa and Tairo who went to find her. About a few minutes later. Kurokawa, Taira, how did it go? What about Uranami? Suddenly, both of them seemed surprised for something and were breathing heavily. The anxiety in my heart started to grow even more. Why are you guys tired? Come on, there's no way. You guys better see for yourselves. Look? What? Oh, wow. Wow! Yes, it is I, Satsuki. I've changed my clothes. At that moment, everyone was silent, until the girl in front of our eyes opened her mouth. I was seriously thinking who this girl was. Uranami, is it? What is it, Maida? If Satsuki isn't Satsuki, then who is it? Her usual clown costume and red nose were nowhere to be found, and Uranami's appearance was changed from her hair neatly tied to one side. She looked more beautiful than before. This is not real. Not real, not real, not real. Real? Kobazi, why did you suddenly start to roll? Well, this striking transformation is amazing, but why the heck were you so late? I was worried something happened to you. Satsuki-chan, she didn't know how to dress at all. She didn't know what to wear or what kind of clothes to use, so we helped. Because she was moving so much, it was harder. But these clothes are very comfortable. Can I just not wear it? Denied. You must wear it. If you're having a party, you have to wear the right clothes for it. I already hate this outfit. You've only appeared now. We changed this, you asked. Can we move on with this now? Can you move on? Why are you so nervous? Just have fun and play. I won't do anything. Even if you only say that, it's a dance party. Dancing is the basics of a party. Why don't you try to move your body first without being still like a statue? Then you guys, because we have a perfect match of men and women, please make a pair between a male and female. Fuck! Damn it! I want us to dance with Kinjo. And begin dancing, but pair up with someone. Prepare. We do pairs? Make sure you pair up with the person you want. FYI, this is also kind of reaction, so there's no way out. If you don't follow it, I'll only punish you. You have even written a memorandum that you won't behave strangely and you're doing it now. Oh my god, why can't I pair with Kinjo? He looks so hot. Fuck. No way. Playing as much as you can is part of your studies. It's a natural thing as a teacher to punish you for saying you don't like it. Who's the teacher? You're just a thing. Enough. I'll give you 1 minute of time on it. Come on, pair up already. The teacher hates dragging the most. I don't know why Monokuma had this sudden reaction over a recreational activity like this, but if I don't follow, I'll have no choice but to face the punishment. Unlike me, who thought that everyone would stay still in embarrassment as I was, the situation went faster than I thought. Maida, let's dance. With me. Tyra? It's fine. We need a pair right now anyway, right? Because we can't go against Monokuma. That's right, but okay. Nar, I want to pair with Kinjo. No. Then I want to dance with Kobazing. Honestly, if I had to choose a girl, I would choose Satsuki too. Or Kobashikawa, no. Or Kurokawa. What? Who else wants to? I think it's gonna be more fun to be with Kobazing. Is that so? Well, if you're sure. How are you, Mr. Psycho? I shall ask, must we make a pair? Well, what to do now? Don't leave for no reason and dance with me, alright? Wouldn't that be good for both sides? And the current situation, that is. Fine, do as you like. What? I haven't decided yet, but everyone was paired up already. Kurokawa. Except for us, everyone was determined to pair. What should we do? Dance with me. Do you want to? Yes. I did it! Father, I finally got a girl! That was a joke. Funny. Wasn't it funny? Yahoo! Good! Everyone is paired up very nicely. And shall we dance right now? Let the music start! Can we switch partners? I want to be with Kinjo, please. Classical music resonates and we dance helplessly by the ruthless Monokuma. I don't know if I'm gonna be the only one who's gonna be able to dance because I've never learned anything like this. But at this moment I forgot that I was at a Hospic Academy and that I was in a crisis, and my heart was swollen with the joy of dancing, in sync with my partner. Tyra, who's dancing with me, was pretty when I met her. She looked so beautiful that I couldn't even take my eyes off her because of the party stress. Let me just imagine that I'm dancing with Kinjo right now. Maida-kun, are you good at dancing? Really? I'm just dancing as far as I can. You're doing really good dancing, Tyra. Well, it's me because I'm a maid who has been hired by many bachelors. I know the culture of the rich because I see it from afar. Listen, Tyra, why did you ask me to dance? I've told Tyra. No, I've said something so severe to everyone. I'm sorry, Maida-kun. I was too mad at you. That's what I was gonna do too. Why is Tyra apologizing? What's wrong? It was me who did the wrong thing. No, I saw it. I know, the most painful thing to say was that to Maida-kun. But I didn't want to hear that kind of thing from Maida-kun. Maida-kun is also a person too. There are times when you feel discouraged, desperate, and with lack of strength. I was just fooling myself who blindly trusted Maida-kun by looking at one side. I didn't even think about Maida-kun's suffering, feelings and you were really suffering. Tyra. Actually, I wanted to apologize sooner. I'm sorry. I asked you to dance with me, because I thought we could talk like this. I'm really sorry. Tyra. Rather than angry, it was the reverse. She was apologizing to me, even though I should be the one to apologize. No, Tyra, there's no need to apologize because it's my fault. Uehara died and I lost my motivation. But if we give up here, the others who have died so far would have died in vain. Maki, Higa, Tomori, Hatano. Inori, Yamaguchi, Uehara. There's no point for being in despair. I have to muster and keep on holding hope. Even if it's hard, so I can't give up here. I've been trying to cut my ties with you all for a few days and I've realized how desperate I was. That way, maybe I should be thankful to Monokuma for giving me this chance to switch my way of thinking. Maida-kun! Thank God, you finally bite to the way of the Maida-kun I know. Let's celebrate here. It doesn't matter whether or not Monokuma planned this, but right now, we have to reverse this crisis and regain our trust together. After saying that, only then I was able to understand Kurokawa's meaning when she said that we have to use this crisis in reverse. This must be what Kurokawa wanted us to say. Oh, okay, Maida-kun. So can I raise up the pace a little? Wait, I'm still getting used... Whoa! When the song was over, it was naturally to keep dancing. Though it was hard to be dragged by Tyra's pace, but the conflict was resolved. And my body moved excitedly, so I felt strangely refreshed, and I wasn't the only one. Yo, Nami, didn't I dance pretty well? Besides the dance, why did you keep touching in strange places, this pervert? I said it wasn't intentional. I had to dance using my hand. I couldn't help it, okay? Is it over? Did you get tired? No, it's just that Kurokawa and me, you were tall and I was small. I thought I was gonna die from being dragged around. That's a bit complicated. What, you can dance properly? I'm intrigued. Where do you learn it from? Oh, should I tell you that? I thought I made it perfectly clear that I would not get involved with you guys. I admire your stubbornness, but this is unacceptable to take me like the rest of these people and treat me the same way. Although it seems that only one place has a different atmosphere, the atmosphere has changed a lot from before entering the ballroom. As the guys and girls dance together, it should be for granted that the news was released. The mood has softened quite a lot. Could it be that Monokuma really did this kind of event hoping that we could be refreshed? Wow, everyone's doing very good. It's great to see women and men dancing. Monokuma. Is everyone with more energy now? It seems your faces have more color now, so the teacher is satisfied. Well, it's definitely a good thing that we're noisy as usual again. I still don't know what you're hiding though. What's the purpose of doing this? I don't think you've come to your sense and did this out of goodwill. Seriously, how much can you be suspicious of me still? I said it over and over. The purpose is for you guys to liven up. Nothing more, nothing else, I mean it. If you don't want to be suspicious, you should have been your usual behavior. Well, but he really hasn't done anything. It's true that I feel better while dancing, so why don't we decide to watch the situation for now? So, can I leave now that I'm done dancing? It's okay. It's okay. You probably didn't think this was the end, right? Eh? What now? There was something here too? What else are you trying to do this time? You fools. There's no end to this yet. Try to end this party without even having a party dinner. You don't even know the trick for having a party. Stay flexible. What? A party dinner? Come over here. The dining room's this way. I thought Monokuma was planning something big, but it turns out that he was going to serve us as dinner. We helplessly followed Monokuma. This is... A dinner party at our House Peak Academy is something to be proud of. After spending time dancing and sweating, it's perfect for a meal, right? I'm actually hungry, but you didn't put poison or something in it, did you? I'm actually nervous because I didn't do much. Itadakimasu. There's a bar. Is this a flat suit? This is a flat suit. Huh? Huh? Ah. Why is Satsuki-chan, are you okay? This is so delicious that my tongue is about to melt. It's so different from the food in dormitory dinner. You see now? Is it really okay? Hikaru, you're gonna eat it? I can't guess what Monokuma's thinking either, but didn't I say it before? There's nothing we can do if we disobey. Don't whine like a flake and instead act confidently. Either way, it seems that Monokuma still wants to continue this party, and I'm hungry too. I don't care whether you eat or not, but don't sit next to me. Don't even talk. It will make the taste sour. The two started eating without a care. I mean, of course, I'm hungry too. I don't know anymore. I'm hungry too. I don't even know why Monokuma's doing this. There's something delicious in front of you. You're not supposed to touch it. I'm Haruhiko Kobashikawa. I'm not a man who can't eat. Starting with Haru's movements, we, who had lost the hunger, went to the tables as if we were being led by something. Oh my! This is really the greatest taste I've tried once for years. I can't stop eating because it's so delicious. The dormitory dining food is delicious, but this is beyond imagination. I'm happy to be alive. Delicious. After sitting at the table and putting food in our mouths, we couldn't control ourselves. In addition to the physical hunger caused by our dance, the tension was relieved in the air, which had been heavier recently, was finally released. Monica was clearly plotting something. Now we didn't pay much mind to it. I was fascinated with the idea of having a good time with my friends. Only Kinjo looked at Monokuma and stopped his hand. Everyone seems to have a little bit more energy, so much that Monokuma is happy. Now, then everyone, while you're enjoying the dinner, excuse me for a second. When you finish your meal, you'll have a little free time. Free time? Yeah, the party's still far away from over. I still have a lot of things to prepare. Take your free time for a while, and if I instruct you for something, please gather to the dance hall where you danced before. What's it being prepared? That is a secret. It's a super surprise, so look forward to it. Oh, and the food here doesn't have unlimited refills like the dorm, but it's fine. You can eat whatever you want. Hey, swallow something at least. You're shedding all of it in that pretty dress. Did they say free time? Can I go to my dormitory for a minute? I want to save these packs of food. Oh, and I'll change my clothes in the dressing room too. Since I'm done dancing, can I change to my usual outfit now? Denied. Huh? What? Denied. Is there a word worse words in it? To go to the dormitories or to change your clothes, it's a night no matter what you think. Go ahead and change them if you can. Suddenly the mood surrounding Monokuma changed. We couldn't keep up with the sudden change and we were staring at Monokuma with no idea. Except for a few. This thing. Surely you didn't. Kinjo, what's wrong? No, maybe it's possible. Kinjo-kun, Hikaru? What? What are you guys doing all of a sudden? Well, why would you? After all, I'll definitely show you. Spend your time freely, and if I call you, make sure to gather in the dance hall. See you later. Did only Kinjo and Hikaru notice something? It wasn't clear to us, but we felt horribly anxious. What should we do? Do we go after him? I don't think so. Everyone, he said it was a free time anyway, so I'll eat more here. Yeah, I'll eat some more too. If you don't eat this delicious food now, you're a loser. Is there gonna be second serving? Something that feels awfully wrong here. Well, as Hinonami said, it's a free time for us, so let's follow Kinjo and Hikaru for the rest of it. You can continue eating more. We barely returned to our previous relationship, I should have known, but we've already fallen into Monokuma's trap. What's going on? Kinjo, what's going on here? Damn it, I got tricked. You got tricked. It's locked. Eh? Locked? For what reason? Somehow Monokuma said he was gonna prepare something. Was this his purpose? Monokuma's real purpose was to lock us up in the ballroom? He can't do it. That's what he meant by it. What a rotting individual. Wait a minute, what about our clothes? I'll go to the dressing room for a minute. There's no way. Clothes we had, our belongings, all of it, is gone. Ah! So that means we really are alone in the ballroom. Hold on, where's Kobashikawa and Iranami? They are staying in the dining room eating food. Kinjo, wait, where are you going? What's wrong now? Monokuma said about the food. Not unlimited, there was only plenty, is what he said. Ah, let's go back to the dining room hall quickly. Oh, is this another, like, we're trapped in here like the second game? Haru, Uranami. What? Suddenly you guys were running. What's wrong with Kinjo? This guy. Did you eat it all? Of course. Why wouldn't I leave something so delicious? Oh, did you want some? Sorry, haha. This idiot. Cool off. What? Why are you like this all of a sudden? Hey, let go. Kinjo, what are you doing? Maida, what about Monokuma? Eh? That... I called it in a minute, and then when I went to see you, you were gone. What's wrong with this guy? Can he even take a joke? Unfortunately, it's not a very joking situation right now. What the heck is going on? You're all turning blue in your faces. The ballroom is locked. You're locked inside the ballroom. What? It's the same thing again? I think we've been caught in Monokuma's trap all along. This is a big deal. What do we do? I see. Why did Kinjo do that to me? How long does Monokuma intend to keep us here? I don't really know. Unlike the dormitory's dining room, which had infinite refill, the food here is limited. That is, even if we split everyone's pieces little by little, it won't be enough because the two of you ate it all like pigs. Now you're going to be angry, aren't you? But how did you know it won't be the same like in the dormitories? It's the same, and the food is depleting now. I don't know what Monokuma's aiming for, but I don't like it very much, because he's exhausted the food they prepared. Hikaru, where are you going? Don't talk to me. I'm going to investigate. I don't have time to be spent blanking with you, like you. Hey, are we really trapped? I can't guarantee that yet, but the door isn't opening. It would be nice if there was an emergency exit somewhere. The clothes we took off are also gone. For the time being, I have to keep wearing a dress. Yeah, this uncomfortable thing for more days. Damn, it's no joke then. Seems like I've eaten all the food. What are you gonna do? I'm so sorry. I'm guilty of dying from hunger. Calm down. We might be able to get out right away. There might be something that we don't know yet. But what do we do? Kinjo and Makaru seem to have gone to investigate. Now, let's investigate until Monokuma shows up. There's nothing we can do about the ballroom because we don't know anything yet. Yeah, the ballroom seems to be bigger than I expected. Maybe there are clues at one and the other room, so think positively and less research. Tyra, why are you laughing? Oh, sorry. I did it unconsciously. You fell into Monokuma's trap again, even in the same ways that I didn't give up, because I was relieved by Maidaku's decision. Really? Thank you. When did I get salt in my eyes? Whatever, let's just hurry up and investigate. If we had been up to this morning, we would have given up everything and fell into despair at this point. The party helped by Monokuma for this trap ironically revived our bonds. We haven't given up yet. If I investigate without giving up, I'm sure...
Danganronpa.
Okay. Come look at the refrigerator here. Refrigerator. Come to think of it, there was also one in the dining room, but it looks like a normal refrigerator, but doesn't seem to have anything special. I don't mean that. Look at the contents. Eh? There's more food. Yeah, it wasn't that we ate everything a while ago. Not as much as we ate before, but there's still plenty, so I wouldn't worry about food problems at least. I see. Thank God. Would you like to tell Haru and Sasuke soon? I kind of feel sorry for them. Okay, I will. What's up here? Yuki, what did we do? I was already in the same situations inside the school, but now I'm in the same situation on the same school as the ballroom. I originally wanted to go outside the school, but now I'll be satisfied if I go outside this place. Was this what Monokuma was aiming after? It's okay. Think positively that we can get out soon. We haven't searched this place properly yet. Okay. By the way, Sasuke tried to investigate a corridor hotel like, but The rest of the rooms are locked, except for the iron gate in the middle. These doors, looks like there's a lock pad on them. It definitely has a hotel-like atmosphere. It even has a number for each room. In a way, this kinda looks similar too. It feels like a new student dormitory. Dormitory? A private room? No way. Klatsky, the fortune teller investigator. Actually, I want to rest now. Oh, even though it's late, I'm so sorry I ate all your food. You need to keep looking. Adios. Things that felt like dormitory room-like. It can't be, right? Holy shit. No way. What the hell? We moved past the iron door in the deepest part of the ballroom. It's the most shocking one we found in most of the academy so far. Axes, knives, various firearms, specialized in killing people to murder, only for murder, all gathered in one place. What in the world are they doing? Also, that logo looks familiar. Like it's the one on the guy's head from the picture. Kurokawa, what the hell is all this? Kurokawa, what's wrong? This sign? A mark in the form of two overlapping lunar characters. It felt unusual, but before noticing that, I felt like I knew this mark somehow. Kurokawa, do you know what this mark is? The Kisaragi Foundation. It's the mark of the Kisaragi Foundation. The two moons. Overlapping characters symbolize February. Months. It's Kisaragi combined with two means lunar February. Okay. The Kisaragi Foundation is that. It's not a publicly known company, but to anyone who knows, it's a high-tech industrial company that develops and supports a wide range of home appliances, smart devices, even robotics. There was such a company? I had no idea. However, there's the name Kisaragi. Where have I heard that name before? It's certainly a surprise that the big company in the dark is related to Host Student Academy, but it's not surprising that the country has collapsed, like you, resources woman. Kurokawa. The Kisaragi's foundation is represented by the next generation of the family lineage. Now I definitely remembered. The second generation representative of the Kisaragi Foundation was Kisaragi Hanzo. Kisaragi Hanzo. That's the owner of the graduation album I found in the science lab. I said it was the name I heard from somewhere, and it really was. Just a few days ago I saw the name in the album I accidentally discovered. You obviously know Kisaragi Hanzo since the third floor when you heard the name. You were surprised by this, and now in this position, you're seeing the mark of the Kisaragi Foundation. Mikaku Kurokawa, I shall ask, do you know something? Say it, what are you hiding? That's... Oh. Kurokawa, what's wrong? Hikaru, I understand you, but let's do this later. I mean, Kurokawa's not in good shape. Even that act is suspicious. Whenever you try to tell us something important, you fall down. Are you trying to evade the question by pretending to have a headache? Hikaru. Whatever. I think I finally caught the hint. I'll take it slowly, Mr. Exorcist. Kurokawa, are you okay? Can you stand? Okay. Thank you. Kurokawa left me alone and began to look at the mark of the Kisaragi Foundation. It seems from what Mikaru said she seemed to know something, and she looked very lonely. Kinjo, you here? Maeda, what about the others? I told everyone the entrance to the ballroom was locked, so I'm investigating the ballroom because it's unknown to us. This is pathetic. He was the one who knew clearly that Monokuma was up to something. I got my eyes open and got beaten in an instant. It's unavoidable. Monokuma would have us played around with our plans somehow by using the school rules. By the way, what is wrong with this room? I don't know. I'm investigating right now, so can you let me be alone? Yeah? Honestly, it's a bit of a special treatment to say this to you. Maeda goes around with the others, but I can't talk to them anymore. There's guys who all with all the food we have left, or girls who attempted to murder people. Kinjo, you're still thinking like that. Up until now, I have helped in the trials and tolerated this because it was close to me. The result of such a dull act is, after all, the imprisonment in this ballroom. I've decided I'm not going to communicate with anyone anymore, and I'm going to investigate for myself only. This should include you as well. Why are you suddenly doing this? Leave. At that moment, I remembered what transpired when the fourth floor just opened a few days ago. At that time, Kinjo was shaking in his heart. I couldn't say anything to Kinjo because I was on the verge of going crazy at the time. Yeah, I was able to control my mind because I had Tyra and the others, but Kinjo continued to stay. I don't think I'll be able to continue to talk with Kinjo right now. Let's leave him for a while. Damn it won't open. No, he said it was locked. We weren't kidding. This is our situation now. Me and Satsuki ate the limited amount of food. Isn't that right? What do I do? I'm sorry, Maida. What the hell are we done? We were done for. We can't get out of here like this. Calm down. We should be able to get out soon. We haven't done a proper investigation yet. Maida. Yeah, I'll try. In the sense of paying the cost of this sin as much as I've done wrong. I'll work harder than anyone in this investigation. That's right. Rather as we can find anything on the fourth floor, we are able to search for a new area, so keep an open mind. Ida, you... Yeah, what is it? No, it's just that you're back to the usual Maida. I'm thankful for that. It sounded the same as Tyra. Well, it's definitely the same in the ballroom, even though it's a desperate situation. It feels lighter compared to the dark feeling before my eyes a few days ago. Hope is not about finding it, but to create. Let's keep those little teachings always in our hearts. Damn. I heard it from Tyra and I've come here just because, and it's really true. All our clothes are gone. Yeah, we have no choice but to keep wearing our clothes in this dressing room. What if we were trapped in the ballroom? Why did they remove our clothes? Maybe did we put something inside our clothes? Wait a minute. Oh yeah, the electronic student handbook. Alright, I was carried it in my pocket. Then the reason for taking the clothes might be because of the e-handbooks. Why? Where would you even use the e-handbooks here? Will you give our clothes back? That school uniform is one of a kind in the world that I make myself. It's alright, calm down. After roughly looking around the ballroom, we decided to gather in the dining hall and talk about our investigations. Everyone, how's the investigation? Well, I don't think I've gotten any satisfactory results. The entrance was locked tightly. All our clothes are gone. Let's think calmly. Why did Monokuma imprison us in the ballroom? We're in the same state as Host Peak Academy, so why do it in another room? Why? Let's think in reverse. Is it because there's a reason why we shouldn't be walking outside? Why can't you go outside? I don't know yet, but there may be a reason why this should be the case. For Monokuma's circumstances, don't you think this is an opportunity? If Maida's words are true, if you escape from the ballroom at this point, it would take Monokuma by surprise. Yeah, Monokuma's currently doing something outside we don't know, and that's a decisive clue towards escaping from the school. Yes, what made Monokuma trapped us here is, in other words, an opportunity to escape from the school. Impressive, Maida. Leader, the birth of a new ultimate leader. No, don't be so happy. It's only hypothetical in the end. But in order to accomplish this, we have to somehow leave the ballroom. Yeah, but how can we break through the iron gate with that entrance? Can I shoot a bazooka or something? Speak something that makes sense. No matter how crazy it is, this is Host Peak Academy. You think there's such a thing in here? Hey, not only bazookas, but there's also pistols, machine guns, and axes too. Satsuki-chan, what do you mean? There's a corridor with multiple rooms, and in the back out there's a private room. There's a door that leads to a place. There were various weapons in that place. Weapons? That room was as if they were asking you to choose what you wanted to use, like an archive of weapons display. And there wasn't any sound coming from outside. I think it's soundproof? No way. That Monokuma is like giving us a weapon and telling us to do a battle royale? I don't really know the purpose behind it. Anyway, if you destroy the door like Kiwanami says, you'll be executed for vandalism in the end. So it's not possible. Oh right, shucks. Hey, let's not enter that room ever again, it's dangerous. In the end, it's urgent that we still have yet to find a clue to get out of the ballroom. There was a suspicious room, but the room had nothing in it. Well, thanks to this, our sense of purpose had become clear, right? Somehow we gotta leave the ballroom and take Monokuma's expectations by surprise. Yes, it's better than wandering outside without any hope like a few days ago. However, this is just a story of possibilities in the end. The reason Monokuma trapped us in here is unknown. Even if I'm right, it won't be easy at all to find clues, but we still believe. There's a small number of a chance that near zero possibility is what we will create our hope. In fact, there were more bad news. The idea about the Kisaragi Foundation, that Kurokawa was being a suspect, and what Kinjo said in the school office. But I couldn't say them on purpose, it would only create confusion. For the same reason, I shut my voice for a few days, but it's different this time. At that time, I hid the fact to escape from reality, but this time it's all about hiding in order to move forward together. I'll tell them someday when the time comes. For now, let's just think about escaping with everyone. Thinking naively, our opponent's Monokuma made for certain that it would not be easy. Why I locked you guys? Well, Maeda-kun's hypothesis is very interesting, but can you really get out of the ballroom? Ah yes, this is the end of your free time. There will be an important announcement, so for now, please come to the dance hall. Monokuma! Finally appeared, you rotten bastard! A big announcement. What is it? I'm not sure. I'm nervous, but we can't say no. Let's go. What's the catch? We gathered at the dance hall as directed by Monokuma. Immediately after, Monokuma handed 8 keys for us. On the key I received, the name tag room 1 was hung in the key ring. Everyone got it right? Don't ever lose it, because that key is to your lodgings, where you will spend your days here. Lodgings? I'll explain things step by step. Since you guys are so curious about things, the reason I called you to the ballroom, and the reason the door was suddenly locked, and the reason as to what I'm going to do now is because it feels a little bit early, but I want you to announce the motive, of course. Not another motive. The motive this time is... It's another video. Nah, there's nothing like that. The motive this time is that you guys stepped into this very ballroom itself. What? What does that mean? There's only one thing I'll tell you guys from now on. This ballroom is locked, and it's impossible to leave or get out. That's why the only way is that you have to kill someone. What are you saying? I don't get it. I don't understand this. Oh, is there too much explanation there? Simply put, you guys can't leave the ballroom until a murder happens. That's what I mean. What the blimey? Are you telling me we have to murder in order to get out of here from here? That's right. It's the same outcome as ever. Of course, if you kill and pass your class trial safely, you can leave the ballroom and the school in one go. This is just nonsense. Don't worry too much. This time, I even prepared an arsenal for a more adequate murder plan, so go ahead and start killing. Oh, but I won't admit suicide if it is absolutely forbidden to kill yourself. Keep in mind that I'll just treat that act like a dog's death. Who will listen to what you say? Even if you block us, we can still escape? Can you? Sorry, but it's impossible. Currently, there's only one entrance to the ballroom hall. It's only the main entrance to the dance hall. On top of that, the door is made from the same material as the front door of Host Peak Academy, has the strength to withstand even a nuclear bomb. There's only one way to open the door to the ballroom. It only registers the e-handbook. The handbook? What is it? That means you can go out at any time, right? And the e-handbooks were always in our pockets. Ah, the clothes! Clothes? Ah, if your clothes get dirty or ripped, in that case, I brought them to your private rooms on the first floor. Aren't I kind? In the beginning, this was the purpose, to put us in the ballroom, to induce murder. No, that's a little strange. Monokuma, surely you remember writing a memorandum in accordance with the rules, and they promised that they wouldn't do anything during the party. So are you going to say all those were empty words now? Huh? I haven't done anything that violates the memorandum, did I? What are you talking about? You've done a lot of things here. No one said during the party, I recall saying, until you guys got lively again. You don't mean. That's what I mean. After the dance and eating delicious food, you guys went back to your usual selves because you were rejuvenated. The memorandum wasn't violated. Don't be ridiculous. Are you trying to make a joke or something? Oh, but it's true. It is logically perfect. If you don't feel different, try and refute it. You... No, hold it. I've never been happy at a party, and I've never laughed or stayed to chat. As you said, I wasn't necessarily upset, but this is an obvious violation. That's because I didn't specifically identify Kinjo. I said you guys as an unspecified majority. Regardless of Kinjo-kun's personal attention, because more than half of you were happy. I shouldn't have believed Monokuma. We were so comfortable. Well, they keep hitting us several times already. Calm down. The stage is the same as in Mount Hope's Peak. If you kill, you get out is no different than before. Just keep your mind controlled and let's devote ourselves to the investigation. Is that right? Are you sure? Well, it's definitely the same, but until now, there was enough space and plenty of food. Well, I prepared as much food as I could, based on how many of you were left. But guess who were the ones who ate a lot? It's fine, there's no problem. Haru, Satsuki, the food is still here. In the refrigerator. If you eat sparingly, we still have a few more days left to eat. Really? Monokuma, we won't give up. There's food and there's a place to sleep. It's no different from the past. Rather, as we are in a corner, we'll investigate even more thoroughly. We'll definitely get out of here without any of my friends dying. We'll never give up hope. We won't be eaten by despair. Yuki. Maeda-kun. Huh, it's surprising to hear that kind of thing coming from Maeda-kun. What's that? Nothing. Well, that's what everyone is aware now. Until someone dies, the party will continue. Oh, I forgot to mention something. Think of the ballroom as a separate space from the school. You guys don't even have an e-handbook, so just think you're not a student. In other words, you don't need the rules. What do you mean? What else? It's a lawless zone, meaning you can beat up and fight between yourselves, imprison people, and there's no nighttime. Oh, but Rule 5 still counts. No hitting me or damaging property. Also, the broadcast that announces the night and mornings will also change. In this situation, can you guys really say that you'll be the same as ever? Lawless zone, he said. Ignore that. As Maeda says, we have to investigate hard and get out. Wait, Kinjo, Makaru. Monokuma said the situation itself is the motive. I understand that you want to act separately, but now this is a crisis. Wouldn't it be better to cooperate with each other? Because it's a crisis, I can't stay with any of you anymore. What? In this place, without school rules, without order, the only way to escape is murder. The same conditions apply. However, because of the isolation factor, the urgency increases even more than before. You said there was more food left, so it might last for a few days. However, there will be clearly be a killer among us once the food depletes. What? Why are you saying that so casually? I agree with Psycho Cop here, although I don't like it. I wonder when will you guys face reality already? Kinjo. Mikaru. Fine, that's it. You don't even want to be with guys like that. By the way, Kinjo-kun, didn't he look strange? He was strange. How? Kind of. I guess he was more than upset. He looked troubled about something. A guy like that? No way. He was the same as usual, right? Is that so? Maeda, I understand how you feel, but I think it would be better to give up on Kinjo and Makaru now. They're too stubborn. We can't afford to worry about them. Yeah, in short, if we escape together, we can get along, right? Kinjo wouldn't treat us like criminals if that happens. It's not too late for all that. But... This but you don't need to sleep or stay in your rooms now, then have a good night. Oh, okay. It's 10 p.m. It's already that time? For now, we should go to sleep. Everyone's tired today. If we investigate tomorrow, I'm sure we'll discover something. Everyone has their private room key from Monokuma, right? I'll be going to bed. Be careful not to lose your key. He said there's no nighttime anymore. Well, let's keep protecting the group we used to have. When you sleep at night, be sure to lock the door and not open, okay? Roger that. This is the private room? Isn't it way too small? Rather than a private room, it's just a room for sleeping. Surely staying in a place like this doesn't seem good for your mental health either. I still felt a lot of anxiety, but I didn't hesitate as much as I used to. Hope is to be made. With everyone around me, I believe it's possible. Well, let's go to bed for today. I can do my best investigating again tomorrow. Really, this day seems I'm able to sleep without much difficulty at all. It was a very bad situation, but it was because I thought about leaving the school after investigating with everyone, so I didn't have any other thoughts for tonight. Everyone, did you sleep well? How did I sleep? Well, the bed was definitely more fluffy than the dorm, so it's comfortable to sleep here at least. We're still in the same situation though. It's alright, don't be too discouraged. If we focus on investigation starting today, we'll surely be able to escape and find some means to... Yeah, at times like this, the more energy you need to have. So let's eat a delicious breakfast and I'll do our investigation. Wait, food distribution is important. We can't eat like this. Distribution? That's right, we don't have enough food left for now, and we can't leave Kinjo and Mikaru out. We really need to? They don't even cooperate with us. Will they even support us? If we don't, they will die then. Mikawa's right. It's not good to act with personal feelings without knowing when we can escape. Then how shall we distribute it? Leave it to me. The ability to analyze the amount of food and distribute it is also a main skill. I'll leave it to you then, Akane. 6 people is the current balance. Now, if we distribute it to 8 people... This is the amount we get for one person. It's so tiny. I can't even call it a snack. I can't help it. This is roughly the amount calculated for 4 days per 3 meals a day. We would be full after eating this. I think I'll become more hungry just from appetite. It'd be better not to eat it. Then I'll get your daily tax. I'll eat it. Who says I'm not gonna eat it? I will eat it. It's a big deal if food runs out while remaining in the same state, but I was faintly relieved to hear that there's still some fruit left. Tyra, is this really a good distribution? It seems that the amount I saw yesterday. It's less than the amount we had yesterday. Perhaps Kinjo-kun and Makaru ate it. What? Those guys secretly ate a late night snack? That's it, it's gotta be them. Hey, you shut your tongue. You don't deserve to talk to the others like that. Looking at it, who's to blame for this? That was, well, I have no words. I'm sorry. Those two. Searched the ballroom all day while you guys were sleeping. Seriously? But how does Mikako know that? I also was awake doing my search, so I ate a little too. I'm sorry. If you're eating while investigating, it can't be helped. And if that's true, then this was a big deal. Even if we can last 4 days with this, and we'll really be scratching it. Seeing the ridiculous size of one, we were devastated and lost what else to say. The silence only lasted for a few seconds. I'll ask, how many meals did Haru and Satsuki eat yesterday? That was about 1 or 2 meals. Then couldn't the 2 of them be stripped for 2 meals? That much the others can share because of what they couldn't eat. How? Excuse me? Are you complaining then? It's your own fault. I'm not. But that wasn't the case because we didn't know everything. Isn't that too harsh? I think it's hard for us because you behaved on what you did without knowing. Wait, are you angry because we were hungry and everything was already digested? I'm saying that yes, exactly. At Troy's suggestion, the move became a little dangerous. It's worrisome. If this continues, a fight might happen. Of course, we got nothing else to say. But I'm just saying this is too hard on us. Look, you have nothing else to say, but you're still talking. Did you know that making such excuses isn't really reflecting your own actions? What? Hey, aren't you saying a bit too much? That's enough. Everyone stop. Fine. Okay, I'll starve. You're Nami. It's true that we did something wrong, and if you can't forgive me for that, then I'll cut my two meals for someone else. Well, it's not like I can't forgive. Huh, I see. If you look at her and you got nothing wrong with it, being a sinner, then can I have my 2 meals? That's... Wait a minute. Will you be okay? No matter how much is left, we can still share it together. He said they will scratch. Let's respect their wishes. We don't have time to be arguing. It's pointless. And I'll scratch one meal too. I ate a little at dawn as well. Kurokawa. Well then, about this meal, Tori couldn't eat it with me? Please do that. While you guys eat, we'll be investigating ahead. Oh, and Tori, I know how to reflect on myself. Please don't ignore that at heart value. Hope you have a delicious rice. They say rice because in Korean it's the same word as meal or food. There was a little awkward mood between us, and we ate only the 3 of us with Tyra and Teruya. Because half of the 6 people went out, we ate twice as much as we originally intended. Somehow it seems everything was decided suddenly. Since they don't seem to have any complaints, it seems okay, but is it really okay? After our meal, the investigation for our escape began. I decided to do this. Can I hang out with people? Okay, still got my gifts. Let's see. Oh, he doesn't want to hang out with me. Okay, man. Yeah, I was gonna hang out with Mikako, right? Mikako? Hey, do you not like spending time with me? She shook her head. Should I take that as a sign of negation? I know I'm not a humorous kind of person, but you know. It would be nice if you could say a few more words. I guess that's not happening. Why is Mikako so quiet? It's not like she's unable to speak. I've heard her speak on multiple occasions, though even then her mumbling was barely audible. Hey, Mikako. I don't mean to be too nosy, but shouldn't you try to communicate more with your friends? I am. No, not with gestures, like a normal chat. I am doing it. With you, Yuki. Huh? She just called my name. Mikako said my name. Now that's something. Sure, we're having a conversation right now. But really, it's mostly me talking and you replying shortly. I... First? Yeah, like I said before, I want to hear your stories. I want to know what type of person you are. God, now I was just embarrassed. Why did I make it sound like some cheesy confession? You... want to know me? Yes. We're friends, right? Friends. Yuki and I are friends. My story. You'll hear it Yuki. My story? Of course I will. I'll listen to anything. Yuki, you're... Huh? I am... My story... Oh, Mikako, what's wrong? Are you alright? My head hurts. That's not good. I'll help you back to your room so you can rest for a while. Want to tell my story to everyone. Ugh. Mikako, it's okay. You can do it later. You need to rest. You're practically shaking. Promise. Wait for my story to Yuki. Yeah, I'll wait for it, however long it takes. Please tell me when you can. Your story. I escorted Mikako to the dorm while her face grew deadly pale. She always looked a bit sick, but seeing her struggle this much in front of my eyes is really heartbreaking. But still, she called me by my name and promised in her murmuring voice to tell me her story. It's a big step forward in progress compared to the first time we met. I don't know why she struggles so much at communication, but I can feel us getting closer through these brief chats. Yuki. Yeah? Mikako, what's up? Did Mikako just call me first? This has never happened before. Mikako, are you alright? Last time you said your head hurt. Yes. Good. By the way, did you need me for something? The promise last time. Huh? Mikako, where are you going? Promise? Wait, I'm coming. Goodness, I followed her like she said, but I didn't expect it to be an invitation to her room. The room was too unsettling for a typical girl's room. I'd be lying if I said I'm not nervous. Mikako, so why did you call me? Yuki said so. Right, want to hear my story. It's not mine. But I'll tell you about my friend. My friend, we've been together since childhood. Oh, so a childhood friend? Was a boy. He was smart, kind, and nice too. He always cheered me whenever I was down. Mikako seemed to be in pain while stammering, yet I could feel she was doing her best to tell her story no matter what. Regardless of what she's stammering or what the context is, I don't care, because this talk itself is valuable. He is precious friend who cannot be replaced. He sounds like your dearest friend. You must miss him in tough times like this. Yes. Well, cheer up. Although we're trapped here, we'll be able to get out of this place someday. Your friend, he must be waiting for you outside. Mikako, what's wrong? He is dead. What? Just right before I came here. Sorry, Mikako, that was really insensitive of me. Yuki, you changed. Huh? You changed a lot since we met for the first time. I changed. Right now, you resemble my friend. Warm, genial, kind. Do I really? I'm just a normal high schooler. This is all I can say. Sorry. No, not at all. You don't need to apologize. I'm the one who asked you for it, after all. And I know now something really important about you. Know about me? Yeah, that you're a gentle, kind-hearted person, Kako. Yuki. Huh? Forever. Forever, I wish Yuki of today will never change. Oh, she's blushing! So cute. A second. It was only for a second, but I clearly saw it. Mikako just smiled at me. Mikako, who had been expressionless the whole time, lifted the corner of her lips to smile. Her pale skin made it barely visible, but I think her cheeks were reddened too. Aww. Following that, I left the room after spending a little more time with Mikako. When we first met for the first time, I thought she was as quiet as gloomy as she looks. Not anymore though. Mikako has a heart warmer than anyone else, and will try her best for her friend. I can tell it just from a quick conversation with her that she cares about others more than anyone else. Come on guys, let's eat rice. Shaken from the investigation, we then gathered back for dinner. We felt a sense of weakness that we were not aware of. I couldn't find any clues, and the amount of meals we received was less than in the morning. Me and Iranami were very hungry because we scratched 2 meals. Why has the amount decreased? That's, I think, because Kinjo and Makaru ate more. We don't really know the distribution. These bastards really did it. They're only thinking for themselves, is that it? If they don't know, I'll teach them. Let's pick them up. Wait, if you heat things up for no reason, it will make things more harder. I think there's gonna be a night broadcast soon. It's late today, so let's eat this and go to bed. But if you do that, won't the food disappear again at dawn? You can't help it. You don't need a lot of food if you can rest and sleep. On the other hand, if you spend more time awake, the more severe your hunger will be. There's still some left. Let's do what Maida-kun said. If we eat this, I wonder how long this will last. But if you ate the rest between me and Iranami, right? It's a big deal for me. I'm so hungry right now. And even if we missed 2 people, it wasn't much after we divided 4 people. And it's your fault in the first place. Harriya, you were the only one who suggested going with that idea. Hey guys, stop it. If you have time to complain, then let's better eat. Now we're mediating with words like these, but I felt a little bit of tension between Haruhiko and Teruya. Everyone's under a lot of stress. This needs to be solved. Somehow I couldn't find anything new today. It's just one day now. Let's look more closely. Every nook and cranny. We'll get hungry, so everyone stop and sleep. We'll talk about Kinjo and Makaru tomorrow. I don't think the nighttime broadcast has come out yet. Let's follow Yuki's words. When Satsuki falls asleep, I can forget about being hungry. Good night, everyone. Oh my god, they have to sleep in those cloaks too. Man. Everyone is still trying to act cheerily, but we can't get out of here anytime soon. It's likely that dangerous things will happen. I was so hungry. I tried so hard to only grab the bare minimum as I forced myself to sleep. I'm so hungry. One night's sleep and breakfast after waking up, but the amount of one serving was even lower than yesterday. I'm sorry. We ran out of food during the night again. I reduced the amount further, calculated for 4 days. Kinjo and Makaru again? It's definitely difficult if it goes on like this. I'll go talk to them after eating. It's not a big meal, but a small bite. It's only been a day, but my hunger gets worse and worse. If we don't do anything about Kinjo and Makaru, it will be harder than it already is now. You have to calculate for 4 days? It's like we're confirming that we'll be here for 4 days. That's right. With that negative mindset, the investigation doesn't completely work. Wouldn't it be better to eat full and escape at once instead of paying attention to the remaining food? Yesterday, if anyone found something, if she said that, he wouldn't get angry. Sorry. The amount I calculated is the same as the first day in the ballroom. It counts as 4 days from that moment, not 4 days from now. That way I think I can prevent the refrigerator from being empty. Am I doing something useless? No, it's very good. No matter how hungry, if there's 0 leftovers, 1, no, everyone will become different. The amount of food is small, so it takes little time to eat. Then I'll go find Kinjo and Makaru so that everyone knows the situation by the time before lunch. Ah, Maida-kun, I'll help too. Isn't it difficult to deal with 2 people alone? I'll check out Makaru so Maida-kun can focus on Kinjo-kun. Oh, thanks, Tyra. Please do. We'll be investigating. I don't know. It might be Monokuma meddling with the food just to stir us up. Or it might just be someone from the table. I don't think it's Kinjo and Makaru who've been eating. You have to convince Kinjo and Makaru. Let's leave Makaru to Tyra and find Kinjo. Kinjo, here you are. Kinjo, I have something to say. I already mentioned that I have nothing to talk to you guys anymore. It's an important story, so please listen. We found more food. Kinjo and Makaru, you're both acting apart from us and do not know the amount of food distribution. Can you understand what I'm trying to say? I don't know how you're doing the distribution, but are you saying she and I are eating too much? We're distributing the food so that it can be eaten for over the next 4 days. But since you guys aren't with us, the distribution is getting smaller and smaller. As it stands, it will soon run out of food. I know that Kinjo and Makaru are working hard for the investigation, but we want to do our best to investigate too as much as possible. Shameless. It's because of you guys that I ended up running out of food like this. But Haru and Satsuki were intentional. I think it's more important to join forces that fight each other. Cool down, Maeda. If it's a food problem, don't worry. I only eat 1 meal a day right now. Eh? Are you okay eating like that? I don't care, because you guys are solving the amount of food for about 3 meals at once. And I'm also concerned about food, so I'm controlling my own amount. I don't know about Rei Makaru. It's doing hers, but at least you won't run out of food because of me. Now leave. Controlling the amount? That's why the food is disappearing quickly. Are we done? You can leave me. It's more convenient to do investigations alone. Kinjo, why the hell are you doing this? With everyone completely cutting off, ending our communication with me. Being in the ballroom is really dangerous. Can't you work with everyone just in this case? You guys don't know anything. You don't know anything about how I feel. Kinjo, who I had been talking after a full day, looked somewhat emaciated, and it seems like he was hurting somewhere deep in his heart. It's like he could only see painful emotions, but there's nothing I can say to Kinjo. What changes have come to Kinjo since Ueharu's execution? As he said, I don't know anything. Still doesn't want to talk to me? I think I'm already done with Chicago. Satsuki? Oh my lord. What is this? What kinda... okay. Alright. Okay. I don't know what the heck the underwear was, but okay. A rat-sized dinner. I think I'm getting used to it now. No, I'll never get used to it. What's a meal? However, the taste is very good, so I'm glad of the misfortune. Maeda, Tyra, Kinjo and Makaru. How did it go? Oh, that's right. So you said you were talking about the food problem, right? Yeah, we talked about it at first, but Kinjo, he said he was only eating 1 meal per day. The amount of food is not different from the one we're eating. But he said that's because we eat 3 meals at once. The amount is being adjusted, so don't you think we will run out of food because of us? Adjust the amount? What the? But why is there not enough food? It doesn't make sense. In the end, I only heard vague answers and didn't want to explain how he does it. Sorry. That guy, he seemed to be getting weird these days, right? Although it was originally strange, it's like dealing with us. It's making him more nervous. Tyra, how was Mikaro? Sorry, I didn't get a proper answer either, but I was only insulted by asking if I looked like a being that could eat enough food. Are you saying he doesn't eat lunch after all? What kind of crappy excuse are they talking about? This refrigerator here is proof that the food is dropping and everyone can see that. Be quiet. Tyra, you do your best. If we look at the amount of food, those two, whether they tell the truth, or rather they say falsehoods. Yeah, if you think about the amount of food, I can't think of that the two of them are eating by adjusting the amount. It's clear they must be lying. In the first place, they wouldn't even bother to tell us right away, right? Kinjo's magnetic flux is dealing with us as criminals, and Mikaro was indifferent since the very beginning. That's pretty much true. Is it the work of an individual play? Nothing will be different if we keep talking about this. We have to get out of here as soon as possible. I mean, I'm so hungry that I can't even investigate to make sense anymore. There's no letter C in a clue. It's been 2 days already. The ballrooms are relatively smaller than the school investigation so far, but we couldn't find anything. Apart from us, Kinjo and Mikaro couldn't find anything, right? Can we really get out? Yeah. Yeah, you can, even right now. If you kill, in the ballroom, of course. You can also leave Host Peak Academy. Monokuma. Yeah. Hiya. It's been quite a while, hasn't it? Why don't you go away? I'm not happy, hungry, and annoyed that the investigation isn't making any progress. Why did you come out? Well, I prepared an arsenal so that you can do spectacular murders, but everyone didn't think about killing one bit and only did an investigation in vain. No matter what the intention is, you really are trying to make us murder. Think about it. You guys aren't too stupid to think, right? If you just kill, you can get out. Or the ballroom and school in no time, and the hunger will fly away like an airplane. You're noisy. If you're here to say that, go away now. No, this is for personal purposes. Actually, I had something to tell you guys. That's why I showed up. It seems you guys are trying to investigate to find a way to escape without killing. Even though it's a wasteful effort, I'm going to try and give you a line of hope by looking at your efforts. What? It's simple actually, a treasure hunt. There's a treasure hidden somewhere in the ballroom. I'll reward anyone looking for it. Clear as water, right? What else are you plotting? Well, this is not a clue to escape, but wouldn't it be better to have something to find rather than just looking through the air without nothing in it, like now? But no way there's nothing. There must be a clue somewhere. What kind of treasure is it? What's the prize? That's a secret, but it's clearly hidden somewhere. The person who's looking for it will get to know when they found it by me. You don't need to know what it is or how it looks. And that prize is something you guys have lost. What? Be sure you know this. The treasure has been hidden somewhere, so if you look for it real hard, someone might find it. A treasure? Is it a wallet? He said something we've lost. What have we lost? Don't become nervous. Kago-chan. We can't sell ourselves to this. We can't afford it. That's definitely correct. Monokuma with their own words said it. This is not a clue to escape. Is there any reason to find something like that? I don't think so. It's clear and obvious that they're trying to confuse us and don't confuse us. Don't worry. Let's do what we originally did, guys. Yeah, I think that would be good. So let's go to bed for today. Before it gets worse. I said this, but as Monokuma said, something we've lost. I'm worried about it. I don't know, but a few days ago, I had a conversation with Mikaru in the 4th floor corridor. No, it may just be an overreaction. Even so, I can't afford to care about it now. We don't escape from the school someday. I became so hungry that I seldom fell asleep, but I closed my eyes and forced myself to sleep. Because of Monokuma, various ideas have crossed my mind. I was barely able to sleep. Hungry. Hey, are we feeling okay? Is it because of the mood? Don't you think the food has decreased even more? It's not because of the mood. It has decreased even more than yesterday. And there's really little left now. Distribution to a minimum is no longer possible. Kinjo and Mikaru magnetic fluxes. Are they really planning to take away our food? Hey, Kinjo and Mikaru, would they really eat food without discrimination? Then who else is there besides them? However, well, no matter how bad it gets, Kinjo is, well, he's been weird these days, and Mikaru has been originally like that, right? Who ate it? Doesn't matter. The only thing for sure is that there's little food left. We need to spur the investigation. But no matter where I look, nothing comes out. I'm starting to feel it's really over now. Yesterday, when Akuma mentioned they hid a treasure, why don't we look for that? That's obviously a trap, so we decided to ignore that last night, right? We don't know. It might tell you something really important with a double fake tip. Whatever the content, Monokuma gave us something that was never a lie. But do we have the time to look for something like that? We don't get out of here somehow. Let's move on. There isn't much time left. Move while you still can. Opinions diverged for a while, but eventually there were no results from the investigation, so I decided to look for something that looked like a treasure. The question is, can our stamina survive? Okay, we gotta look for the treasure. Oh, okay. I don't know where the treasure could be. I can still hang out with people though. Yeah, okay. Like the underwear. I don't. I wanna get. Tsurugi's underwear too. Oh. That looked like the mystery guy. Okay, now I really don't know who to hang out with. Shit. I'm already done with Satsuki and Mikako, and I can't hang out with Tsurugi. Other characters don't interest me that much. Hikaru, maybe? Hey, useless. How long are you gonna linger by my side? Scram, will you? Why are you always so harsh? I'm just trying to be friendly with everyone as a classmate. Your way of thinking is too shallow and fitting for someone called useless, as I would put it. There is no such thing as a friend in a school where all rivals ought to battle each other. Why are you always treating other people like that? Nothing's wrong with showing a little kindness, right? If I don't keep it up like this, I can't stay the way I am now. Shut up, useless. Oh, what? Shut up, useless. You're a millennium too early to step up to the same level as I am when you're not even talented. I get it, since I got into this school with nothing but mere luck, but why are you so arrogant towards those with real ultimate talents? Wow, you are one stubborn ape. Do you really want to keep up this conversation when I'm bashing on you like this? That's because all of them are fools. You seriously believe excellence just comes along with your talent. True excellence means having knowledge outside of one's own discipline, a calm and astute mind, and readiness to take action when the situation calls. Look back on your actions so far. Has there been anyone in the group who's met every single one of these criteria besides me? Darn it, I hate to admit it, but she's right. Other than Tsurugi, I can't think of anyone. Still, her casual disregard for the killing game almost made me wonder if she was a heartless robot. What's up with that irritated expression of yours? You think I'm annoying? Then get lost. What are you trying to do anyway? Talking with annoying. If you'd be so kind, swiftly remove yourself from my sight. I have no intent of initiating petty conversations with the likes of you. Eventually I had to let Mikaru go without much progress in our talk. Why does she hate us so much? She won't even talk to people who she thinks are incompetent. That's such an arrogant way of thinking. So how could I become closer with someone like her? No progress was made today. After a very small amount of dinner without nutrients at all, I returned to my room and went to bed to preserve my physical strength. Already the third day. Food is almost running out. What should I do? I can't. I'm too hungry and have no strength to stand anymore. Sleeping seems to be the only thing beneficial both physically and mentally. Time goes by meaninglessly, thinking that I have to do anything somehow. I fell asleep with the thought that I could leave tomorrow, holding back my hunger on this day. It wasn't clear at the time that there was something already growing since a few days ago. Tyra, is there any food left? I'm gonna die of hunger. Eating doesn't improve anything. The amount will just get smaller. Well, I'm so hungry that I can't sleep at all. Still, I would feel better to have something in my mouth to eat rather than eating everything. Tyra, is taking along. Missing. Yeah, what's missing? There's no food. The refrigerator's empty. Huh? That's a lie, right? Come and see it yourself. Yeah, this is a lie. This is not happening. It's true. Not even crumbs or leftovers. What? What's going on? Why is this? Why did they do this? We're the only ones in here. Kinjo and Mikaru. How many days have we been doing this? Now the time has come for an all-out attack against us. Even the rules are null for this. In that case, if we use violence, are you gonna fight those two? Stop doing that. It's not the same as in leading cows or fixing stables. And it was unavoidable that food is already going out. We're gonna lose more effort. But you can't leave those guys who have eaten all the food. That's proof you can see right there. Proof that they ignore us. Well, seeing us as criminals, Kobashikawa, you mean like you? What? What does that mean? Haruhiko Kobashikawa, you can't be hungry, because at dawn, you ate it. What? What did you say now? What did you eat at dawn? I have no idea what you're talking about. The speed at which the food disappears was much faster than the other two. And the whole morning yesterday, I was hiding in front of the dining room. And I figured out the cause. Kinjo and Mikaru didn't even approach the dining room. Not once since yesterday. That means that... You mean Haru ate the food in secret on the dining room? Haruhiko? You? What are you talking about? There's no way I could eat all that food. bad. Kabazing, I'm so disappointed. Wow, really? How can you do that as a human being? Get out and die already. That's ridiculous. It's so much that I can't say anything else. Satsuki has nothing else to say. What? Why is Hironami? He wasn't alone. Haruhiko Kabashikawa and Satsuki Hironami, the two of them, robbed the refrigerator together. Satsuki-chan? I only saw yesterday, but maybe it was the first offender. The food disappeared early at dawn. Hey, Mikako Kurokawa, you're being vague. You don't know if it was really a man or not. Tell the truth, you bastard. Up until now, you filled your stomach while pretending to be hungry in front of us, huh? Oh no, wait, Kurokawa's the culprit. She did this while trying to cover up with Hironami and me, so she's the culprit. Don't be stupid. Something was weird when you think about it. If you're hungry, the one who can stand it anymore can't be anyone else but you. Trying to pick a fight with Kinjo and Makaru with the purpose of driving away your crime. That's far-fetched. You guys are gonna believe Kurokawa's words without proof and blame us? Kabashikawa, I'm sorry, but you have no choice but to believe what Kurokawa says, because he just confessed that you were the culprit. What? If you're really unrelated, you would say blame me, but you wouldn't say blame Hironami and me. You might claim that Hironami ate alone, but you're only refuting Kurokawa's words and subconsciously treating you and Hironami the same way. That means I ate the food with Hironami. That fact, isn't it because it's stuck in your mind? If we infer these facts... Oh my god, the class trial here. Well, I don't know what you're talking about because of me and Satsuki. Well, yeah. Because we're actually friendly, I just wanted to defend her without knowing, okay? Kabazing, let's stop it now. It doesn't make sense to fight with each other anymore. Let's stop. That means... Everyone, I'm really guilty of dying. That's right. Kabazing and I are the culprits. Hey now. If you really are... Since when? When did you start eating secretly at dawn? Well, of course, since yesterday. I'm sorry, from the second day I was so hungry that I couldn't stand it. Then Kabazing suggested me, like the wind, I was led by Kabazing. Hey, Satsuki, if you blow things up like that. So, almost as soon as we were here, they started to sneak at dawn at the same time, right? Hey, you two can't complain anymore, right? Stop, Teruya. Huh? Why? Satsuki, Haruhiko, I just wanted to know. Don't force yourself into a fight anymore. If you're really sorry, do your investigation harder. Kurokawa? Why? Why are you going so easy on them? Of all the things I really thought Kinjo and Makaru were the ones who did this to us. Because of these guys, now we're starving. And we'll die soon. You just have to get out of here before you die. If we don't have anything else to eat for today, then you can escape within today. Let's believe that and investigate. There must be a way. Yeah, as Maeda-kun said, I'm still hungry, but if we fight more, we won't be able to get out. Kabashikawa-kun and Satsuki-chan. Of course, even though it was a little painful, they couldn't stand hunger. I understand well enough. Maeda, Taira, Mikako's sister, Akane says. Come on, even if you're the culprit, you didn't actually commit a murder, right? Let's begin investigating. We have to get out of here. What? What is this? I can't accept this. Teruya. This must be a temporary feeling. There's no food anymore, so there won't be time for meals anymore. But this much. I don't know how much further we can investigate. When the nighttime broadcast rings, let's gather together again. Let's hope we find something today. Eventually, all the food was gone, by two selfishness reasons. But if we punish them here according to Tori's idea, the mood would only get worse and nothing will get better. However, the situation is really serious. If you don't find something within today... Yeah. You really should take a hint. Through all these harsh words I throw at you, you're still deciding to spend time with me. I'm gonna be as persistent, at least until you listen to what I have to say. Listen to what? What could I, who can outperform anyone in terms of intellect, possibly gain from talking with a worthless incompetent like you? Anything's fine, I just want to know more about you, Makaru. Isn't that what becoming friends are like? Friends? You and I? Never. Just speaking to you gets on my nerves. You're giving me a headache. Get lost. I won't get lost. I'm gonna talk with you, Makaru. If you don't talk with me about anything, I'm gonna persistently bug you while you investigate. I'm gonna stick to you like glue. You useless good-for-nothing. Seems like you're really going to live up to your words. Fine. Say whatever you like and end this quick. However, ask for it with respect. If you want to listen to my stories, it's only fair you treat me with complete respect, is it not? I'm a professor, so address me as if you would request something from a teacher. Don't forget to bend your back 90 degrees when you ask. If you don't, this conversation's over. Are not for it? Aw, you're free to quit whenever. Guess your will to make me your friend wasn't as strong as you declared it to be, No, I'll do it. It really ticked me off, but I bent my back and bowed to Makaru as I said, Professor Makaru, please tell me your stories, I ask of you. To speak in honorifics and bow like that to a fellow classmate, you're really one of a kind. Is this enough? Fine, I guess I will. I guess I can't bring myself to back off anyways, that'd be annoying on its own. Right, you asked for my story? My story? Makaru? My apologies, useless. I have nothing to say for myself. What? What do you mean by that? Everyone has their own stories to tell. Like hobbies, favorite dishes, favorite season of the year? I told you, I don't have anything like that. No way. I can with all confidence say that I'm the most competent student out of all the students from this country. One's capabilities are often decided at birth. You know the phrase genius is 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration. That means real geniuses are not made from talent but with effort, right? That's all a blatant lie. It doesn't make sense. If that were true, wouldn't anyone become a genius if only they tried hard enough? 1% perspiration and 99% inspiration would make more sense. However, it's not something totally impossible. By that, I mean becoming a genius with 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration. I know this because I was this. I was born normal as can be with a normal talent, and led a life as normal as could be. A person with features that stood out even less than you. What? Does that mean you became the ultimate professor having a background like me? Didn't I just say it? It's not impossible. What does one do in order to become a genius with 1% inspiration, you ask? You need to have 99% perseverance. But in order for a person to acquire 99% of perseverance, you have to practically exploit yourself. I haven't taken rest, nor enjoyed any leisure, and stepped up to this level with sheer effort. All to win the competition against those born with 99% inspiration. So for a person like me, don't you think I would have personal stories to share, like people such as you, who spent their entire lives idling? Why? I don't understand. Why am I getting worked up from these petty little things? It's because you've been bringing up unnecessary talk. Get out of my sight at once. I hope you're satisfied. After blurting out those words, Makaru turned away from me and disappeared. I failed in my initial purpose of listening to her stories, but I couldn't grab onto her and make her speak for some reason. With no talent or prestigious sponsors, she worked her way towards being the ultimate professor solely through her hard effort. Was it just me, or did her dignified figure seem a bit lonely? Took some time trying to sympathizing with Makaru before I left the place. He still really doesn't want to talk to me. What? Hey, Makaru. Whenever you're nearby, I get a heavy feeling in my chest. Get lost. About what you said last time, about perseverance. What made you pursue competence so much? Couldn't there have been any other reasons? Huh, what's this? Are you, out of all people, pitying me? That's an incredibly useless concern, so shut up. Turn right around the spot you're in and be gone from my sight. There's no way that someone could abandon everything in life for one goal without a reason. I get it. You're going to sit there and persist until I spill the beans, huh? No, it's not like Whatever. For types like you, it's best to cut down all possibilities to avoid future nuisances. It may be too simple of a reason for the creation of a person with such competency. Around the time of my birth, my family was running a small bank. That bank was run by my biological father, small in scale, but was making a steady profit, enabling my family to have a satisfying life. The growth of our bank must have been a pain in the rear for the authorities, leading them to pressure us. My biological parents opposed and fought against the big corps with the little powers they had. The results were, of course, as clear as day. What else could happen other than bankruptcy when you oppose the authorities? So, like that, my household was thrown into the streets in the blink of an eye. My biological parents got divorced, and while trying to pass the responsibility of raising me upon each other, they ended up abandoning me, who was 5 years of age at the time. They abandoned you? Yes. They didn't even entrust me to a relative, leaving me all by myself while they ran off to who knows where. That's when I started thinking, our family must have perished because we weren't capable. Moreover, I had no food or housing at the time, so I came to an understanding that if I don't persevere with all my might, I could end up dying. That was my first effort and drive. Well, that's the kind of story it is. I bet you can't even imagine this in your head. I never knew you had this kind of background. What's up with that expression? I said knock off the pity. I thanked my parents. Thanks to their incompetence, I was able to learn from a bad example. I learned that shouldn't become people like that. I cannot. But they're still your parents who gave birth to you. They gave birth and abandoned me soon after. Why must I care for them? They chose not to be my parents when they gave up nurturing me. After that took place, this title of that pitiable, awful, homeless child with no parents followed me at school and everywhere I went. It was only when I got a certificate to become a professor that I no longer heard such words. In short, my life until this moment was filled with nothing but hard work and perseverance. People like you get to be blissfully ignorant. You don't understand just how much pain you must endure and persevere in order to become someone of my worth. That's also why I don't consort with you all. You're all so-called geniuses with innate talents who got to Hope Speak Academy without any effort or struggle. I have no intentions of associating with people of this kind. I'm different. I had no talent at all, but enrolled in Hope Speak Academy with my luck. That only makes it worse. You neither have talent nor perseverance, yet you had the audacity to accept your admission to Hope's Peak. I can't deny that. Why did I let out my private stories to you? Hey, useless. I've said everything I can to you, so stop pestering me. But could there be a way for you to become friends with us by any means? Becoming friends. Making things such as friends already makes clear the fact that you don't know what true effort means. I'm leaving. Do not follow me. Hikaru turned her body from me yet again and walked away. I think I have misapprehended her. She was no different from a normal person like me, just with a tragic past. I stood in my place blankly for a moment, then decided to get on my way. We're now here, close to the hour where nighttime is nearing. We gathered in the dining hall. At first, it would have been time for dinner, but there wasn't even a grain of rice left. We were just sitting at the table staring idly. And no one spoke a word. Of course I had nothing to say either. I couldn't get a clue to escape from this prison and the new food ran out. I couldn't find where the treasure was, the one that was hidden by Monokuma. Everyone, both physically and mentally, are pretty exhausted. Everyone, listen. Even though we couldn't find anything today, tomorrow we will definitely... What? What tomorrow? Do you think you can discover what you haven't found today, or any of these past days? Tori-kun, what are you saying? What? Am I being childish? Isn't it time for you to face the reality? Now we're done. It's impossible to get out unless someone kills you. What? Are you saying you want someone to die now? No, of course I don't mean that. Besides, I don't think anyone among us is going to kill. But that's why this is the end of it. If no one dies, eventually we all will die. Stop joking around, like we're gonna starve to death here. We'll get out soon. Oh yeah? Go ahead and escape then. This is all your fault in the first place. Haruhiko Kabashikawa. It's all because of you. Hey, that's... Stop. If this goes on, you'll be engulfed by despair. Yeah, no matter how much hopeless it looks, you can't give up. It's important not to give up. Then what should we do? Maeda and Kurokawa, you two tell me. What kind of strategy is there? What kind of worry is there? That's... Ha, look at this. We're done for now. There's no escape. We're all gonna die here together here. You... Teruya. I'm the one who's trying to think positive here, but why can't you be more pessimistic about everything? You don't want to do it, right? You're very bad at it. Hikaru. I was waiting for you guys to get together. I'd like to hear an explanation of what happened. What happened? What do you mean? I mean food. F-O-O-D, you idiots. What the hell did you do for the food to just vanish? A minute ago I heard you guys were sharing and eating. Haruhiko, Satsuki. They ate it secretly at dawn. This is amazing, because it doesn't make sense. Do you have a brain? Wait, of course, me and Ironami are at fault, but that goes for you too, Makaru. Kinjo and you ate whatever you like, so the amount was just getting smaller and smaller. Huh? Are you seriously that mistaken or something? That cop and I haven't eaten 3 meals in these days, don't you know? What? Makaru, is that true? Are you okay? Eating like that? No, that's a lie. You were too. She ate little by little at dawn from the second day onwards. Food started to disappear since the first day. That's right. Besides, how do you know if Kinjo ate or not? Because that's it. You can tell by taking a closer look at his face. More importantly, you. Is that right? Food was already disappearing from the very beginning. Then what the hell is this food? That? It's food? It's still there? This is what I found in an open dorm room by chance while walking through the hallway. It was hidden under a bed. I thought this was your emergency food. Looking at your reaction, it doesn't seem like it. If that's the case, oh yes, that's the only thing. Huh? What are you trying to say? The owner of the open room by chance, I mean the person who used the dormitory where the food was hidden, they were eating alone, hiding the food without your knowledge. Eh? Yes, for example, the room where this food was hidden, was it from room 14? Room 14? Wouldn't it be better to keep the door locked straight? To the idiot who's shaking over there. Oh shit, Teruya. Otori-kun. Wait a minute, this is a mistake. You bastard, so then you treated me like the guilty party. You're the same guy, huh? Well, wait and listen, this is... When I didn't know what was happening on the first day, I prepared some food in advance. The food didn't disappear at the time. Every day, it gradually disappeared. Your words are contradictory. No, that's not it. I wanted to take it little by little, then share it together. Don't lie, you bastard. I'm in a hurry to make excuses because you've been driving in front of my faults without concern. Teruya! Stop it, you guys. Hikaru, you're going through people's rooms at your own will. What? It's the fault of the person who left the door open. Don't turn away, Teruya. Now you and I are on the same ground. You better give it up and go. I'm going to investigate as much as I've done wrong. So you two, don't say that it's not your fault. You don't deserve to say that. You're noisy. You're all annoying me. Whether I'm eating or not, it's impossible to get out of here anyway. Till murder happens in this place. Kid. Kabashikawa-kun. It's fine. Violence is not prohibited in the ballroom. This little bastard needs to be hit. They can wake up already. Phew. Did he hit me just now? Did you hit me? You two knock it off. Let go. Teruya, you little bastard. Kabashikawa, calm down. This is a drag. I thought it would be like this someday. You're the one who inspired them on purpose. Are you doing that? What if I am? And unfortunately, the chunky guy's right. I've been searching the ballroom for days now. We don't have any clue here. Getting out of here by means other than murder is impossible. And what are we supposed to do? In the worst mood possible in front of the worst reality. You couldn't say any more to anyone. We went back to each other's rooms. We have lost our purpose now. Hikaru declares that it was impossible to escape from here. What should we do without any food left? Oh, I wonder what time is it now. When I woke up without knowing if it was night or day, I felt a different haze than usual. Immediately felt a tremendous pain in my abdomen. Okay, I'm hungry. No, rather my stomach hurts. Right, eventually the food ran out. I didn't get to eat anything yesterday. And with Kabashikawa-kun and Otori still fighting our hopes, thinking that we could escape, the situation was turning to the worst possible. For now, let's check on the others. Oh, you surprised me, Maeda-kun. Pyro, what's wrong? Maeda-kun, I'm in a bind. Except for me and Mikaku-chan, the rest of the guys aren't working together anymore. What do you mean, they aren't working together? Yesterday, Haru-kun and Teruya-kun couldn't fight. They both said they didn't want to see each other and they're acting alone. Satsuki-chan is walking alone for some reason too. What? They shouldn't. Some expectations for our bonds which were still there began to collapse. Is it possible that Monokuma calculate this as well, other than simply killing? Maeda-kun, what should I do? Kaku-chan tells me to just leave them alone. There's something we can do. For now, let's continue investigating ourselves. Investigate? Is there anything left to investigate? I couldn't find any more clues. Oh, sorry. I can't sound weak, can't I? I have to investigate somewhere. Can be seen that Tyra's mind is full of doubts. And the same goes for me. I need to talk to the other guys. Maeda. Alright, let's really talk. I'm not saying I'm wrong. So you're gonna scrape this away here? Or are you planning to kill her on your own? I won't say to do it forever, but stay with your mind straight. It's not the time to be whining or just giving up. We're all the same, both Haru and you. What? It doesn't matter anyways. I'll investigate, so go. We don't even need to get together anymore. We don't have food. Perhaps because of hunger and the extreme circumstances, Tori's nerves, which were a bit dull, seem to have been sharper. If it's really like this, nothing's gonna happen, right? Hey Maeda, you bastard, why are you here? You wanted me to tell you an interesting story? I went to the arsenal a while ago and not thinking of murdering here. I was just wondering if I could find anything. But all I found out was that some weapons were super antique. I'm a bit interested in military too, you know. It was very interesting for enthusiasts. Most of the revolvers and rifles are early models. It's hard to find one of those, because they're discounted now, discontinued now. What's happening all of a sudden, Bashikawa? I can't see what you're trying to explain to me. Sorry, I thought it would be a good idea to force my mood a bit more bright. Yeah, I understand, but this morning you guys suddenly started to act alone. Don't worry, I just wanted to be alone for a while. I didn't want to keep you guys away. I just wanted to take a breather because I couldn't concentrate on the investigation. I'm just hungry. Because you were a fight with Teruya? But if you give up here, you really will die. I know, I shouldn't be talking like a weakling, but give me some time to organize myself for a few minutes for now. I feel so complicated right now. It might be for the best to not care about Haruhiko and Teruya's situation for the time being. Open. I mean it. Open already. Satsuki, what are you doing? Oh, Yuki, I was trying to see if I could forcibly break the door. Stop that. Monokuma told us, remember? Even if the rule disappeared, only vandalism is prohibited. No way. If we're going to die together, it would be better to destroy the door and save everyone. It's not right. We're gonna escape together with no one else dying. I know Yuki would say that, but you didn't have anything to open it like that. We're still stuck anyway, thanks to the door here. Should I really just shoot it with a bazooka? Don't do it. I can't do that either. If you try to enter the arsenal, you will see Kinjo appearing there, and he will keep you out. What? Kinjo? Yep, by the way, Kinjo looks somehow weird too, right? Kinjo had a hard time scratching for a few days, so is he going crazy? Anyway, don't do anything that would kill you, Satsuki. If Yuki says that, okay, so I guess it would be best to search somewhere else and escape. Satsuki is the kind of girl that doesn't mind doing very dangerous things. However, now Kinjo is blocking the entrance to the arsenal, so trying to prevent a murder from happening. It would be best to go to the arsenal and check with Kinjo. You really want to go in here? Let's talk with the others. Oh. We're not gonna talk with Kinjo. Kako? Maeda. Furukawa, I heard from Taira, everyone's dispersed. I can help you. If we do this now, maybe today or tomorrow is my limit. But it's true that the investigation has not made any progress. What should we do? This room. A room without anything. There must be something here. This room is definitely suspicious, but it's a room where there's nothing or anything. In the sentence of it. I'll stay here. I'll continue to investigate, Maeda. Please take care of the others. This is great mental power. I'm the same as Kurokawa, who can't eat anything and we're hungry, but she's eager to investigate without showing any sign of complaint. She's too strong. I got it. Don't overdo it. Maeda-kun, did you find anything? No, unfortunately. This is a big ordeal. I'm so hungry that I have no power. It's funny, but this ballroom, there's really nothing. The door won't budge without any handbook. I wanted to tell Tyra not to give up, but the situation was so desperate that I couldn't say anything to her. Damn. Oh, if it isn't Mr. A, the idiot of the group whose trust relationship has just shattered. Are you trying to make fun of me? You usually try to ignore me, but you only get involved when you try to do this. Your comeback is hard. Well, I deserved it, because I don't see any hope at all. Why are you so laid back? The same situation goes for you. True, as much as I try to enjoy this time, this might become a little dangerous. What? It's nothing. Don't speak to me anymore. I'm going to investigate. If it wasn't something I just heard wrong, it would seem that Mikaru sounded weak. If Mikaru is at her limit this far, the situation would be the most dangerous so far. Okay, let's go. Well, there seems to be no one. Stop. Get out of here right now. Kinjo, didn't you hear me? I told you to get out. Wait, I'm not really trying to kill or touch a weapon. I just came because Kinjo was here in the arsenal. I just came to check it out. What do you mean? Did you think I was preparing to murder? I didn't mean it like that. I just wanted to talk to Kinjo. What are you doing in the arsenal? That's because I thought there were some guys who wanted to start something. Since last night, I've been undercover while investigating the arsenal. You're only eyeing the intake, but there's no one among us who's... You're only eyeing the intake. There's no one among us to spend on a murder. Even though 3 people have already come out here today alone. Actually, 4 people, including you, Maeda. No, I just wanted to see Kinjo's condition. That's right. Everyone may have a personal reason, like me. You can't say it for murder. You can't say it's for murder. Stop looking at me at the slightest reason. You can't stop a murder from happening if you keep thinking like that. Don't think that just because I'm away from you guys means I'm not aware of your situation. Now that I'm guarding the arsenal, it's a pity. Even if it's not a weapon from here, the intake is wide. At time, you can stop a murder that happened right in front of your eyes. Kinjo, might be a little rude to say this, but you don't care about what happens to us? You're only thinking of us as criminals now? Well, why do you think I'm doing this? It doesn't matter what you guys really are like. Kinjo, you too. Aren't you doubting because of what Uehara said to you? I can say you're right or wrong. I'm just an ordinary student. However, I know that Kinjo has a strong sense of justice than anyone else, and you really want to protect the people. The method may be a little extreme, but actually, I wanted to say this the very first day after Uehara's trial. I'm sorry. It's already too late. What? Everything's already too late. Get at it quickly. I'll never let anything happen inside this arsenal. Kinjo is seriously troubled by us. I can't fully understand him, but if the cause is Uehara's case, I can relate a bit. The convictions that he thought he was transferring, the tragedy that was caused by it, is shaking the roots of Kinjo's mindset so far, and so will I. If the confusion comes at the source of your own thoughts that you have believed ever since I was born. What? My own source? Suddenly an indescribably dizziness hits the core of my head. What's happening? Ugh. My head was spinning and the world was filled with red. A phenomenon similar to what I experienced on the day of the entrance ceremony. It was difficult to stand up, so I immediately returned to the dorm room and lay down in bed. It's really painful. It's hard to open my eyes to investigate or to do anything at all. Somehow I'm glad I didn't say anything, otherwise I would have vomited. I should sleep. I'm too tired because I don't have anything to eat. Yeah, that's it. I'm sorry for the others, but I couldn't help. I tried to force myself to sleep and close my eyes. Maida-kun, are you inside? Oh right, suddenly my head ached like crazy and closed my eyes for a minute. Looks like Tara was calling me from outside. The throbbing in my head started to disappear, but is it because of my hunger? My visions were starting to shake randomly. This is dangerous, starting to stagger even when standing still. I slept for half a day now. I have to do more investigation to get out of here soon. Slowly my limit was approaching. I have to meet with Tyra, who's knocking the door from outside. Maida-kun, thank God you were there. Oh, what is it, Tyra? How do you do that? I'm so worried because I couldn't see you anywhere. I was just sleeping in my room. Only half a day away. What? Maida-kun, what are you talking about? Maida-kun, I didn't see you all day yesterday. What? Thankfully, I'm not upset now. They said Maida-kun might have died and everyone looking for you. And then all of them went crazy because of their hunger. Well, wait a minute. I was sleeping for more than a day? You didn't check my room? Of course I did. I knocked on the door first, but there was no answer. Unbelievable. Even if I don't believe it, I've been blown up by the time for more than a day. And I've been still for more than 24 hours. Ugh. Well, Maida-kun, are you okay? It's nothing. I'm sorry I worried you, but more than that, the investigation, we have to... So hungry that I'm about to go crazy. Besides, I've been lying over a day, so I don't have the strength anymore. Pyro okay? She can't be okay. The same goes for the others. I'm sick of this now. This ballroom, I want to get out. You're barely holding on. So come back to the usual, Maida-kun. Wake up. I have no more power to answer anyone. Kako. Oh. Okay, she doesn't want to talk. I don't think she has energy to talk anyway. Satsuki, are you good? How do you have the energy to run around, Satsuki? Oh, Yuki, I see this. A butterfly. There's a butterfly. Yep. When did you come in? Butterfly's here. Butterfly's there. Okay, she's hallucinating. I did nothing wrong. I did nothing wrong. I did nothing wrong. Okay. You think I'll die in a place like this? No one here. But Maida, I've been looking for you, dude. Suddenly disappearing like that? Huh? But why was I looking for you? I forgot because I'm hungry. Wait, who are you? Is it really Maida? Maybe you're a fake Maida transformed into a real one, right? Maybe I'll bite you once and check to make sure. Arsenal. Here there are many weapons. A human being can turn into a corpse in a single moment. Many weapons. It's one moment. If you put up with that one moment, you can escape from here. Gah! Maida, I don't know why you come here during the day, but... Was it for this? Thinking of useless thoughts? Kinjo. What was I doing just now? Were you trying to kill unconsciously? You ran at full speed to pick up a gun. No way. Did I try to kill you? Yeah. That's so... No. Oh. I came back a little from my sense after Kinjo's interruption, but soon I began to feel hazy again due to the tremendous hunger and tiredness of my own stomach. I don't intend to tolerate this, but I understand. It would be weird to not go crazy in this situation. I would too. What? Oh. Ugh. I will forgive you with that for now. Originally, you would have certainly been sanctioned. I'll solve this sooner or later. Thanks for the punch, Kinjo. My mouth is tingly. 2 or 3 teeth seem to have been broken. Kinjo, this guy, why is he so strong? And thanks to him, I came back to my own thoughts now. I don't know what happened to me during that time yesterday, but I'm never gonna be engulfed by despair anymore. In order to do that, first off... Everyone, sorry to call you here so suddenly. It's okay. Is it time to eat? I'm hungry, come on. Yes, Maeda seems to have been shopping with at the supermarket, so we can eat with him. Everyone, wake up, you're making stories up. So then, what did you call us? Looks like everyone seems to have a very difficult time because of extreme hunger. If I don't do this somehow as soon as possible. We're all here in the same situation here. It's been over a week already. Everyone's gonna reach their limit because of their hunger. Now, I think it would be better to investigate and escape or to abandon that thought. We need a heart policy in the sense of letting everyone think all together. A heart policy? Like what? It's getting hard to sit down. I'm hungry. Calm down. Let's think about this first. I think this is probably our last chance. If more time passes, we won't be able to think and we'll just be waiting to die. Yeah, well said, Maeda. Teruya? A policy. I waited for that word to come out. I have a very funny idea. What? You people have to sacrifice for everyone. What? Let's draw 2 players by lot. The victim role and the culprit role. The criminal role kills the victim role, and they get executed and dies. Monokuma said that suicide is not allowed, but this isn't a suicide at all, isn't it? Is it really the act of another person killing another one okay or not? You this? I'm not hungry and listening to hallucinations right now. What did you just say, Teruya? That we sacrificed 2 people in order to save the rest? This bastard. No matter how hard it is, there are things to be said and things you shouldn't. Oh yeah? Think whatever you want. I have a paper and pen here. With this, write down one person you want to vote as a culprit, and one you want as a victim. Hey, Teruya! Or he could try to go towards Teruya in anger. It was a few days ago, but as he did, he sat down in the chair because he had not eaten anything. What do you guys think? No matter how much you look at it, there's no way to get out, other than this, right? Teruya, what's wrong with you all of a sudden? You were not like this before. I wouldn't be like this in normal times, although this is not an ordinary situation at all. Now, take the paper. Teruya. I think Teruya's opinion is fine. Hey, you're Nami, not you too. We all just been fighting here all the time. Our relationship gets worse, and then everyone is gonna die together. I'd rather sacrifice myself so you all can live. What are you talking about? All of us here are gonna get out without missing anyone. It isn't the same because you're all hungry right now. Think better. I think we have to make a decision now. This way, although it's wrong too, we really stay like this, we all die. Drop dead. I don't like the thought of that. Akane, but this way... No. We can't be cannibalized in despair. Everyone. Is that really the only way to do this? Rather than someone committing a murder out of malice, it may be better to make some sacrifices by agreeing this way. However... By the way, how come you got a paper? I thought Monokuma took all our belongings. I always carry extra paper and pens in my pockets when I change to my party outfit. I put what was in my original clothes. I see. Then I will write it down now. Write it and pass the pen, because there's only one. Hey, wait, you guys! What the heck are you doing? Saying whatever you want? Is everyone going crazy now? But this way is the best, maybe. Maida, even you. Wake up, guys. You can't do this. Suffering from continued hunger, sharpened nerves, a relationship that was breaking apart because of the one desire to end it all. Normal thinking becomes impossible. Maybe Monokuma was aiming for this all along. So when I tried to get the paper from Teruya without realizing, then... What a show. Kinjo. You, what are you here for? Didn't you say you wouldn't be with us? Look at your own situation now. Are you trying to agree with each other and decide who should die? What a great murder plan. Wrong. All of these guys are just insane because of their hunger. You aren't the type to do such a thing. There's no other way. Kinjo, please, how can we survive? I didn't want to ask you for anything, but... There's no one else to trust except you. Maida has turned weird, damn it. If you stay, I'll do whatever to follow. So please save us. You can do it. Can you? Did you give up too? There's one thing, a way around it. Of course, a way that does not involve to kill. What? That can't be. How do you propose to solve this situation? Damn, what is going on? Wait, Kinjo, what are you doing? Why a gun? Why? It's just something I found in the arsenal. Who would know that? When did you hand us a pistol? Oh shit. This is the only salvation. I'll give every one of you one pistol. We shall use it. Let's all commit suicide together. With an insane laugh, it wasn't Kinjo at all. Cold sweat, mad eyes. He wasn't in the proper mind right now either. I could see that Kinjo was in a more crazy state than any of us. Oh shit. What bullshit? Are you crazy? You... Wrong guy. You guys are the ones crazy. You're trying to kill someone. It's better to scrape and die than killing people and getting out of here. Then why didn't you just do it yourself? Why are you telling us to commit suicide? Even if I'm comfortable with committing this act, there's a 100% chance that all of you will remain to commit a murder. So I'm gonna see you all commit suicide, and then I'll die. Don't you want to have responsibility to the end? This maniac asshole. Ugh. You better not think about rebelling. I'm going to make you all commit suicide by force. You think you guys, high school students, can beat me in the real world? Kabazing! Don't be ridiculous. You're gonna force suicide. That's just murder. This is attempted murder. Even if this is treated as murder, you guys also plan to kill to vote for someone to kill. Am I wrong? Didn't I tell you that a killer is no longer a human? You can't just kill in order to live. And even if this is a sin, it's okay, because I'll immediately follow you guys. Don't come near me. This is criminal. Oh, are you going to rebel? Teruya, you were the one who I heard from the outside and choose for a victim. If you had made such an offer, you would have been prepared to die. Would you be scared of suicide? You just want to be safe at the expense of others, isn't that right? Save me, I don't want to die. It's not me who's gonna kill. You are on your own. So who wants to start? Come on, kill yourself. Kinjo, stop it. Maida, you tried to find weapons in the arsenal a while ago. You even had the desire to agree with Teruya. In many ways, it's disappointing. Grab that crazy Kinjo. Akane Taira, I don't want to see you even if you're a woman. It's even more than a woman with a history of attempted murder like you. Huh. Oh! Kabazing! It's a waste of time. Besides, I've also left the limit of my hunger. So I want to be comfortable soon. We better quit this useless battle and let us all become comfortable together. This decision is the only one to save you guys. Save us? Because you forced me to save you. As a result, I was rejected by you and made you think as a criminal. But now, only I can save you now. All together now, let's get out of this terrible reality. Freeing ourselves from suffering forever. Kinjo, you're out of your mind now. It's been a few days ago. You seemed odd ever since then. After Urahara's trial, as you question your own mindset. What? Until now, black and white have been clearly separated, with only one heart that wants to protect the people while carrying out your own justice. But you rebuked Urahara for committing murder with the same conviction. And when you heard Urahara's words to you and realized, other people think of yourself. To us, after the murder game began, no. After all the things you've done in your life. As a police officer, you have looked that way in the eyes of others. The more you thought about it, the more you couldn't figure out what to do. You realized all the things you've been doing so far were in vain, am I wrong? Shut up. It's not like you to use violence against us right now. Even asking everyone to commit suicide is proof that you can't control your own mind. I told you to shut up. You're talking about a subject you know nothing about. Maeda-kun. Just for a single moment, Kinjo, who was rushing to me without able to control his emotions, stumbled over the ground part of the carpet at ghostly timing. Now! Oh shit. What should we do? He's tied up now. Without missing our time when Kinjo lost his balance and fell, Tara rushed and used the tablecloth to snatch him. Now, Kinjo was completely prisoner-like, with no hands or feet and gagged on his mouth. Kinjo, this guy, I think he was really crazy. If we don't do this, he'll kill us all. We can't help it. Rather than kill Kinjo, he was trying to get us to commit suicide. That's it. It's not considered suicide at the point when you force someone to commit it. It's a big deal, by the way. It was hard to do this because I was hungry, but he was moving so violently that it was really dangerous just now. Somehow, we had to... Kabazing, don't overdo it. You were hit pretty hard. It's not because my wounds hurt. My stomach, I think the gastric juice is refluxing. Because of Kinjo, he consumed more stamina, which was insufficient even if we were spared from the situation. In order to overcome this, we have to take a policy. But that means that we can only make extreme choices like Teruya or Kinjo. Because of that choice, my physical strength is exhausted. And if we try to escape somehow, it would be hard to get back again. None of us have already been able to come up with a solution. Hey, what do we do about Kinjo? It's dangerous to leave him. First, at my Kinjo's room, lock the door and drop him there. But if we lock it, how will Kinjo come out with his hand and feet tied up? We won't be able to open it from the outside. Is it really the time to worry about Kinjo? Even our lives and deaths are unclear. Just like our lifetime here. Teruya, don't sound so useless. I'll have the key to Kinjo's room. Later, if our situation is resolved, I'll give it back. So what do we do from now? Let's think of each one separately. Because otherwise you guys are gonna go wild like Kinjo or Teruya again. Why did you only mention me? The paper said you guys were agreeing too. Shut up already, Teruya. I want to crush your face right now, but I'm holding on to it because I feel like I'll die on the spot if I use up my stamina anymore. Let's see what Kabashikawa suggests. Just because everyone's thinking head here, I don't think we'll find a solution like this. And just like that, another meaningless day passed. It was a contradiction and I couldn't think of a solution that didn't come to my mind, even if we think about it together. Gradually, my stomach was at its limit. It didn't seem strange even if I died right away. If you let go of my mind a little bit, I would close my eyes and die. I saw myself only to think at this point. It was morning. I didn't know if it's okay or not, or is it just an unpleasant feeling like there's a noise in my head. Already, my body was not like mine. As to prove it, regardless of my will, my body started to move. Somewhere. I'm going somewhere. I have to go. Not this way. Oh, arsenal? The arsenal. Inside the tightly closed door full of inspiration. Such a closed place, there are only clues that help overcome the situation. Why didn't I realize there was a way to get out from this suffering so easily? Reason and morality have already been gone out the window. Rather than waiting to die like this, Eh? The arsenal was locked? No, I don't remember seeing a lock on the door to the arsenal. The door cannot be locked. Why does it open? What's with the fuss, Maida? Teruya, hey there. The arsenal door doesn't open. What? Who locked it? It couldn't have been locked. The door to the arsenal doesn't have a lock mechanism. Someone blocked it from something from the inside. Help me open this. Okay. Oh, what's that sound? I think something broke inside. The thing that was blocking the door inside seemed to be broken. Will it open now? Yeah, I think so. What? At that moment of opening the door, my view was filled with a huge noise. I couldn't see anything and I couldn't hear anything. Was it a flashbang grenade that's common in FPS games? Felt like I was hit by that. It becomes impossible to know the top or bottom, left and right. And it becomes impossible to tell whether you're standing or falling. As time passed and as my eyesight and hearing gradually recovered, the figure of Teruya and myself began to be engraved on the eyeballs by something coming from the floor. What? It's smoky. My eyes are still weird. The tears don't stop, damn it. Who's doing this prank? Teruya, there's something inside. I still couldn't walk properly because my head was ringing. I walked into the arsenal as if I was hooked by something, because there was a familiar smell that I've sensed a lot in the past few weeks in the sixth sense of the smoke. Yeah, there's no doubt this is blood. As soon as I smelled it, my mind freezes. I couldn't accept reality when the arsenal, the cruel reality, was engraved into my eyes. Who is it? Oh shit! Haru's dead. Shit. With no vitality left in their life, I opened my eyes to his empty dead eyes. The cruel reality of the death of Haruhiko Kobashikawa, the ultimate pilot. Haruhiko died. Another terrifying murder took place. The others came running soon due to the noise of the flashbang and the thick smoke, and then the body discovery announcement came out. After these shocking things happened in an instant, we were... Oh wow, got food. Eating like crazy. I ate food so vehemently as if trying to relieve my resentment. After Haruhiko's body was being discovered, Monokuma immediately provided us with food. There were so many we could eat as much as we wanted to eat. Since a murder has occurred, we have to investigate and of course have a class trial. But before all of this was eating. After eating as much as possible to recover our stamina, we must do our best to find the culprit who killed Haruhiko. To find the culprit who couldn't stand hunger and killed a friend who continued to eat. As Haruhiko left us, there was only 7 people left in this place. Now we are with Kinjo and Mikaru here while filling our stomachs. Everyone didn't say anything as if it was because of the shock or because they had food in front of them they haven't seen for days, except for one, Uranami. Haru, why Hey, why are you being so noisy? Eat or cry, just do one at a time. I'm sorry. Oh, but I'm sad. What can I do? It was Satsuki, who's the most close like family to Haruhiko, so she must have been the most saddened by the loss of him. Satsuki, who tried to stay as bright as possible in any situation, couldn't stand crying. Guys, listen while eating. I have a confession to make before we investigate. Actually, I was swayed a few times that I would do the killing myself a few days ago. I went in and out of the arsenal countless times. I don't have a face to show. I'm really sorry. It was Maida-kun's fault. Anyone would have been swayed by it. Actually, I hesitated again and again. Yeah, it would be weird not to go crazy. I've just been picking people to die. I've been crazy, very mad, and even though I was crazy, I deserve to die 1,000 times more than Haruhiko. Kabazing. It's not anyone's fault. The bad one is Monokuma, trying to make a murder take place. We have no choice but to go on trial again. I'm satisfied. I've eaten now, so I'll begin investigating. I'll ask you to investigate as well, because you're not out of the crisis from dying because you can't fail the trial, can you? Wait a minute, Kinjo. What do you want? Why are you so calmly asking for cooperation? And don't you have anything to say? Weren't you the one who forced people to commit suicide because you were completely out of your mind? You're not gonna say you don't remember, do you? After making a turmoil and being crazy. Didn't I tell you this? I won't treat you like criminals only in the case of a class trial, because I want to cooperate as much as possible. And I was crazy? I don't seem to remember that. Are you trying to fake it? We almost died because of you. Don't be mistaken. It's just that I don't have any crazy memories. I'm not soft enough yet to blow my mind only because I was hungry. Huh? Kinjo, wait a second. To say you're not crazy, insane, did you mean that? What about it? In your mind after thinking, you really try to kill us? In that situation, there was only one way to solve it without murder. That's crazy. You were hungry and sleeping, and he was always crazy. Am I the one being suspected? I just acted to save you guys who didn't want to become preliminary criminals. What do you mean save? Death is not eternal rest. What is this? A cult of religion? You want a word of apology from me? For me to say an apology means admitting that I did something wrong and expressing my apology. I did nothing wrong here. If you're looking for apologies, you guys should be the ones to do it. You tied me up and confined me. Right now, we're going back and forth in the trial now. But at least I know how to take responsibility for my actions. You damn... Teruya, stop it. Kinjo, just as I thought, you're being very strange now. You simply hate crime, but it's not just that. The mood has completely changed from before. Kinjo himself doesn't know what's best for anyone. Because of that, you're being weird, isn't it? I told you to shut up, Maeda. Whatever both sides say, it remains on the verge of a class trial anyway. Focus on the investigation, not on this bullshit. Kinjo gets mad like that. It's really strange, as Maeda-kun said. That guy, what happened? Why is he acting like that? Just a few things. Well, maybe it's for the best. As he said, the fact that we're on the verge of a class trial remains the same. Don't think just because you're free from here it's all over. Damn it, why does it have to be like this? Maeda, I understand you have mixed feelings, you guys are right. But for now, let's focus on the investigation. No. Sasuke, you too. For Haru's sake, okay? Yeah, okay. Prior to the investigation, we changed from our party outfits to our casual clothes that we no longer needed to wear. As a result, I was able to recover my student handbook and made it easier to move. Although Haruhiko's death was the cause of our escape, it would be in vain if the truth was not revealed at the subsequent class trial. It's the same story all over again. Kinjo, there were many problems ahead. But as my friend said, let's focus on the problem in front of us. The class trial is not to be taken lightly at all, and not to face it with thoughts that would disrupt our reasoning. I'll have to investigate from here on out as well. It was the arsenal where the body was found. It was a lot better than before, when the smoke was still in full view at the time the door was open. Haruhiko always trying to stay bright and keeping us from dying. I have a different mind when my heart thinks about my friends. Even at this time when I was in the ballroom, everyone was going crazy and our reasoning was erasing from our minds. Even though I was on the verge to kill, why did you end up like this? I'll reveal them. Because of his death, we are alive. I'll never make your death in vain. I'll survive for Haruhiko's sake. Smell. This is the source of the smoke. It was a military smoke screen that was often used for strategic purposes in modern warfare, as it was on the ground and still spreading a little bit of smoke from it. Also close to the smoke bomb, there was a flash grenade that had been used and became an empty steel barrel. Flashbang and smoke screen. These were also... When Teria and I opened the door at first to the arsenal this morning, in an instant, a tremendous light and sound came upon me. At the same time, smoke screen spread like a mist. Looking at this far, no matter what I think, these grenades can be affirmed as the cause of the situation. The question is who? Who would do this? And what happened while we were confused? Was it also the culprit? In the most realistic case, when we opened the arsenal, the killer was already inside the arsenal. Even if it was estimated from the time of death of Haruhiko, the timing was right. In an absolute soundproofed arsenal, no matter how loud it was, it would have been impossible to be noticed. There's only one entrance to the arsenal. In order to escape, they would have no way but to meet us outside. Was the smokescreen and flashbang used to avoid that encounter? However, when I recall the situation in the morning, it would be difficult to say that a person would artificially come out at the same time you open the door. Oh no, wait. This is... A thick wooden plank was stuck in the inner handle of the arsenal door, and now it was in a state of being doubled towards the opening of the door. Something that I heard right before opening the door from Teria this morning. It looks like it was this wooden board. The overall development that can be inferred so far is the thick plank was clasped in the door of the arsenal. The flash and smoke grenades were both placed on the plank. If that happens when you forcefully open the door from the outside, the board gets crushed and the placed grenades fall to the floor. That shock triggered the grenades. But something felt weird. In the end, it was meant to be used by the killer to get out of the arsenal through an enormous light and sound. Was it necessary to use this cumbersome method? I can't even guess what the killer's goal was. And that was what I was thinking. Either they threw the bombs down and ran out, which would be super tough, or they set it up so that the bombs will go off when the door opens. Either way, I don't know if the killer was already inside the room when they were here. We'll see. Huh? Suddenly, while investigating the corner of the wall, I saw something out of place. This gun. Why is it so far away in the corner of the room? I picked it up on the floor and checked it. I felt the heavy, peculiar feeling of how real it was, but I couldn't find anything particularly strange. It's just a gun that doesn't change much like the other guns that are on display. Is it just a little far away? Maida, what are you doing? Huh? What is it, Teria? You shouldn't take your hands off the gun right now. Wait, this must be some misunderstanding. Let's just try to investigate over here. That gun, it will blow up. Eh? Blow up? What are you talking about? What are you doing? Better to kill. It's a shame for me to tell you this, but it'd be a big deal if I were in your shoes right now. So never touch that gun. That's not it. I was just trying to investigate this. This is a misunderstanding. Why would I try to kill you? Eh? You weren't trying to shoot me? That's right. So what did you mean by just blowing up? Oh, okay. What the heck? What? Teria's behavior is strange, but according to his words, this could be dangerous, so I put the pistol in its original position and decided to leave it alone. However, Teria's strange remarks feels like something odd. I'll take note of it. How strange. Okay. This is a pistol. It's located in the middle of the vicinity of Haruhiko. Then this pistol could be the weapon that killed Haruhiko. Or so I thought, but soon I realized it was wrong. The guns are all scattered on the floor. There was only one gun that fell on the floor. Perhaps it was the criminal's actions. Most of the guns fell to the floor and were mixed randomly. From this point on, I don't know which gun was the one that directly killed Haruhiko. It would be difficult to conclude that this is the gun that we used for the killing just because it was the closest one. It seems that the guns were all scattered in order to prevent the real one to be found. I should check things out. Targeting this body. It's no different from our friends who have died so far. It's cold, empty eyes. You are alive today because you're dead. If you think this is absurd, there was no way that Haruhiko, who had passed away in such a devastating manner, would answer me. The class trial still remains. If you can't find the culprit who killed you, we will all die. By all means, I'll find the one who killed you, Haruhiko. I won't make your death in vain. After expressing minimal condolences to Haruhiko, as if making a prayer, I began to investigate his body. First, the fatal wound that can be considered as the direct cause of death must be a gunshot wound to the chest. In the case of friends who have died so far, if they used a hammer, a knife, or a plasma weapon, that makes the murder weapon bloody. In the case of Haruhiko, it was because Monokuma prepared an arsenal. He was shot because the treasure provided an inspiration to kill him. However, I don't really know how to deal with this, as ordinary students like me don't have the slightest idea of how one feels as being shot. The murder weapon is a gun. Even if it was a gun, what kind of gun was it? And in addition to the gunshot wound in the chest, there's something suspicious. Haruhiko's right hand. His right hand was devastatingly destroyed so much that I couldn't see it with my eyes open. It was literally destroyed. The index and middle fingers were completely amputated. Ew. And the remaining fingers were torn to pieces in the skin. Haruhiko got his wound from being shot to the chest, but what in the world happened to the wound on his right hand? No matter how much I think about it, I don't think my hand would look like this. If I was shot by a bullet rather than a gun, it's like I got caught in the dynamite-like explosion. It gets a little seared when I look at it closely. I wonder what kind of gun was it that shot Haruhiko? It is urgent that we find out the identity of the object that caused the wound on the right hand. But no more noticeable clues, and I couldn't see any more of my friend's terrible body, so I decided to stop and get up. Oh, Maeda-kun, welcome back. Monokuma, how are you here? Yeesh, why are you treating me so harshly? I served you a meal as promised, didn't I? Did you eat your food? I don't have time for your nonsense jokes with you. Disappear. Why are you so angry, I wonder? Anyways, I've forgotten something, so I came to deliver it to you. It's the Monokuma file. Alright. Big reaction. Maeda-kun, you baka. Mulberry. Monokuma file 4. It's already the 4th file. No, let's stop thinking like that. The only option is to think about the case. Let's go. The victim is Haruhiko Kobashikawa. The estimated time of death is around 6 AM. The body was found in the arsenal. The cause of death was excessive bleeding due to a gunshot wound to the right chest. In addition, the index finger and middle finger of his right hand were ruptured and broken. Gunshot wound. From the first time I saw the arsenal at the ballroom, I guessed it vaguely, but in this fact, the intake seems to be a gun. The time of death here is around 6 AM. The time was lost when I spent it in the ballroom, but when I went to the dormitory to change my clothes a little earlier, I checked the current time was around 9 AM. That means Haruhiko's death was less than 3 hours. I got up after listening to this announcement at 7 AM this morning, so the incident really happened quite early this time. This time, the time of death is properly written, and I guess the cause of death too. I was trapped in the Monokuma file for the previous case. There was confusion of the time because it didn't write down whether it was AM or PM, but fortunately there seems no doubt about this Monokuma file. That's it. This Monokuma file is just that. No special clues to be found in it. No, at least we can know the estimated time of death. Let's take a note of it. I couldn't see it properly because of the smoke, but when I suddenly stopped to look at it, I could find that there was an unnatural blood stain on the floor. Blood traces danced throughout the arsenal, as if Haruhiko wandered around the arsenal after being shot. What is this unnatural blood stain? It's only obvious that it's Haru's blood, but rather than trying to run away after being shot just by looking at the blood spots, it seems as if he was trying to move the arsenal all over the place. Simply put, it was so bizarre. Is it reasonable to assume that this degree of descriptive blood was made by the killer, dragging Haruhiko unconscious? Well, for now I can only think of it as a possibility, but there must be some reason for the blood to be left in this way. Yeah, it's all over the place. And all the guns are on the floor, so... Kinjo. Maeda. In the end, I can't hide the awkward move. Kinjo told me to focus on the investigation, but I was still worried about it. Yes. Do you have anything to ask about the case? Eh? Well, I mean, Haruhiko's body, he wasn't killed instantly, right? Indeed. In fact, there is a hole in the chest and even in the Monokuma file. It's said to be an excessive bleeding death due to a gunshot wound. A gun. Until now, thanks to the layout of the school, there were murders with items that would be common in everyday life. First things there would be a person who was shot to death. It's fine. You guys might not be familiar, but I do have my fair share of gunshots. Is there something you don't know? It's fine to ask. Is it because of the incident happened? Even though there was a conflict less than 24 hours ago, Kinjo wasn't much different from the way he usually treats me. Well, maybe it's the gun, but in the chest wound. Would it be better to see this as an immediate death? No, I don't think Haruhiko was close to immediate death. Huh? Why is that? Even if it was on the chest, it's not the heart, it's the right chest. The bullet passed through the body. Since it wasn't struck, it would have been possible to move for a short time, rather than die immediately. It wasn't stuck, means it penetrated the body. Wouldn't it be more dangerous then? There are surprisingly many people who think that way, but in reality, it's better for a bullet to pass through the body than being stuck in it. There are 3 types of layer damage to a body. One is bleeding, another is burning. The last one is the impact of a bullet's kinetic energy. If you look at one by one, it is difficult to inflict great damage due to a small surface area. In case of burns, and it is rare that from excessive bleeding you die immediately. But the story of a shock caused by the kinetic energy is different. Mine. If you get hit with a fist or a bat, it will be difficult to move due to the impact, right? That's, well, even if you're an ordinary person who doesn't even have special training. That would be even worse. Similarly, when a bullet gets stuck inside the body, all the kinetic energy turns into shock energy, creating an instantaneous large space in the body. The fact that this space has been created means the body has been greatly shocked. This shock will cause negligible damage and damage to the surrounding organs as well. Really? I'm not sure what you mean exactly, but anyways, that means penetration is a better alternative than getting stuck, right? That's what it means. In fact, in some foreign countries, there are bullets that split the form part of the bullet and causes fragments that get stuck in the body. It's terrible. Bullets such this. It was a fatal injury to be hit by this bullet, whether it was stuck or it was pierced in the body. Especially in the case of Haruhiko, as Maeda said, the chest was hit. But even if it was pierced, there was a high possibility that a hole in his lungs was pierced through. As I said before, it's only less shocking. He must have died shortly after having difficulty breathing and bleeding. It's hard, but it should only be cheap for the wicked. Unless it's an extreme game. This is an extreme situation. There doesn't really seem like a need to be talked about. Anyway, I'll move on to another place since the arsenal has been roughly investigated. Make sure to investigate carefully if you find something. Let me know, Maeda. Kinjo, there was an incident yesterday and he seemed a lot unstable recently, but it seems everything's okay because of the current one. Was it only me that had a hard time to deal with it? Seriously, Kinjo is a completely different person from the first time we met. The time he was hostile to us and the time of the investigation. For now, let's check what Kinjo told me. I didn't really understand it at all, but in summary, it's better to be pierced from the bullet than having it stuck. In Haruhiko's case with the latter. Was it like this? What is this? First, there was no distinction from the tin blood on the floor, but when I looked closely, I felt something. It was like the remnants of something other than blood was stuck on the floor. A gun? Is it really? It was so disastrously destroyed that there was almost no form left. I almost thought of a gun from form of parts. It wasn't just because of the destruction, but a large amount of blood with each piece of it. Because of the lighting on the floor, it was difficult to see it clearly. How can it be destroyed this way though? Oh, is that what Teruya was talking about? The gun blowing out? It's like seeing a bloody octopus. No, that doesn't make sense. Observing the remains of the destroyed gun, I suddenly found something noticeable. This gun is loaded with bullets. In my mind, I checked around the other guns, but all of the magazines were empty. For this to be the only one destroyed, a small number of bullets were loaded. The arsenal is basically unloaded, and the bullets were loaded separately are stuck in the magazine. Because of these conditions, and the fact that the only one loaded with a bullet is this gun means there's a possibility that this is the murder weapon. It sounds like a pretty important clue, so let's be careful to remember this. There's blood splattered in this area too. What? Eh? I was trying to check the condition of the gun in the display. There was blood on the display, but when I looked up close, I witnessed an even more grotesque sight. Oh, yikes. Fingers? It was human fingers, no matter how you look at it. And of course, the owner of these fingers must... Haru. I know Haru's body had a ruptured hand in addition to the gunshot wound in the chest. Among them, his index finger and middle finger fell off from it. His fingers lie here as proof. But why are his fingers here? At first glance, it was far away from Haruhiko's body. In the shape of the blood, it seems like he began to walk after his fingers got cut. No, it's the opposite. It's likely that this was rather his body was moved. Despite taking a glance on the floor, I should consider the possibility that the killer moved the body for some reason. Maybe the gun exploded and his fingers flew away with it. I don't know. That's what I think so far. Fukawa, you were here. What about the arsenal investigation? I did it roughly. You aren't supposed to do it roughly. Fine. I want you to listen to me. Huh? There's a problem with the alibis. During dawn, I kept monitoring the hallway. You were Kurokawa? Are you okay? I didn't really know, but you could have died because of hunger. It's okay. I'm used to it. You're used to it. Anyways, about the alibis. My room is right next to the arsenal. Unfortunately, because of the soundproof, I couldn't hear anything inside the arsenal. Only the sound of the arsenal door opening and closing could be heard. That means you saw it? You saw who went into the arsenal? I heard the sounds. I couldn't see them from this room, but I could see the moment when they were passing by the door of my room. Isn't that right next to the arsenal anyway? If I had passed in front of Kurokawa's room and headed to the arsenal... No. This is the hallway on the left side in front of the arsenal. Due to the structure of the ballroom, you turn to the other side and enter the arsenal. You can move without seeing the eyes of Kurokawa. That's right, but at least I've seen a few people that entered the arsenal. Really? Who are them? One is Haruhiko. And the other? The rest, I'll tell you in the trial. Suddenly I thought about investigating. Oh, okay. Still a weird girl as usual, but thanks to Kurokawa, this case can be solved fairly easily. Apart from that, I'm worried about Kurokawa's health. She usually looks weak and nervous, but this time she couldn't even sleep or eat at all. I hope she's okay. Oh man, Kinjo, what are you doing in the front of the door? Maida, you're here. There was something I was gonna check right now, but if it's okay, why don't we check it together? What are we looking for? We're looking at it. It's open. Was it this room? Indeed, it was from Haruhiko Kobashikawa's corpse. I borrowed the key from him for a while. Because this is an incident in a closed space with limited movement, it's better to search everywhere as possible. Decide to follow Kinjo and investigate Haru's room. This room is no different from my room, shockingly enough. Maida, look at this. There's something of interest here. Eh? Some kind of paper. To Haruhiko, I have something to say. If you read this, why don't you come to the arsenal? I'm not gonna kill you. I hope you believe me. I'll be waiting. This is... Whew. The letter was written by the killer. It's the same method as when Maki was killed. Besides, this letter wasn't torn like last time. It's proof that the culprit couldn't even mess with it. However, this seems a little more than what it takes. What it takes? I'll ask you, Maida. After reading this, would you go to the arsenal? Huh? I mean... By the time this letter was sent, they would kill me. Just after we hit each other and fought. In that situation, if I received a letter like this from you... That was also the way Mitsuhiro Higa used putting a letter down the door. Down the door? How can you even know that? Can't you tell by a glance? There's no reason to meet face to face and give a letter. There's no other way to send a letter in a locked room like this. It's definitely the first time anyone thinks of calling themselves out for murder. But why did Haruhiko go directly to the arsenal? Well, but couldn't it have been that they didn't know because it was impossible to think normally? I mean, just before we went crazy, well, we were already crazy. If you look at the source of that man, this is due to being starved and dying because he couldn't eat food, and the fear that someone might kill you. In other words, it's because of the self-defense fear of death. I don't want to die. So you'd rather judge things related to death more rationally than usual in extreme situations. Still, the question remains. Why did Haruhiko go through death's door by all means? Is it because they believed it? What? Haruhiko probably believed. He believed that there was no one in our group that could commit a murder. They believed until the very end. We were all on the verge of releasing the strings of reason, but it was different for Haruhiko. He was the same. He wasn't sane, but he still opposed the idea of murder to the end. Kinjo, you did that too, right? He didn't want to ask you, but we've all gotten weird. He pled you to do something, because Haruhiko was like that. Even if they were insane, he would have trusted a friend and go straight to the arsenal. Such stupidity. That's not worth of the word trust. It's like jumping into death without being able to judge the situation. What's with that face? Were you hoping to get closer to me? Did you want me to be impressed by saying this was your way of showing your trust to others? Well, look at the result. He died because of that stupidity. That's the reason I'm far away from people like this. Kinjo. Enough. We're investigating now. We can't get excited over personal feelings. Well, whether Haruhiko acted that way because of a mischief is well, it was held. But this letter is an important clue in the end. Just finding this gives us great achievement. There seems to be nothing else special in this room other than this. I'll leave and check another place then. Let's see each other at the class trial. I thought he was okay, but Kinjo's after all having doubts on his mind. If this class trial ends safely and we all survive, we have to seriously talk about Kinjo's state. Already? Oh, shit. Hello, can everyone hear me? It's already time. Anyway, it happened only inside the ballroom, so there's not much to investigate, right? Now then, everyone, please gather in front of the entrance to the courtroom. So it's already the end of the investigation. No matter how much I do this, it's too short. Damn, I don't think I've recovered my sensitivity yet on my body. It can't be helped. I did my best to investigate it as much as I could. All that remains is what we have investigated so far. I have no choice but to guess the killer with everyone else. No clue. Everyone's here. Yes. Oh, Maid is here? Then let's start the trial. Only the tension is flowing, the mood terribly awkward. While in the ballroom, the world of a lawless land was so colorless and hard. Above all, the number of people was too small. 7 people including me. Besides, one of us is the culprit who killed Haruhiko. Even if this trial is safely handed over, the criminal will be executed and only 6 people remain. 6. It's a number that didn't feel real. When was our head count been reduced to this extent? Looks like everyone has gathered. Well, it's easier to manage people since the numbers have been reduced, but isn't everyone's tension too low? Events that are washed out like this class trial are more likely, you know? It's no fun because there's no reaction at all. Jeez. Now then, it's already the 4th time, right? This is the start of a fun class trial, so get on the elevator. Whatever the case, I have to go beyond this class trial. The later issues are for later. Everyone has their faces as if they were determined to do something even in an awkward mood. Different thoughts intersect each other. We run into a hell called a class trial once again. Then I'll open the door. Let's go. At first I saw that this elevator was so narrow that it felt full, but now it's so wide. I looked at the 6 others than me, in heavy silence one by one. Kinjo's not in complete trial mode. In this state, Kinjo does a 180-degree change. He only uses his head to break through the events before his eyes. Is it because of our mood that it looks like there's an anxious expression somewhere? Uranami, who has not lost her bright appearance at any time, she was still unable to escape from her shock of losing Haru. She wasn't the same. She wasn't the same Satsuki anymore, and her shaggy appearance made even the beholder's heart ache. Kurokawa was always the same. She just stayed consistent with silence, and I couldn't even tell what she was thinking. Haru looked very tired. She doesn't want to lose any more friends, and she doesn't want to go through class trials anymore. A kind of heart seemed to linger on her face. Teruya was restless after the incident. I may feel that Teruya's behavior is strange, but if you think about it, Teruya was like this every trial, so it's not unusual. Hikaru wasn't saying that she'd watch his shovel as usual, but she was thinking of something unfamiliar to Hikaru, like something unexpected even for her. Is there anything that we're gonna stuck in this case? Different thoughts and different beliefs crossed between each other. At that point, where there were only 7 people left, we were thinking differently, but we have to overcome this. A hell-like 4th class trial. The elevator stops, as if we had made an appointment and stepped at the same time without a special signal. Towards a very familiar courtroom. You're here! I was waiting! How are you guys? It's been a long time, hasn't it? It was just right after the murder happened a while ago, though. Nah, I mean meeting me as the judge. Well, it's been more than a week since the last trial. Instead of that, this presiding judge is more stylish than usual. Don't be useless and start the damn thing already. Shocked. Well, I've always neglected, but this time it's getting more thorns. Don't you think so, Maeda-kun? I don't care. Start as Makaru said already. Even Maeda-kun is rude to me. This could be a sign to represent your heartache. And I'll start as you want. Now, shall we start right away? To cover the truth of the prolonged stay in the ballroom incident for more than a week, we had the all-exciting, heart-pounding class trial. The only thing that's the same as usual is Monokuma. Each one of us were in serious mode, unlike usual. Hence in this trial, the feeling of losing a dear friend to us. The reasons were different, but in the end we came here for the class trial. Now, all that remains is to find the culprit by confronting all the clues, testimonies, and test our wits that we have. Haruhiko, our relationship with him was finally bonding us together in the middle. It was like a licorice in a drugstore. In Satsuki, he was always showed his bright side, and at the same time, his love for his friends was twice as deep as everyone else's. As a result, thanks to his death, we were able to eat and survive, but Haruhiko couldn't eat anymore. It was an unavoidable choice to live, but as a result, there's the culprit that killed Haruhiko. If we don't find them, we will all die in the end. The atmosphere of the court is filled with silence. Our trial finally begins. A life-threatening discussion, a life-threatening lie, a life-threatening betrayal, a life-threatening conclusion, a life-threatening defense, a life-threatening trust, a life-threatening class trial. Okay. I really don't know who it could be. First, let's start with a brief explanation of the class trial. The outcome of this class trial is decided by your votes. If you point out the blackened, only they will be punished. But, in case you point out the wrong person, then I'll punish everyone else besides the blackened, and the one who deceived everyone else can proudly leave the school. It finally started, the first class trial. One of us is the culprit that killed Haruhiko. You must find the culprit at all costs. Now then, please begin your discussion. Guys? Alright, yeah. Should we start discussing? Okay, we have to work hard, so where do we start with? Oh, what? The stuffy awkward mood. Well, it's not unreasonable because our conflict reached its peak. First, I think each of you will have a lot of things to say before the trial, and the feelings that you're feeling will be different. But now let's focus on the trial in front of you, aside from everything else. Just like we did before so far, haven't we? Kinjo. As Kinjo said, now it's the trial. Let's swallow what we have to say to each other for a moment, because survival is our priority right now. Huh, you don't take that for granted, do you? Let's get started already. Then, let's begin. Once we get the case sorted out, let's organize a series of events in chronological order based on what each knows. Hey, wait a minute. Before that, I have something to say just for a minute, please. What is it, Irinami? I'm the killer. Eh? Satsuki-chan? What did you say just now? I said I'm the killer. I'm the culprit who killed Haruhiko Kabashikawa. Don't play around, Irinami. What are you saying all of a sudden? It's not a joke. Are you serious? Don't make me laugh. Do you think that if you claim to be the criminal without physical evidence or logic, you'll become the culprit? But I really killed Haruhiko. It can't be. Stop making jokes, Satsuki-chan. You should explain one step at a time. If we listen and we're convinced, then we can really believe that you're the culprit. Suddenly, what is all this? Since the trial began, she said she was the culprit. For a normal culprit, they would never confess. But would Satsuki-chan really be the prison? What am I saying? But would Satsuki really be the culprit? Before making any judgments, let's first listen to Satsuki's story. Man. I don't know. I feel like it's either Teruya or Satsuki, because everyone else seems to be too important to die so soon. Sorry to Teruya and Satsuki, but yeah. Why are you claiming to be the culprit? Let's hear your reason. At dawn, Kobazin called me. I followed Kobazin. We went to the arsenal. And then, all by himself, he pointed a gun at me. I just shot him in self-defense. Can't be. It's usually the culprit and makes the victim Haruhiko himself called the culprit. But isn't that a little weird? Haruhiko was actually the one who was called. That clue proves it. Yeah. Haruhiko's the one who put the letter. Wait, Satsuki, Haruhiko called you? Isn't that odd? Is it weird? The victim Haruhiko called you, the culprit. That can't be it. Rather, the victim Haruhiko was called by the culprit and went to the arsenal. If you were the culprit, you would know. You were saying he was called by the killer? I don't know. That's ridiculous. The letter that was put in Haruhiko's room is what he's talking about. The contents are like this. To Haruhiko, I have something to tell you. If you read this, why don't you come to the arsenal? I'm not trying to kill you, I hope you believe me. I'll wait. Wow. If the contents of that letter are true, it makes no sense that Kabashikawa called Satsuki-chan and took it to the arsenal, right? It would be the opposite. That's right. But Satsuki said that she doesn't know much about this letter. The killer doesn't know the letter they sent. Nope, doesn't make sense. I don't know. What if it was manipulation? Yuki and Tsurugi wrote that letter that I didn't know and you're manipulating things now. Don't be a thickhead. Obviously this evidence came from Haruhiko's room. So, Irinami's not the culprit? Wrong, I really mean it. I'm the real culprit. Just looking at the current evidence to say that Satsuki's the culprit. It's hard to tell, but I want to make things a little more clear. Let's ask about it. Haruhiko's other room. Whose source is unknown to the evidence that only the culprit, only they must know. Okay. Satsuki, if you're really the culprit, there's one thing I want you to tell me. This isn't like the letter, but a direct clue to Haruhiko's body. So if you're the culprit, it's a clue that you must know. What's that? Haruhiko's right hand, you recall. His right hand was completely shattered. It's hard to say that this was a gunshot wound. If you're the culprit, can you tell me the true nature of this wound? I don't know. Why did his hand become that way? You don't have to talk anymore. You're not the culprit. Wait a second. I'm telling the truth. Why are you still claiming to be the killer? If it's real, even if Iranami's the culprit, you only get executed. I don't know what you're thinking, but this is not a joke. If Iranami unnecessarily confuses our reasoning and chooses the wrong killer, we will all die. Maybe. That might have been the purpose. What? She was close to Haruhiko Kabashikawa, who died this time, right? Apparently, it looks like she was in severe shock, unlike the usual one who talks at random. With that shock in mind, you were trying to make us follow Haruhiko Kabashikawa's fate. Isn't that right? That was it? Absolutely not. Of course, I'm really sad that Haru died, but I'm very much sane. Stop it, Iranami. We haven't even started a proper discussion yet. If the discussion goes on, the killer will be naturally revealed. If you're really the killer, you don't have to rush things. It'll all turn out okay. Satsuki-chan. Oh, alright then, let's discuss about it. Has it been roughly organized? You wasted my time on useless things. So let's start from the beginning again. When the case started to happen. Hold on a minute. Is it okay to wait 1 minute before that? In this case, can we assume that Iranami isn't completely the culprit? No, not necessarily. If Iranami is really the culprit, there's still a possibility there. That's it? We haven't started any reasoning yet. First, there's a possibility from what happened a little while ago, but maybe there's something up. And that way, they were excluding themselves from the suspect line. That had to be calculated. With Iranami's mind, it would be impossible to tell. Hey, you're treating me as a fool right now? I don't think it was on purpose. Quiet. First, as Kinjo says, let's summarize the unfolding of the case. Oh, right. Where can we start from the evening before the incident happened? Oh, that was when we... Maida-kun, Kabashikawa-kun, Otori-kun, and Satsuki-chan, Mikako-chan, and me. 6 people gathered at the restaurant. Maida-kun called us and... At the time, we were all at the limit of our hunger. And we all thought to come together and meet each other in the thought that we should somehow unfold our heart policy. At that time, Teruya suggested... I'll tell you, I wasn't really sane back then. That's what happened. It was my fault for being immature. What's this? I didn't even see your faces the day before the murder took place. I don't know this, so explain exactly what's going on. Teruya gave us a pen and paper to nominate 1 victim and 1 culprit. He asked for 1 person to vote. Since Monokuma banned suicide, it was a plan to set up the case at the expense of 2 people. That was really crazy. I'm so sorry. It's alright, it's all over now. We almost agreed to this plan too. It looks like the part I saw from there. I broke into the restaurant because the absurd plan was about to be implemented. Yeah, Kinjo-kun came in and handed out guns to each of us to commit suicide. What? Oh, no, nothing at all. Keep going. Well, that's when we started to fight back at Kinjo. And then we were lucky enough to catch him and was judged to be dangerous, so he couldn't move anymore. Oh my, sorry. I am so uneducated today. Continue. So? The problem starts after this. Thanks to Kinjo, the plan was halted, but there was no progress for the day. We locked Kinjo in the room and then went back to each room. Between this morning, Haruhiko died. I couldn't sleep all night, so I was staying with my eyes open. But I heard something outside in the morning, so I went out and Maida was asking for help, saying that the door was not opening. And when you somehow opened the door, you found the body? Yeah, that's right. This case is missing our eyes between the dawn hours and there's not much evidence, so we have no choice but to share information we know with each other. First, a few alibis can be established just by hearing about this. Alibis? Yes. So let's dig into the alibis one by one, alright? First off, it won't be a problem if I excluded myself from the suspect list since I was tied up, right? Oh, and certainly. Any idea where Kinjo commits the crime doesn't seem possible. I have an alibi too, Maeda and me. We were together when the BEA happened. So the ones who can be suspected as a criminal are Hikaru Taira, Irinami Kurokawa. It's those 4 people. I really don't have an alibi, but it's not me. Satsuki is the killer. You shut up already. Stop causing trouble. No more information than there is. Kinjo, wait, come to think of it, I think there was someone who knows the alibis during the Dawn trial. Someone who knows the alibis during Dawn in detail. Who is it? During the investigation, Kurokawa, she clearly testified to me that she had seen who went to the arsenal in the morning. Right, Kurokawa? Yes. What? If that's true, the culprit has already been revealed, right? You're noisy, be quiet. Hey, Dark Circles. So, who did you see? Kurokawa's room was right next to the arsenal, so she heard the arsenal's door opening and closing. Of course, the arsenal soundproofed, though she didn't hear the sounds from the inside. I don't think hearing only the sound is enough to be a direct witness testimony. No, I saw people passing by in front of my door. What? No way you've been walking the hallway all morning. Is that what you mean? Then, still, it's been difficult to stay sane in hunger, and walking the hallway all night without sleepers. However, that worked nicely in reverse. The culprit couldn't have thought that there must have been someone in the midst watching the corridor. That's a great achievement, Kurokawa. Still then, who passed by? Well, I don't know the exact time is unknown, but it was in this order. First, it was Haruhiko and Satsuki, from left to right. There was nothing open at this time. A little later, Satsuki went from right to left. She was alone at this time. A little later, after Irinami passed, Teruya went from left to right. A little later again, I heard the sound of the arsenal door, and Teruya went from right to left. And after a while, Haruhiko goes from right to left. Soon after, Haruhiko and Satsuki are together again. Wait a minute. I'm sorry, but wait a minute. I don't know what you're saying. I don't know what's left to right or right to left. Could you tell us a little more clearly? You're the only one who doesn't understand something so simple, aren't you? Don't cut the flow for no reason. Focus and listen. Don't be like that. I'm a little confused too. But let's listen to Kurokawa's story until the end and reorganize it in an easy to understand manner. Kurokawa said everything? Indeed. As you said, you can assume that the killer has already revealed themselves. At the time of the investigation, I didn't know this because Kurokawa didn't tell me properly, but this is definitely a tremendous amount of information. Hey, I want to join the discussion too, but can't you tell us a little bit more easily? Oh, sorry Taira, I'll organize it so it's easy to understand. But before that, there's something I want to check again. The location of the room each of us was using. If we know this, I think we can properly organize Kurokawa's information. Well, there's certainly something I want to do and need to move on. From what I roughly checked with each other during the investigation. Everyone remembers the structure of the corridor behind the ballroom where the rooms are listed, right? As you would know if you did a little closer examination, there was a small tag on the door of each room. And according to the tag, the rooms are distributed in this manner. Monokuma randomly gave us a key for each room, and from what I've investigated... Ooh. This is probably how each of us were located in each room. When we reconsider Kurokawa's testimony after arranging the distribution of each room used by each person in this way, we can see that a few suspects are eliminated. Well, I mean, I didn't understand Mikako's words at all. That's your own fault. Are you gonna blow up valuable discussion time for someone like you? Kinjo, it's too far. It's important for one person to know about the case, right? I'll rearrange it and explain it to Taira. Do what you like, preferably as quickly as possible. Kinjo-kun, you still don't seem to forgive me. Taira, so to summarize Kurokawa's words simply. First, the fact that Kurokawa watched the hallway all morning. Taira, you heard it earlier, right? And based on what Kinjo summarized, Kurokawa's room is 8. It's the room on the right side of the arsenal. And you go straight from the entrance of the arsenal to the corridor. As Kurokawa explained a little while ago, what she said was from left to right and from right to left, based on the direction facing the corridor in Kurokawa's room. Here I'll make it more easy to understand with pictures. In the order that Kurokawa saw it, Haruhiko and Satsuki were the first people that passed by in front of the door at this time. She said there was no sound of the arsenal door opening at this time, so I think it's just the two of them passing by. And a little later, she said that Satsuki passed by alone again in the opposite direction. Shortly after this, she said that Teruya passed by. And at this time she could hear the sound of the arsenal door opening. This probably means that Teruya went to the arsenal. After a while, the sound of the arsenal door opening was heard again, and then Teruya passed out to the opposite direction. Soon after, Haruhiko passed by the same direction again. After this, Haruhiko and Satsuki went from left to right again. And at this time, the door to the arsenal was open. Someone went to the arsenal. After that, there was no movement for a while, and after a little time passed, Satsuki passed by with the sound of the arsenal door opening. These are all the movements Kurokawa saw and heard during the morning. After this, well, she heard the ruckus of the arsenal door next spot, but that was probably the sounds of me trying to open the door. Teruya, who passed by, heard the sounds I made. Then I opened the door with Teruya's help during this time. This is a summary of what Kurokawa heard and saw roughly like this. Do you understand? Wow, Maeda couldn't explain it to me. I understood it all at once. Thanks. Really? But wait, if you look for the current events in each set. Yeah, there's one suspicious person. Do you see it clearly? I can't guarantee that 100% that what Kurokawa heard and saw was everything that happened at dawn, but the information obtained till now has resulted in one influential suspect of this case. That person is Satsuki? Nope. Oh. Oh. Teruya. Shit. Teruya? Teruya is the only one who fits to be the main suspect of this case. Me? Haruhiko was the victim, so he couldn't help it. The fact that Satsuki was close to Haruhiko makes me understand why she was there. But why did Teruya move around like that so early in the morning? Oh, that was... what was it again? Right, I was investigating, yeah. Everyone was in a panic, so I went to find the clues to get at for even for a little bit. Just a few hours ago, you were trying to pick 2 victims. The guy who was despairing and doing the investigation was thinking of all these things. Doesn't that sound a little weird? That's all there is to it. A way to fix my mind. People can change their minds easily, you know? Even if it's true that you did an investigation, if you think about it based on Kurokawa's testimony, you were only in the arsenal. What kind of investigation did you do in the arsenal? No, I never went to the arsenal. Tori-kun, please stop the pretense and explain it properly. What the hell did you do in the arsenal? I never went to the arsenal. Teruya? Why does it only have to be me? I did nothing wrong. If you look at it, Satsuki also went around at dawn. Why am I only suspicious? Yeah, I'm the culprit. Are you still saying that? I told you to be quiet. Certainly, Uranami's well under enough suspicion. However, she said she didn't know the identity of the letter, nor did she know about Haru's hand. So that's it then. You're just gonna take her off the list just because she doesn't know. That's a long shot. I didn't know anything about the letter or the right hand either. Don't be mistaken, Teruya. You now said that Uranami's the culprit and you don't know about these clues. While Uranami claims to be the culprit but she doesn't recognize these clues are entirely different matters. Then what about Maeda? When I saw him this morning, he was trying to get in the arsenal, so Maeda's also suspicious. That just happened. Yes, I won't deny that Maeda is a suspect as you claim. He had been in and out of the arsenal the previous day and even this morning. He had the strange idea of going to the arsenal again. But this and that is a separate matter. As a result, Maeda failed to enter the arsenal this morning. There was no testimony of Kurokawa witnessing me in the morning. So this is not suitable for committing the crime. Oh, well, that... Anyways, I don't know about that. I'm exactly trying to protect him, but relying only on Dark Circle's testimony has a slightly loose time frame. I'm going to ignore it to not make me go nuts and move on already. I know that. It's about the structure of the ballroom, right? The structure? Think about it. It's a circle, so they could just loop around. Even if Kurokawa walks the hallway at night, it's all about looking outside the room and hearing the arsenal door. But if you look at the structure of the ballroom, you can easily enter the arsenal without passing by Kurokawa's door. Yeah. Because we were all at the ballroom for a week, I think everyone should know, but the arsenal is structured around the dance hall at 360 degrees. In other words, if you go back the other side, you can enter the arsenal without being noticed by Kurokawa. Moreover, in the case of Maeda, Kurokawa does not stand out, even if he does not use this method and goes straight into the arsenal from his own room, since it was in the opposite side to Kurokawa's room in the first place. He knows that too. See, Maeda's culprit after all. There's something you shouldn't overlook. Even if you use some method to enter the arsenal without showing your appearance to Kurokawa, there's still the sound of the door opening and closing that can only be heard by Kurokawa. Eh? But by Makoto-chan's testimony, the sound of the arsenal door opening and closing was always heard before and after someone passed the door. That's right. After all, the person who walked in and out of the arsenal at dawn can't think of anything other than these 3 people who showed up in the testimony. Haruhiko, Satsuki, and Teruya. That's all lies. So, Teruya, you went into the arsenal and I want to hear your reason to make sure. If you're really innocent, there's no reason to be in panic, right? Then, I'm really innocent. Really, I just went to the arsenal I just went in for a minute. I don't think there will be an end if this goes on like this. What is Teruya so afraid of? I'm not sure, but he doesn't want to say anything because... Well, I'm not certain, but I'll have to show more convincing evidence that he has no choice but to speak with his own words. Kind of think of it, there seems to be one suspicious thing about Teruya during the investigation. What was it? It was when I was investigating something in the arsenal. Let's recall that moment. It was the gun thing, right? The gun exploding. Yeah. Come to think of it, Teruya, didn't you say something strange to me when I was investigating? What? Something strange? I don't know. I found a gun that was dropped in the corner, and when I checked in to investigate, suddenly you came and told me not to touch it. because it will blow up. What do you mean, Maida? Tell us in more detail. There was a gun in the corner of the arsenal that was hard to see. I tried to investigate why it was in a corner like that. Suddenly Teruya, who was nearby, ran up and told me not to touch it because it would blow up if I shot. Maybe he thought I was going to use the gun. If you shoot, it will blow up? What are you talking about? No, before answering the question, how did he know about that? That's... Maida, the gun. Did you properly investigate it? Huh? I did examine it roughly, but it was a normal gun with nothing special. I thought it was equipped with a bomb or something because I thought it was going to explode. Probably. It's not like that. Hey, Monokuma. Eh? Did you call me? I was enjoying this. What's up? I require you to submit evidence. Bring the gun Maida mentioned. What? What are you... Why am I being ordered? Submit evidence? Is that possible? It is part of the debate of the class trial. There's no problem by the rules. You, the judge, have no right to deny it. That's correct. There's no profit to reject it. Besides, if it's part of the discussion, what's the point? Gee, I really don't like that attitude. How can you be so cheeky? Shut up and get it already. Actually, I thought this was going to happen and I brought it from the beginning. Now here you go. How is it? This is it. It's a bullet. Bullet? It was loaded? It's not a simple bullet. It's a bullet from shotguns and medium-sized rifles. Bullets that do not meet the standards when forcibly loaded to this gun. If you pull the trigger of one of these, a bullet that doesn't fit the magazine. It enters the chamber and blocks the muzzle, and of course no bullet shell comes out. The pressure from gunpowder has disappeared from where it's supposed to go. Instead, it goes spreading all over the gun itself. It will end up being shattered. Wait a minute. Then why did Teruya know about this? Why? I see now what you did in the arsenal. I think Haruhiko tried to shoot Teruya, and then the gun exploded in his hand. That's why he has that injury, and that's why Teruya knows. Tori-kun, did you shoot the bullets on purpose? For what reason? The gun in that state. You hold it with a human hand and fire it. Your hand will never be safe. When I listen to these words just now, I see a very similar wound I remember in my mind. Yes, the source is clear. Haruhiko's right hand. Understand now. Haruhiko was hit by the explosion of the pistol that Kinjo was holding right now. That evidence was also in the arsenal. That proof is... the gun. Yeah, that's right. It was in the arsenal. The fragments of a gun filled with blood, which appeared to have been burst from the inside. Yeah, I saw it too. Haruhiko fired the gun wrongly loaded, just like this gun, and the gun he was holding exploded, and his hand ended up being ruptured. The Notori-kun did this to Kabashikawa-kun. Wait a minute. I'm sure this gun is the one I touched, but I don't know about the other destroyed gun. Whew, you admitted it. The fact that he touched the gun. No. Of course, there are only 2 guns with misloaded bullets. It's a little weird, but I'm certain Teruya definitely did something. Is that really it? I think if you pry a little more, you'll end up confessing everything. Don't treat people as criminals without solid evidence. Even if I put my hands on the gun, it can't be proof that I'm a killer. So I don't know anything. Give me the proof, evidence. It can't be denied that Teruya is the most powerful suspect right now, but is there any more solid evidence? If we keep discussing, we might see something we haven't considered before. Bullet scan? Oh. Right, you can record the bullets. Okay. I don't know anything. It's already been revealed. Stop lying and tell the truth. He went to the arsenal. He deliberately loaded the gun wrongly so that the bullets would explode. But only doing that doesn't mean I'm the culprit, does it? Of course you loaded the gun. You can't see it doesn't make you the culprit, but the killer loaded the bullets on purpose. I'm certain of this. It's far-fetched. I'm not clear because I did one thing and couldn't use the culprit. I knew the gun was going to explode. What more evidence do you want to see? But Tori-kun, how could you? Nobody has to pick up. Oh right, he could be the only one who wrote the note because he has a pen and paper. Okay. Okay, got it. That's it. The paper and pen. What? After listening to Tyra's words, I thought about it. At the beginning of the trial, you guys remember the letter that you sent when you were blaming Satsuki? I've been thinking it's been weird all this time. How does the culprit write this letter? We should have lost all our belongings at the same time we were in the ballroom. Hearing that, yeah, how did... Oh. Yes, exactly as Maeda says. Perhaps the night before the murder, there was someone who secretly handed out a piece of paper, and then I've been secretly showing a paper to ask someone to choose 2 victims. It's obvious at this point that Teruya clearly said that at the time the extra paper and pen were not removed from his clothes. That means Teruya is the only one of us who has a paper and pen in their belongings. Don't joke around. You could have accidentally found another piece of paper and wrote on it. Oh, is that so? Should we check it then? Monokuma, bring that letter. I knew that would happen, so I brought it in advance. Here! Now, without that guy making a commotion, let's read it. This must be the same paper Teruya had. Notori was the one who sent the letter to Kabashikawa-kun's room. Wait a minute, you're forcing me. I handed out a bunch of papers to you guys. Soon after that, when Kinjo made a fuss, you might have gotten one in the massive confusion. If it's only paper, it might be possible. But what about your side? Teruya said it with his own words. There's only one pen. No matter how much paper you had, you cannot write the letter without a pen. The pen was also in the confusion. That means you don't have the pen right now, because you said you only have one. If you look into your belongings and the party clothes you wore, you won't have any complaints, right? That's not allowed. Why not? Is there something we should see? It's decided then. You can't refute it anymore. He wrote a letter by calling out Haruhiko and misloading a bullet to let his hand be ruptured. All of this, that's what you did, Teruya. Really, you? Otori-kun? Why? Why did you do that? Why did you kill Kabashikawa-kun? I'm sorry. All you said was right. After all, you can stand the hunger too. What else could someone do otherwise? Actually, there was a reason that I was aiming at Haruhiko, and there was a reason for when we fought each day. It was all because of hunger. Tori-kun. So what? Were you hoping for sympathy? Either way, you planned the murder and executed it. No, I have nothing to say. I don't want to make more excuses and dishonor Haruhiko anymore. I'm gonna die anyways. Wait, there's one thing I'm curious about. Why did you go to the arsenal before the victim with the gun, write a letter to call him, then go back again to the arsenal? My plan was to originally summon Haruhiko and then see him go into the arsenal, and I would go with him. As if it had nothing to do with the criminal, Haruhiko and I were supposed to fight and then provoke him, letting him shoot me with the gun I prepared. Once that happens, his hand would fly away without knowing anything, and so he would die. In the past, I followed my papa to study guns in America, and I decided to commit a crime by using knowledge I gained at the time. So I went back to my room and watched to see Haru coming out, but I was too tired, so I fell asleep until the morning came. In the end, I don't know the reason why Haru broke his hand, but in any case, it was my fault. The fact that I killed Haruhiko doesn't change. This was a difficult answer to even predict. I'm glad you're a stupid fool. In a way, Kurokawa was watching the corridor all day morning. I think that was a good thing. Thanks to that, my crime was discovered. Teruya. The discussion so far has ended with the conclusion that Teruya is the culprit? Okay, now I don't think so. If he just slept throughout and didn't confront Haruhiko, that means he planned everything, but Haruhiko attacked someone else and his hand exploded, and that person probably killed him because he didn't die from the wound on his hand, he died from the wound on his chest. Satsuki? Oh man. He's like a long shot, I think. There's still a lot of unsolved questions. Wait a minute. I've been listening all this time. Something is wrong with this. Teruya is not the culprit. Satsuki-chan, what are you talking about? Teruya just admitted it. I mean, the culprit is me. Oh my god, what if it's really her? Shit. Are you still saying that? I told you to shut up. Wait. Is Teruya really the culprit? Hey, you're Mikako-chan. If I'm right, Teruya is not the culprit. There's still an unsolved mystery. What are you guys talking about? I'm the culprit, aren't I? I'm almost 90% certain that Teruya is the culprit, but it's still a little too early to end the trial. I agree that there's an unsolved mystery left. If we try to vote without anyone speaking up like this, I would have tried to do it, but actually this is the most important part of the case right now. Eh? Huh? What's this all of a sudden? Wasn't the trial ending like this? That's right, if we think about it carefully, there's still a lot of parts that cannot be explained on the contents of the discussion. But I'd like to hear what Kurokawa thinks why Kurokawa thinks Teruya is not the culprit. You weren't careful enough even for Kinjo. What? Nothing. Anyway, if you listen to the explanation, you'll know right away. Why do you think Teruya isn't the culprit? And Teruya passed the door to my room. He sent a letter to Haruhiko. Afterwards, he went and set the arsenal for his next plan. That is the explanation so far. But after that, Teruya passed the door to my room again. There was no movement until the morning after. But they were... Even if Teruya did plot something, even if Haruhiko's hand was exploded. The direct cause of death is a gunshot wound. True, Teruya didn't mention that he used the gun himself. The Teruya who came out of the arsenal before Haruhiko could not kill. And one more thing, the arsenal was blocked from the inside. A wood plank. Are you referring to this, Kurokawa? That's right, Maeda. You mean the broken wood plank that fell near the arsenal door? Yeah. According to Maeda, he opened the arsenal door in the morning with Teruya's help. You're not gonna say just because they opened the door together, he's not the culprit, are you? That's not it. Think about it. After Teruya entered and left the arsenal in the morning, Haruhiko entered afterwards. Until this morning, the door to the arsenal was open. Then, when was the door blocked with the wood planks? Well, when was it? It is for a fact that Kabashikawa-kun opened the door and went in. Doesn't that mean the door was blocked after that? That is true, but according to the Dark Circle's testimony, Teruya Otori did not even enter the arsenal after doing his little scheme. In other words, Teruya wasn't the one who blocked the door with a wood plank. It's only natural. When I tried to open the door with Maeda in the morning, I was embarrassed to know that the arsenal, which had only been open, was not open. As I said before, you must pass by Kurokawa's room. Even if you don't, you can head to the arsenal door. After that, the door to the arsenal was opened one more time. At that time, Teruya finished his plan. That's impossible. Since Haruhiko was the last one to enter, the arsenal door had been only opened once. If Teruya went in and out of the arsenal, I should have heard the sound twice. Well, for starters, the wood plank were used to collapse the door, I guess. If you do something like this from the inside, wouldn't you be able to come out? That's true. But even if you put a plank by some trick from outside, it wasn't just one plank. You know what I'm talking about, right, Maeda? It wasn't just one plank. Yes, I saw it clearly. The thing that fell with the plank near the door. At the same time, it fell to the ground as soon as the plank was crushed and made a loud noise. That thing is the flashbangs? Right. The objects that were separated from the plank, you mean. The flash and smoke grenades, right? Flash and smoke grenades? Ah, is those things that were near the door? Yes. When Teruya and I first opened the door, we heard a shattering sound from the inside, and immediately afterwards, a tremendous amount of light and noise hit us. Even after a few moments when we opened our eyes, the arsenal was full of smoke. After pulling out the plank from the handle, the door was open and the plank fell because of the effort we did. That's right. Now you see, it's impossible to block the door like that from the outside. What? From what? Are you saying Otori-kun's not the culprit? Wait a moment. But it was me who wrote the letter and had a gun ready to explode. It's the reason Haru saw the gun and then exploded on his hand. I told you a little while ago. It is true that Haruhiko's right hand was ruptured, but the cause of death was the gunshot wound. Teruya, you only prepared the gun, but you didn't shoot Haruhiko, did you? That's... no. Hold it. Teruya had an obvious murder intent. Now it's a contradiction to say that he isn't the culprit. What's wrong, Mr. Psycho Cop? Using forceful logic in that way doesn't seem like it would reach an answer like this. Dark Circle is right. I don't think Teruya Otori is the killer either. And who's the culprit? You're saying it's impossible for Teruya to block the door. However, no one else can do it. It's true. That's the biggest mystery in this case. So, what are you all saying is, in short, it's an impossible crime. Okay. An impossible crime? What does that mean? It's literally what it means. The incident happened, but no one in this state is capable of causing the incident itself. That can't be. I can affirm, there's no such thing as an impossible crime in this world. I agree with this. There is no unsolved problem in the world. When a result that has happened, it means that there was a series of processes. In this case, how do you explain it? To assert that this was an impossible crime, you gave up on the case. There's a secret that has not yet been solved when your thoughts don't reach to the end. But if either Kinjo-kun and Mikaru, who always knew the critical points of the case, weren't confused enough to say that, it's already a mystery that can't be solved. Shut up. Do I look like I'm panicking right now? Sorry, but it looks like that. It's been a few days now, but these days Kinjo-kun's not Kinjo at all. Just like Maeda-kun before coming to the ballroom. You're being very annoying, damn criminal. Kinjo, why are you saying that? It's not really like you to get emotional so easily. Ignore it. Now we're in a trial. This is a life or death war. If you take care of someone who loses their temper during a war, you have to go through them. There's no other option. This person or that person, I'm done. Again, this case isn't an unsolved crime. Let's organize the information. Kinjo. First, even if you put on hold Teruya's claim that the crime is impossible, it will be necessary to look at the case from a different point of view. A different point of view. In retrospect, all of the reasoning we've done so far is based on Kurokawa's testimony. Let's step back here for a moment. Has anyone ever seen Kurokawa spying on the hallway? What? What do you mean? In short, Kurokawa's testimony is not too blind, but are Kurokawa's words 100% true? She would be hungry in certain extreme circumstances. Is she better with that in mind? Lastly, there could be a possibility that Kurokawa was the culprit. If that idea comes up, she could be playing with all of us. Kinjo. Hey, did you went crazy? Did you really flip around that fast? That stuff comes to the stuff that comes from your mouth. What? I'm talking about possibilities. At the time of Tomori's murder, during Kinjo's testimony, he put a thread in our private room doors to prove our alibis. There was evidence that no one else knew other than Kinjo. It's the same story. It's different from that. What I've been doing at the time is what I've been doing before the incident. And this is just simply what you've seen in her testimony. It is meaningless to condemn the truth of falsehood in testimony. Did you forget what I said? It's utterly disappointing, Tsurugi Kinjo. Even though I was thinking you were just a crazy guy, I admitted your reasoning skills, but now you stopped thinking with your head. But since the situation is quite desperate, isn't Kinjo trying to do everything he can? Is there no way to prove it? Your testimony, I mean. I don't know why I have to do this. Why not ask Satsuki or Teruya? Huh? You've heard about my testimony? Teruya admitted that he entered the arsenal a while ago. What about Satsuki? If I was out at dawn, well, like Kurokawa said, since I'm the killer above top, of course I was wandered around at dawn. Even if we ignore the backstory, Dark Circle's testimony is reliable in its own right now. If I were you, I would have known that right away without having to do this cumbersome work. You're noisy. As long as your reasoning hits a wall, it's a way to do what you can. You admitted with your own words that your reasoning was blocked now. That's funny. Be quiet, Makaru. You are on the same level as we are right now. Do you think you're in a position to mock others now? That's enough. How come Kurokawa can have this powerful voice in the class trial? Everyone, don't get worked up. Since this is a difficult case, we need to regain stability more than usual. So let's calm down and look back again from the beginning. There must be something we missed. Sorry, as Maida says, I was getting too excited. I apologize. Then, Teruya Atori is not the culprit, I'm sure up to this point. Even if that's true, we have to double check. Teruya, are you really sure you'll send a letter to Haruhiko loaded the bullets? Well, yes. I'll say, I still can't believe I'm not the culprit. I didn't really read the Monokuma file properly, so in a hurry, I saw the right hand ruptured, so I guess I was the only one who did it. That probably isn't a lie. Teruya really thought he was the killer. He said a little while ago, as if confessing. He told us he was going to be executed. It's not likely, but something came to mind my head. Can I speak? Go ahead. An accomplice, or in fact, there were two culprits. Dismissed. Anyway, all opinions from your brain like that or what? I didn't even expect it. Rubbish opinions like that. The story not worth considering. Anything like that, just crumple it, take it out of your brain and throw it into the trash. It's unfair. I said that because I was just thinking my own way. If Teruya had an accomplice, there would have been a person who objected at the time of him being accused as a culprit. Even if not, Teruya would have confessed everything and made a mistake in the end. But what if there was a real criminal and pointed out Atori-kun is the culprit? Everyone except the real culprit dies, right? Can't you think of a development like the culprit used Atori-kun? Oh, you're using your head. That wouldn't be it. Even if a culprit secretly works behind Teruya Atori to cover up his sins, it is impossible to work without him because of the limited circumstances of the arsenal. And even if there is an accomplice, if we believe using Kurokawa's testimony, the only suspect remaining is Tsuranami, so she can't be. Huh? Wait a minute. I was thought that something passed like a flash in my head just now. No, I am the real culprit. You're relentless. Why are you claiming to be the killer? Even after that, you don't know anything about the case. The more you claim to be the culprit, the more you claim you're innocent. You still don't notice? Let's organize our thoughts first. Teruya is not the culprit. He didn't shoot. What Teruya did was call Haru by using a letter and make a trap that explodes the gun by misloading a bullet. And the person who killed Haruhiko himself. In other words, what the real culprit did, what Teruya didn't do, that is, grabbing a gun to kill Haruhiko, messed up the interior of the arsenal and finally locked the door with the plank and the grenades. Teruya doesn't know what the culprit really did. If you think like that, conversely, does the culprit know what Teruya did? No, the real culprit wouldn't know what Teruya did. As Makawa said earlier, what Teruya did was unknown to anyone since he was in the closed space of the arsenal, unless the culprit directly sees it or Teruya tells them in advance. And who's the killer? Wait guys, there's something I want to check for a moment. Maida? Before Kurokawa watched during the morning, from that point on, what if someone was hiding inside the arsenal? Could there be a case? No, I don't think it would happen. Kinjo was tied up, and I saw Taira going to the room before. Mikaru, the last time she went to the empty room to the left of the dance hall, she didn't exit the room at all. When did you see this? Well, you're right. I was investigating the empty room all day long. Then there are only two suspects that Kurokawa has seen, and they don't know what each one have done. In other words, the real culprit doesn't know that Haruhiko received the letter, and they don't know why their hand was ruptured. But for some reason, Haruhiko was shot with a gun and killed. There's someone who can fit the conditions right now, that turned themselves at the start of this trial. They entered into the suspect view since they moved at dawn when no one else could commit a crime at this stage. But is this person really the culprit? If so, why in the world? It's Satsuki. Oh man. All of you guys don't want to admit it, but I think I know now the identity of the culprit. What? Maida-kun, you know the killer? The person who satisfies all the conditions is the true culprit of this case. It can only be you, Satsuki. What? Satsuki is the killer? Hooray! You finally came to think of me as the culprit. Only Yuki understands me. I'm so glad. No, I don't want Satsuki to die. She's so fun. Wait, Maida, look at her now. She was picked as the culprit, but she looks rather content. Do you really think that Satsuki is the culprit? Think about it. The only one who can possibly do this is Satsuki. At the beginning of the trial, when Satsuki came out, she was saying she was the culprit. We were trying to interrogate her to see if she really was. However, Satsuki had no idea of the letter that called Haruhiko and his destroyed right hand, which we know that the culprit would know, of course. So we thought, because of these reasons, that she wasn't the culprit. But take a look. The two things that mentioned earlier are actually from Teruya's doing, not the culprits. Teruya didn't know that there was someone who killed Haruhiko by shooting him with a separate gun. So on the contrary, did the culprit know that Teruya sent the letter and destroyed his hand? Probably not. It would be impossible to know Teruya's actions unless he himself told the culprit in advance. And the real culprit would be a person who doesn't know why the letter was sent to Haruhiko's room and his right hand exploded, even though they didn't know why his hand ended up that way. And there is someone who meets these conditions. The person who confessed with their own voice that they killed Haru by shooting them. I didn't mention about the right hand or the letter. And that person is Satsuki. Well, I'm not sure what you're saying because it's difficult, but anyways, that's right. It was me. I killed Haruhiko. I think Maida-kun's reasoning is just making sense, but I don't really understand Satsuki-chan's appearance being like that. Why did you do this, Satsuki-chan? Why did you like it so much when you're being named as a killer? Ashikawa-kun was close to Satsuki-chan with her own hands. How can you say it so lightly that you killed him? Aren't you sad? They could get incompetent. Of course it's possible to commit the crime as you said. There's only that woman, but that is absolutely not the reaction of a killer. It's not crazy, it's very normal. Actually, I don't know why Satsuki reacts like that and keeps saying that she's a culprit. However, I can't think of any other reasoning. Maida's words make sense. In fact, at the time Teruya was not found to be the killer, it was enough to doubt Satsuki because of the circumstances. Maybe as soon as the class trial began, Satsuki couldn't be the culprit. We were stuck in stereotypes. We didn't think about it more through. Satsuki, I'll check once more. Are you the culprit? Haruhiko, you killed him with the gun in your hand. Yeah, that's right, I'm the killer. Wait, if you're the killer, can you explain why you're so positive? You were like the one who constantly appealed to him as the culprit. I don't know, just when the trial started, it became bothersome to make excuses, so that's why I just confessed. Now, if it's decided, go ahead and execute me. If you sound so refreshingly like that, it doesn't look like you're a criminal, on the contrary. I have my doubts too. In the first place, Satsuki-chan doesn't have a personality to kill. Even though that she's really resolute to this point. Like Makaru said, it would rather seem like we're choosing the wrong killer and we're gonna die together. That's not it at all. I was just telling the truth. What do I do? It's hard to make sure after identifying the killer, this attitude Satsuki has. It's a reaction that defies understanding, like Makaru said. Even like this, can I still point Satsuki as the culprit? Everyone stop. Why are you thinking about a crime is possible? The reaction is weird. Wake up already. The crime is possible even for Satsuki. Why is that? Well, Kinjo, based on the testimony by Kurokawa, Haruhiko, Teruya, and Satsuki, entered the arsenal at dawn. Of them, Teruya was the first to come out of the arsenal. The Haruhiko entered the arsenal because he was walking through the corridor with Satsuki just before this point. If they entered the arsenal together, then that means perhaps it was at this time that Haruhiko used the gun, and this is likely to be true just by looking at the sounds of the arsenal opening and Satsuki coming out alone from the corridor. Back off, Maeda. You said it with your own words just now. Satsuki kills Haruhiko and gets out of the arsenal all alone. If she came out, how did she lock the doors then? Ah. It's a clue that you guys found and checked yourselves, right? It's impossible to block the door from the outside in that way. If so, the killer was in the arsenal at least until Maeda and Teruya opened the door. However, Satsuki came out of the arsenal before this. Does this sound like she could still be the killer? And if you look at Satsuki's reaction, that girl used a weapon but it seems that she doesn't know about that the arsenal was blocked. So now what? Is Satsuki a ninja now? Huh? What was that again? Oh wait, yeah, I know. Maybe you don't know, but what if you used a plank of wood as a barricade? It seems you were asleep during the trial. How about it? Is there anyone who still thinks Satsuki is the culprit? After listening to Kinjo, it seems like Satsuki is really not the culprit. In the end, the problem lies with the arsenal door being blocked. If we solve this, there should be no problem even if Satsuki is the culprit. Even if you think about it again, it is possible to put a wood plank inside the arsenal from outside with grenades on it. There's no time frame at all. I think the prerequisites are all wrong. The public here probably won't solve this mystery. I'd rather go back from the very beginning and reorganize the case instead. Well, that sounds nice and all, but I hate it when the trial's taking too long, don't you? It's not a warning, but you better wrap things up soon. The alibis of Dawn, Kurokawa's testimony, Teruya's behavior, the wood plank that blocked the arsenal, and Satsuki's incomprehensible reactions. Maybe have we missed something else? Why did Satsuki has that attitude in the first place? Even Kinjo seems to be confused. The reasoning is that at the very core right now, I think Kinjo is right. Blocking the door to Satsuki. This is a big problem. Mine is getting more and more complicated. Right now, this is the most important aspect of the case. The arsenal door, the wood plank, the grenades, how to block the door from the outside. Wait, you don't need to go back to the start. If you think about it a little, it should become clear. It's an utter waste of time. Wait a minute, what's the reason for the flash of grenade and the smoke screen? At the moment the door opens, the criminal hidden inside escapes through the light and smoke. Then the trick to block the arsenal from the inside is solved. But I'm afraid not. This is already mentioned. It's ridiculous when you think about Dark Circle's testimony at the very beginning. It's been seen that Teruya and Tori and Satsuki or Anami, both of them came out from the arsenal. Inside the arsenal, the last one who came out was Satsuki, I'm sure. But opening the door and coming out of the arsenal means the door was not blocked until that last moment. Well, in a word, doesn't that mean that the body of Haruhiko was left alone in the arsenal until just before Maeda and I opened the door together in the morning? What is that? Doesn't make sense. You said that the body was alive and blocked the door alone. Oh no, this is starting to sound creepy somehow. What if that's the case though? What if Haruhiko blocked the door himself? Huh? Taro, wait a second. What did you just say? Eh? Then it's starting to get creepy. No, not that. Before that. The body moved and blocked the door like a zombie from a movie? Well, of course it won't. It's such health sciences. Unscientific. It's like they're burned in front of our very eyes. It's unscientific. Hey, what the heck did you just say? All of you know I'm a cutting-edge science product. body moved and blocked the door. Of course a reality like that does not exist, but as Terry said earlier, it was Haru alone who remained in the arsenal until the end. No way. Could it be the person who blocked the door to the arsenal? That person's identity is... Why is Inori's portrait so low? That's so sad. What? Oh. Okay. Good. Again, good thing I know Korean. Ba. I. Ka. Ha. 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 Hello? Thank you. Haru. Ko. Hey. Okay. Yeah. That's it. It has to be only him. The identity of the person who blocked the door to the arsenal. Really? Maida-kun, do you know who the killer is? I don't think you were about to say it was Kabashikawa-kun just because the body moved, right? I was just joking. No, thanks to Taira I could come up with something else. That's right. The only one that could block the arsenal door is no one else other than Haruhiko. Eh? Haruhiko's the culprit. You think he committed suicide? Wait, have you forgotten? As Monokuma said, suicide is forbidden. And if you kill yourself in any real form, you can treat it as a dog's death. Haruhiko was murdered by someone other than himself. That's why Monokuma treated this as a case and a class trial was held like this. No, Maeda never said that he committed suicide. He said that the person who blocked the door to the arsenal was Haruhiko. What? Like Maeda said. The person who killed Haruhiko with a gun was the killer, Satsuki. But it was impossible for Satsuki, the task of blocking the arsenal, but was possible for Haruhiko. How about it? This means the reason why Satsuki can't be the culprit is now gone. No, that can't be possible. The fact that Haruhiko blocked the door to the arsenal is just a simple assumption. It may be possible in context, but there's no evidence of this. No evidence? No, there's proof of this. I don't mean it will just... I don't mean ill will just because Haru blocked the door without any evidence. Like Kinjo wouldn't be unaware of this evidence. Why does he argue so much? No, let's not bother right now. Now the case comes first. The evidence that Haru may have blocked the arsenal door is... There's evidence. It's the blood. Blood? The blood that's splattered in the arsenal. Everyone has seen it, right? Don't you think it's a little strange looking? Oh, it certainly felt a little weird. Felt like, well, you know, like it was a road made by blood rather than a blood spot. That's right. It looks like bloodstains wandering around the arsenal. After Haruhiko was shot, wouldn't it explain he was bleeding while looking for boards, flash, and smokescreen grenades? It is possible. But would it be compelling that Haruhiko Kabashikawa himself locked the door of the arsenal simply by looking at his blood? It's not reasoning, but a realm of speculation. But it's not a contradiction. Only Haruhiko has a certain possibility, and if the culprit dragged the body, there's no reason for it. Only leaves evidence behind. No, it is a contradiction. Kinjo. I concede that all Maeda's words were all true, but Haruhiko was murdered by a very cruel killer. Let me ask a simple question. Why in the world would the killer help elaborating more tricks for the killer? Why would the victim help elaborating more tricks for the killer, if not to leave evidence of their crime? The answer is you don't know about that, but if you wander around about emotional things and look on only the information left in the case, it makes sense that it's Haruhiko that just closed the door even with the process of elimination method. This is not about being emotional. This is about the victim helping the killer. There can't be such a thing. Stockholm Syndrome? I don't believe in any of that crap. That kind of thing is psychotic. Even that requires the premise that the killer has some kind of kindness and gentle behavior towards the victim. But does this reflect the reality? Did the killer show kindness to Haruhiko? No. Rather, they murdered them in cold blood. Maeda's reasoning is the worst, not to mention forced and far-fetched. Hey, what is this Stockholm Syndrome? It's when victims are held hostages by a robber or kidnapper. But rather they think of them as their saviors. It's like a phenomenon that antagonizes rescuers, police, etc. And they take the criminal's side. Kinjo, it's weird. If you were the usual you would rather have ruled out such emotional things and reasoned it out by considering the logical situations. You said it was being emotional? This is natural. You just don't see it. If the victim who deserves salvation agrees to be obvious to the obvious evil, it becomes impossible to reason with. This choice is not logical here. Saving them is what I have to do. I can't leave alone your pretentious reasoning. And besides that, there are loopholes in Maida's reasoning. I'll just do what I have to do. I'll refuse. I'll correct that ridiculous reasoning, Maida. What the hell are you doing, Kinjo? You know it's best that there's no more to refute here. You're making an unacceptable reasoning from my point of view. That can't happen, and it shouldn't happen. And if there's anything to refute, then I'll do it, Maida. Then I don't know, who does Kinjo think is the killer then, if it's not that? I don't know who he thinks it is. Wrong one. Kinjo's testimony? I can't check the 2 bullets right now. Alright, he said that being shot in the chest wouldn't be an instant death. It's his own testimony, man. Kinjo, that's wrong. Haruhiko did not die immediately. You can say what you want, Maeda. As I said, Haruhiko had his chest pierced. Since that bullet hit his body with a wound like that, he would have no choice but to die immediately. No, Haruhiko did not die immediately. His chest was struck by the bullet, but the bullet penetrated through Haruhiko without getting stuck in his body. Because the amount of shock is relatively less than one that gets stuck, it would have been possible for him to move. Speculations. Anyone can make that claim. Stop it now, Kinjo. This is not speculation. It was you, Tsurugi Kinjo, who told me this. Gah. Incompetent. Is that true? If it's about the bullet pierced, of course, I'm well aware of it, but was it the cop who told you about this? Yes, during the investigation. I thought he had died because he was shot in the chest at first, but Kinjo told me. I heard that his death might not have been immediate, but he could have had trouble breathing, so he was able to move for a little more time. That's... At the time I just said it was as a guess only. Kinjo-kun, why are you arguing so much? In this case, it's like Kinjo-kun's the culprit. We named Satsuki-chan as the culprit, and Kabashikawa-kun did the back work. But why are you still arguing so much? Shut up, criminal. Haruhiko was murdered. He was also labeled as the victim that I had to protect. The victim who deserves protection. He was actually on the killer's side? Something like that, it can't be. Kinjo. Yeah, I can't listen to this far-fetched logic. According to your logic, Kizuno Tomori was also a victim, but in reality, she was actually a terrifying girl who was planning a crime. Are you saying that you would tolerate Tomori's murder plan? That's wrong. In that case, it was due to the accident, not the victim. Also, refuting such a subject to the incompetent, was Haruhiko Kabashikawa tried to kill Satsuki Uranami. It makes no sense to help him in a situation where it leaves more evidence as the culprit. Ah, but look here. The victim you had to protect was the reverse toward after trying to kill someone. They are very good citizens, indeed. No. I am... What the hell am I for so many days? Kinjo? Kinjo! Kinjo-kun's down! Kinjo, wake up! Kinjo. Hey, hold it right there. We're just still on trial. I don't admit going out of the courtroom at your own will. But Kinjo is... Oh, this is a headache. Fainting and getting upset during a trial. It's taboo to get out from the courtroom during a trial. But I guess it can't be helped. Kinjo-kun, I'll take you to the dormitory. You guys don't have to move. Stay in your seats. Oh, his ideology is falling apart. Everyone's been waiting for a while, right? Kinjo-kun arrived safely to his dorm bed, so don't worry about it and let's continue the trial. But this doesn't make things fun. Now Kinjo-kun's outside of the courtroom. The fact that he was sent out means that he was the culprit. Now, the number of people has decreased by 1. Dun dun dun. Kinjo, I'm sure he'll be okay. It's the first time that Kinjo looked like that. As Monokuma said, we're still on trial. Forget about him for now. He's not even dead, is he? Alright. So, where did we left off? The culprit is Satsuki. She couldn't block the door to the arsenal, only Haruhiko. Is it okay to make this decision then? Does anyone have a different opinion? A different opinion? I think that's the only thing we have? There's no disagreement. Of course, it's logical. As Kinjo Tsurugi has said, I also don't understand why Haruhiko Kabashikawa is in the victim's position to help kill the killer. Well, I don't know either. After all, it's like we won't get a different decision now, right? And if you name me as the culprit, there will be no complaints and no one will be dissatisfied. Wait, not yet. Well, what else? You said there was no reason to disagree. Why did Haruhiko Kabashikawa help the killer? And why is this killer so excited? The same goes for me. Satsuki, the reasoning about the case is over, perhaps only looking at the recent results. I can't argue that Satsuki is the culprit. However, why? Why call yourself the killer? Are you trying to die? Why you ask? Well, like I said earlier, it becomes a nuisance, so that's a good reason, right? I'm not good at lying, but I think I do better than Satsuki-chan. Don't mess around. You'll be executed if you let this go. But if you die, the truth of this case will remain as a matter that will be solved. I'm a woman who doesn't give up until I know 100% the problem I've challenged. Please tell Satsuki. If you really are the culprit, you have a duty to take responsibility for your actions. Tell me. When I thought I was the culprit, all I could do was get blamed. What are you trying to hide? Let us hear it, Satsuki. I don't know. I'm just a culprit. That's all I am. What? She started shouting. I don't know. Baka. Satsuki. As long as she stays like this, she'll have to force you to open your mouth, Satsuki. About the secret of this incident in which Haru was involved, and the reason for your action in thinking that you were the culprit all along. Oh shit, I suck at this. Oh my lord, how the fuck do you do this? It's so hard. Jesus Christ. Okay. Okay. I always suck at that mini game. The reasoning isn't over yet, Satsuki. Huh? Is it already over? No, it's not. There's one more thing we've overlooked and crossed. Does anyone know? Eh? Was there anything like that? And Satsuki-chan said, wasn't the reasoning over? It's about the pistol that destroyed Haruhiko Kabashikawa's right hand. That's right. Because we decided it was Teruya's doing earlier, we went over it. Actually, if you think a little bit, it wasn't Teruya that destroyed Haruhiko's right hand. What are you saying? That makes no sense, Maeda. I replaced the bullet and Haruhiko grabbed it as intended and his right hand was destroyed. Stupid fool. If what he said is true, the gun he touched should have been shattered as well. Why did it remain intact? Oh right, come to think of it, even when Haruhiko was rushed as the culprit, he said he didn't know I'd end up like that. That's right. I was freaking out for excuses. When I think about it again, if Haru uses the gun as I intended, the gun should have blown up. Teruya, are you sure you didn't touch the two guns? Right, I can assure you this. Trust me, I only touched one gun unconditionally. Wait a minute, and wouldn't it get even more weird? Unless Teruya-kun did it, why did Kabashikawa get the shot cut the same trap Teruya-kun did and into his right hand? It can't be deduced by us alone, except for one person, Satsuki. I don't know. No, you most likely know why. Satsuki, don't you remember? At the beginning of the class trial, you said Haruhiko tried to shoot you and then you grabbed a gun to shoot him in self-defense and ended up killing him. From here on out, it's just my thoughts. If Satsuki's words were true, Wouldn't it have been that Haruhiko knew the gun and would explode? He knew it was going to explode? Deliberately breaking his hand. Is he trying to commit suicide? Maybe so. Let me tell you, this is just unfounded imagination. Just listen for now. I don't know how someone changed the bullets in the same manner that Teruya did, but probably was Haruhiko himself who did it. Since the second half of the trial, the word suicide continued to rattle, because this case was just too weird to see it as an ordinary murder scenario. But in the end, Haruhiko did not commit suicide, because Monokuma doesn't deal with suicides. Even if he wanted to commit the act, he wouldn't have done it because it just ends as a wasted death. So perhaps he thought about it like this. Was Haruhiko trying to save Satsuki? Trying to save her? Deliberately aiming at Satsuki the gun that explodes when shooting. Surprised Satsuki shoots in response. Even if she shot the floor, she doesn't get hurt and only his hand fly away. Because Satsuki shot him, his death wasn't treated as suicide. Later when Satsuki leaves in surprise, he remains alone in the arsenal. He himself does the extra effort to make the case even more complicated. Like for example, blocking the door to the arsenal and messing with the guns. Well, of course there's no evidence of this, it's just my imagination. The fact that Haruhiko blocked the door and seemed to be trying to help the killer, so I thought about it as a basis. Haruhiko, in order to save Satsuki, means he gave up his life? Hold on, that's plausible, but you always finish with the line of your imagination. There's a 0% chance that the competence words are true. Why? I was listening to Maida-kun and I was rather thinking that was the truth. Think first, he gave up his life in trying to save someone else. Humans aren't that simple. They would be afraid to do it, even in an ordinary circumstance, but it would be even more unreasonable in an extreme situation where there's no food and living like us. But not long ago, Hataira, she threw away her life. Ayami-chan. That's not the case now. At the time, even the most extreme situation wasn't there, and she didn't save Akane Taira with 100% pure intentions. Did you forget? Ayami Hatano clearly had a desire to save Akane Taira, but she also wanted to escape from here. She committed murder with such a sloppy heart, although she eventually revealed her true face to us. However, in this case of Haruhiko Kabashikawa, like Ayami Hatano, there is not a single reason for themselves. According to the competent, he gave up his life 100% purely to only save Satsuki Uranami. No matter how close Haruhiko Kabashikawa was with Satsuki Uranami, it would be absurd to say that they were family members and gave up their lives in these extreme circumstances. Of course, if that's true, then it deserves my respects. I know, what I said was an unfounded idea, but you didn't really have to refute it like that. Of course, I'm not saying it's absolutely impossible like that crazy cop. I don't think so, but it is absurd. If he had been thinking of Satsuki Uranami like that, he would have done something earlier, but I don't have a clue. But if Maeda-kun's words are wrong, how would you describe the reason for Kabashikawa-kun's right hand? I'll have to think about that more. As expected, it's not going to work out the way I thought. It seems like it's too absurd, as Karu says, and it's very difficult for someone to make a decision in order to save her life to the point of even giving up his life. Anyway, there's no objections that Satsuki is the culprit, is there? Do we really want to go over Haruhiko's right hand? I'd like this wrapped up as soon as possible. I'm getting bored of it. No, but you have to know the truth of this case. It's true. What? Yuki, are you a psychic? It's exactly as if you read someone's mind. What are you talking about? I don't feel like an adult to keep trying to hide it and be a nuisance to all of you. I don't think the trial will ever be over at this rate. And as Yuki said, as long as you commit a murder, you gotta be responsible for it. Satsuki. Where should I start? Oh yeah, since Kobazin came to my room early in the morning, you know, until this moment came, I couldn't imagine how everything played out. What is it, Kobazin? What's wrong? Going around and down like this, you'll get hungry. I think I'm going to die hungry then killed. Ugh. Satsuki, this is not a joke, so listen seriously. I have something to say to you. Kobazin? Okay, alright, tell me. It will take a little time. Follow me a minute. Kabashikawa, isn't this the arsenal? Why this place? Satsuki, is your body okay? You haven't eaten anything in a few days now. Is it painful? Yeah, I'm hungry enough to die, but except for that, I'm fine. Now what's this all of a sudden? It's giving me goosebumps. Actually, I have a favor to ask you. What do you want to ask? Kill me. What are you saying? Did you commit a sin for being a perv? I get it. It's delightful that Kabazing is lusting for his girls, but it's not enough to kill you. I said I wasn't playing around. Sorry. No, it was my bad. Sorry I shouted out of nowhere. Oh, damn it. How do I explain this? Kobashikawa, are you about to die? I've been thinking all this time when this division was born. It was our fault, right? Even if we had a little more fruit left, it wouldn't have been so serious. I can't deny it. Besides, until now, Kinjo was guarding the arsenal, so no murder occurred. But eventually Kinjo went crazy, no one was guarding the arsenal right now. If we don't make a decision now, someone will definitely commit a murder. So that's what Kobashikawa wants to say, okay? You mean that the two of us are the most guilty will take responsibility? Honestly, I didn't want to involve you. It was me who first suggested to eat the food. I wanted to end up dying if I could. But I remember Monokuma's words. A murder case must happen in order to escape the ballroom, and suicide is not accepted. In the end, you can't solve it alone, so you need someone else's help, but the person who helps you will also be bound to be executed for being the culprit. So I'll be in risk of death too. Yeah, I have no other person to suggest, only Terry or you who committed the same crime. But, you know, me and him are in bad ways right now. Of course, I have no intention to recommend this, but the moment you accept this, you will die, Satsuki. Okay, I'll cooperate. What? I'm saying I'll do what Kobazing wants? So suddenly like this? Will you be okay with it, that you're gonna die? Well, even if we're in the ballroom, we're gonna die anyways. That's not what Rather than staying like this and watching my friends become murderers or starving them to death, I'd prefer to save everyone and die with Kobazing. Satsuki, damn it, I'm really sorry. Because of me, you really are a good girl. However, there's one condition. What? What condition? I don't want to kill Kobazing, so Kobazing kill me. What? What are you talking about? It's the same no matter what way we die. Why do you want to die by my hand? If I become the culprit, then I'll be executed by Monokuma then? I hate that. I'd rather be killed by Kobazing. You're gonna grab a gun in the arsenal here anyway and kill me, but do you think it hurts a lot when you're shot? It's not a pain or a problem. I don't like being killed by a thing like Monokuma. You don't want to? No, there's no way I can kill you. The same goes for me. How can I kill Kobazing? There'll be no end to this. Instead of fighting, why don't we sit down with this nonsense? That's because Kobazing first looks at me and suggests the impossible thing to kill him. If you can't, why did you accept that? Then don't do it. That's no good. I've already decided. Then kill me already. Again, I can't do that. I really value Kobazing, so killing my friend is... I'm not happy that I'm your favorite, okay? Wow, Kobazing's face is blushing. Idiot. I'm talking about important things here and we're going back and forth. I'm not messing around. Oh, my stomach hurts because I haven't eaten anything. Are you okay? You know, we don't have much time either. It's a fact that I might die tomorrow. In the meantime, the others may be in pain or planning a murder. Everyone's in trouble. Satsuki, what if we do it like this? Have you ever seen a Western movie? Western movie? I haven't seen it, but I know what it is. They walk back and forth in the courtyard and turn around and shoot at the same time after some time passes. Yes, let's decide with that. In the worst case of this, we could kill each other, but it's still not a suicide, so the others will be able to live. It's uncomfortable that I have to shoot Kobazing, but okay, that would be fair. Let's do it with that. Alright, it's decided. If it is decided, let's move. Pick one pistol. Kobazing, are you still not done? What's taking you so long to pick a gun? Wait a minute, almost done. Okay, are you ready, Satsuki? I'm not a girl who goes back on their word. Besides, it seems to be more fun to decide this way. Funny you say. I already said it again and again, but seriously. I mean, we played a lot of games so far, right? Basketball, running, poker, darts. As a result, doing my best without looking at our fight says at all, the total was equal. Was it like that? I remember the results of all our previous matches, so probably so far. Kabazi and I had 14 matches, 6 wins, 6 losses, and 2 draws in perfect balance. You really have a good memory on useless places. Suddenly I thought this was the last game, so it made me feel strange. I can't believe that I'm risking my life at all. If you want to give up now, you can tell me. I really don't want to force you. No, because I'm serious too. Like Kabashikawa said, I'll stop playing around. Are you ready? Yeah. From here, go back and take 3 steps. We'll shoot at the same time after that. Okay. Satsuki, how'd he go? Kabashikawa? Kabashikawa, Haruhiko, why did you do this? Good, Satsuki. The last game was my victory. That's not what I meant. Why did Kabashikawa's hand explode? Sorry. I saw it. This is unbelievable. Let's do it again. I was worried about what would happen if I died immediately in case I was hit in a bad spot. Fortunately, it looks like I'm still alive. I'll tell you what I can. Sorry, Satsuki, I lied. Because you killed me and wanting to save everyone. That's not the truth. What? Who I really wanted to save was you, Satsuki. Me? That was useless information, so I didn't tell the others because it was just confused them, but I was searching for a few days and I found a badge with the head of Monokuma on it. Because I found it, Monokuma appeared and said he would give it as a prize and congratulated me on finding the treasure. That's the treasure Monokuma said was really here. There, it showed me a photo of me and you kissing, doing a selfie. Kabashikawa, even at a time like this, what kind of joke? It's real. It shows our commemorative photo with you as my lover. You shouldn't forget. And then it vanished. Kabashikawa and Satsa, we've never done such a thing. Same for me too. There are no memories of pictures of me and you, let alone kissing. We met here for the first time a month ago. But why? Doesn't feel odd. Even if that photo was manipulation, I felt unknown emotions. And I thought, I didn't want to let you die. I have no idea what you're saying, Kabashikawa. Stop it. It's too cheesy. Put up with it. I'm already gonna die anyways. I wanted to say this much. That maybe I've liked you after some point. Even if I die like this. There are guys like Kinjo, Makaru, and Maida, so they'll find out about this in a bit. So you better go back to your room. Act as usual, pretend you don't know anything. Leave the rest to me. Why are you saying that, Kabashikawa? Stop it, stop talking. No matter how much they think, anyone knows that I, the victim, did all these tricks. Part of it was to pretend to shoot you on purpose and give away my right hand. This is a pretty old gun. It can explode while pulling the trigger even if you put normal bullets on the magazine. Kabashikawa, you can't die. No, I'm gonna die. Satsuki, you can live. Leave it to me. I can't make someone as cheerful and happy as you die like this. Kabazing. I'm sorry for doing this in such a crappy way. And when the trial's over, tell the other guys that you're sorry too. I'm sorry that I fought with Teruya. Sorry for sacrificing Kinjo and the others. I'm sorry that my feelings don't want Satsuki to sacrifice herself. Damn it, it hurts really badly. Kabazing, don't move, don't die. Of course I'm doing this in order to die. Once you leave, I have to get the job done. You have to go now. before someone sees this. I hate this. This is wrong. I want to save you. Please go. Because this is my last wish. Please listen. I want you to live. But leave. Man, why can't this guy just go try to kill Teruya? Does he not trust us to solve the case? Because, man, if we solve the case, that means he's already damning her to death. Like, we've already solved 3 cases. He doesn't think we can solve 4. So now he's assuring her death. Like, he could have counted on us to survive and have Satsuki live. But oh well, whatever. Yeah, just do that. Thank you, Satsuki. Whether it was real or fake, I still loved you. Oh, this is so sad. Oh man. Oh. And then I went back to my room. As Kabashikawa said, I stayed until morning. I didn't know what trick Kabashikawa was going to do at the time. I wasn't sure until I heard the story in the trial. This is all I know. Like Yuki said, Kabazing was by me while unintentionally trying to save me, in order to confuse you while doing so. In other words, he did everything in order to save me. What is this? This is too much. Haruhiko was apologizing to me, and I tried to kill him. I see now. If he saw the letter sent by Teruya, he wouldn't go to the arsenal in reverse. Nevertheless, the reason Kabashikawa went to the arsenal was because Haruhiko didn't even notice Teruya's letter from the very beginning. He was willing to sacrifice himself and to save only Satsuki. Hold on. Then why? Why did he did it the same way as Teruya Otori? The gun exploded in his hand the same way, unless he did some kind of trick and did it in advance. That's what I thought too, but when Haruhiko chose the gun, he was doing something in the corner for a long time. He was the kind of guy who was telling me the guns weren't for fun or usual, so I wonder if he had some kind of knowledge about them. Stupid idiot. He really gave up his life for others? And you just kicked the opportunity that he arranged to let you survive. What were you thinking? I don't understand this at all. I know that Kabashikawa liked me and he didn't want to do this. After all, I've been struggling a lot since then, until the class trial was held. I don't think that's the way. It's so unreasonable for all of you to die for just one person, right? I feel sorry for betraying Kabashikawa, but I'll be happier if you guys live. How can that be? Related familiar actions are a law that puts one's life most importantly. You. The people you just met. Well, I'm not smart as Mikaro, so I don't think I can give a very cool reason for it. I just told myself that I was the culprit, because it makes me convinced that myself that I did this. But then why? Why didn't you say everything from the very beginning and hide the truth more suspiciously? Because you didn't even say the backstory, you just said you're the killer, so it's a rat confusing reasoning. That was because of Kabashikawa. He decided to take a chance between all of you in order to save me. Because of this, especially if Kinjo finds out, it would have seemed from Kabashikawa's view, who had already died, that I would have insulted him. I did not want to do anything that would put more disgrace on Kabashikawa anymore, because he already died to try to save my life. That's why I told you at the end. Still, don't think badly of Kabashikawa. He wouldn't have thought of this, and if it wasn't for Kabashikawa, we all would have died. Such a thing. It's not possible. Satsuki-chan, are you really satisfied with that? Even if you live, you'll die. No, I'm fine dying, but why are you all so worried? I'm very fine with my choice. No matter what happens, don't forget to smile. It's one of the teachings of my own brother, it's my belief too. After Haruhiko died, you cried, right? That's off topic. Please just think Satsuki wasn't Satsuki for a minute. Satsuki. Yuki. Thanks to Yuki, I was able to do everything. Rather, I feel relieved. Oh yeah, I was impressed to see Maeda come up with the whole truth about Kabashikawa. Yuki is a real teacher in my heart. Well then, Yuki. I think we can finish this trial soon. Give me that thing you always do at the end. That? Yeah, that. Climax reasoning, let's go. Oh man, I'm so sad. This is so sad, what the fuck? First, this case begins not from the criminal nor the victim, but from Teruya. Teruya couldn't stand the extreme situation and began working on a plan to kill Haruhiko, the victim of this case. Teruya first started to write a note to Haruhiko asking him to come to the arsenal. This was done with the paper and pen that only Teruya had in the ballroom, where there was nothing else other than the weapons. Teruya, who had finished writing the note, then puts the note through the doorframe of Haruhiko's room. This was the same way that LINUJ did in the first murder. Then Teruya, who put the note safely into the room, first entered the arsenal before Haru arrives. This was in order to do some work. That task was to load non-standard bullets into a pistol magazine. When a person shoots a pistol in that state, the gun explodes from the inside and destroys the hand of the person who used it. Teruya used this method to let Haru use the gun, and thinking of ways of making him shoot. And that's the reason he went into the arsenal, before anyone else. Having done everything he needed to do, Teruya quickly returned to his room and waited for Haru to come out of the room. Teruya's plan was to enter the arsenal later on with Haru. However, as Teruya returned to his room and stayed on watch of the hallway, he fell asleep due to accumulated fatigue. This is everything Teruya had influence on in this case. Meanwhile, at the time, Haruhiko was probably having a lot of trouble thinking in his room. As we had just heard, Haru was already planning to save someone dear to him, at the cost of his own life. Originally, he felt responsible for running out of the food, but the discovery of the treasure was the trigger to start this life-threatening plan. As the situation gets more and more extreme, Haruhiko feels like he can't wait any longer and begins acting. He decides to meet with the person who was chosen as the culprit for this case. At this time, whether Haruhiko saw Teruya's note or not is uncertain, but it is very likely he did not pay attention to it in the first place, because he was immersed in his own thoughts. Haruhiko's plan was also a plan that took place in the arsenal, but if he saw the note calling him into the arsenal, he wouldn't have headed there in the first place. Either by luck or misfortune, if Teruya hadn't fallen asleep, a fairly complicated mess would have unfolded. After a while, Haruhiko safely met the culprit. Until then, the culprit hadn't even realized the true purpose of this case. Haruhiko asked the culprit to quietly follow them into the arsenal. They went into the arsenal side by side. One may have thought no one would know, but in fact all of the actions that Teruya and these two were doing while walking around the corridor up to this point were being shown to Kurokawa. She wasn't sleeping from the very start and was keeping watch of the hallway. In actuality, it was Kurokawa that up most of the weight into solving the mystery of this case. Because Teruya went to sleep, the killer and Haru entered the arsenal without anyone's interference. Only then Haruhiko, who was alone with the culprit, confessed his feelings for them. The thinking went this way. Someone was going to do the murder and asked them to kill themselves before that to save everyone. This is what they asked the culprit to do. Once they accept, the culprit would also be executed for committing murder. To a certain depth, so Haruhiko didn't want to force them into making such a difficult task. But the culprit did not hesitate to respond to Haru's proposal. However, the culprit refused to kill Haruhiko himself. Conversely, they told Haruhiko to kill them instead. Haruhiko did not want to kill the culprit, as the culprit did not want to kill him. and they kept arguing to each other in vain for a while. Haruhiko, who felt there would be no end after going like this, was determined to make a fair suggestion to both sides and asked a decision to shoot each other at the same time, just like a game in the Western movie. In the worst case scenario, both could have been shot and died by each other's hands, and didn't violate the two's goals of saving the other, so the culprit agreed with this proposal and began preparing. The culprit and Haruhiko were choosing a gun for each other, and we heard that Haruhiko was in the corner of the room. This was probably to manipulate the magazine bullets at this phase. We all know the very consequence of this. Indeed, Haruhiko did the same thing Teruya did earlier. It was to load it with non-standard bullets. How Haruhiko did the same thing as Teruya, I'm not sure exactly, but whether it was coincidence or not, maybe it was because Haruhiko had a lot of interest in firearms from the beginning, so I think he accidentally came up with that method by pure chance. Either way, there's only one reason Haruhiko did this. He didn't want to shoot the culprit. The two of them, ready to go, stand a few steps away, pointing their guns at each other after turning around. But even though the culprit sincerely tried to shoot Haruhiko, he was going to lose them to them from the very beginning. And so, as Haruhiko intended, his hand was destroyed and he was shot by the culprit at the same time. The culprit, who couldn't understand the situation, ran to Haruhiko, and Haru told them the truth. It wasn't us that Haru really wanted to save, it was the culprits themselves. Although Haruhiko was dying, he was hoping that the culprit would survive, and he said he would do the rest to save them since he still was breathing to do one last act. The culprit was unconvinced, but soon they decided to accept Haruhiko's last request, and left Haru to do their job once they got out of the arsenal. Of course, the trail of this was also being monitored by Kurokawa. After confirming that the culprit was safely gone, Haruhiko began the final cleanup while keeping his short life as much as he could. First, Haruhiko picked up the flash and smoke grenades from the arsenal. And likewise, put a wooden plank inside the arsenal door between the handles, and then put the flash and smoke grenades on top of it. This could only be done by the people inside, and thanks to that, there was a lot of difficulty when we tried to reason it out. The plank served to make the door to be forced open while being crushed, causing the grenades on top to naturally fall onto the floor and activate. Subsequently, Haruhiko started messing around in the arsenal to make it look like the culprit did it, although it didn't connect to anything. And as a result of repeating a series of processes of blocking the door and covering the interior, Haruhiko's bloodstains were all over the place inside the arsenal, creating an unnatural bloodstain like a path of blood. Haru, who finished everything just before his life ends, reached his feelings of satisfaction, because he was able to save someone they cherished. But in the end, later in the trial, the culprit confessed by their own will. However, we weren't able to know that it was Haruhiko who planned all of this. All of this happened at dawn, and later in the morning, Teruya and I broke into the arsenal and Haruhiko's body was found. In fact, in this case, the person who would be called the culprit was close to Haruhiko. The culprit who just lost his life was the victim himself, who actually finished this trick. But in the end, Haruhiko wanted to save the culprit, even at the cost of his life. The culprit of this incident, the identity of the killer who Haruhiko cherished and wanted them to live so much. Satsuki Uranami, it was you. This is so sad. Why? Perfect. Indeed, Maeda has a very good reasoning, but maybe you have a talent for organizing cases too? I'm not happy at all. Satsuki Uranami. Satsuki-chan. Why is the mood so sad? I didn't go out to see you like this. Satsuki, you've always been like that. You're a strong girl. Much more stronger than me. Is that a compliment? I don't know if it's strength or not, but even at times like these, it's my goal to be happy, even in the worst atmosphere. Well then, my this reasoning is over now. Shall we get to the voting time? Sasuke, can you really do that? To just die and not being scared? I don't want to die, of course I'm scared, but it's already gone water. What else can I do but to accept it? At least not all of you will die, because you all can live by sacrificing only one. I'm satisfied with that. Why does it have to be her? This is so sad. God, this is the death that's gonna hit me the most so far. Hey, Miss Iranami, why do you keep trying to get ahead of the trial here? I'm the host. Oh well, it doesn't matter. It seems like you guys reached a conclusion. And that's all. Now you guys, vote with the switch in front of your hands. Who will be chosen as the blackened? And your answer will be the correct answer or the wrong one. Now then, what's it gonna be? My heart. Oh. It's so sad. The voting ended unanimously. The culprit of this case and the blackened is the identity of the blackened who killed Kobashi Kawakun was Min Satsuki Iranami. You guys are right. Congratulations. Actually, what is with this case? A murder case that is not a murder. If I knew it would be like this, I would have made the rules more thoroughly. Hey, isn't it already too late? Hey, everyone. You guys are doing it badly. I, as the person in charge of this party, can't you please be a little brighter? There's no way I can be happy. Satsuki-chan is gonna die now. Because it's painful. Satsuki worked so hard for us, throwing her own life. We couldn't do anything even after reaching this point. You're wrong. It's not that you can't do anything. Satsuki? Yuki, didn't I tell you before? Hope is not to be found but to be created. You know why I decided to save you all by sacrificing myself? Because that was my own way of creating hope. What do you mean? If I survived by myself, it would have been meaningless to live in a world where there's no fun and no kabazing around. And more than that, my power to defeat that guy is not enough. Oh? I'm smiling right now, but I'm more angry than anyone inside. I hate the mastermind, don't you guys? We're being treated like this because of that big dummy. If it wasn't for him, Kabashikawa wouldn't have died. Maki died, Higa died, Tomori died, Atano died. Yamaguchi wouldn't have died. Inori wouldn't have died, or Ohara either. You know that, even if you don't say it. If it wasn't for Monokuma's influence, we would have entered Host Peak safely and have a pleasant school life. That's right. Although more than half of our friends have already died, I want to defeat Monokuma no matter what happens. I want to punish it. I want to smash it. Hey, why are you saying all that stuff in front of someone else's face? So, I'll bet my hope on all of you. On us. I never wanted much. I'll be leaving this world soon. I just have one thing. No, wait. Please promise me 2 things. 1. Be sure to survive. We're kabazing at me. 2. That Monokuma guy, please give it a good beating to that mastermind. Full paid revenge. Satsuki-chan, this is bad, really bad. You dare agitate the students as you want in front of me? The headmaster of the school even insulted me in my presence. Annoying! Anyway, Miss Iranami was chosen as the blackened, so she's to be punished in the end. You won't make fun of me anymore when I'm done with you. In that regard, I have prepared a very special punishment for the ultimate clown Sasuke Iranami for your crime. Come and give it your best shot. I'm not afraid of anything like you. My friends will definitely kick your sorry butt. Wait, Sasuke, you don't need to be executed. I'd rather die. It's my fault too. I'm a sinner too. It was me trying to commit a murder. I'm supposed to die. Monokuma, execute me. Satsuki's done nothing wrong. Now then, let's go. A very heart-pounding punish. Monokuma, hold on a minute. Time. Ugh, what? Jeez, you're tipsy. I ain't ruining the mood. Let me say my friends a few last words. Teruya, didn't someone tell you no one is bad? Monokuma is the bad thing here. Everything is because of that thing. If Torio keeps feeling guilty, then try harder to catch the mastermind. You don't need to be sorry at all, but if you die and make atonement, then that's the end. Satsuki. And for you, Taira. Taira's strong. You have a very strong heart to overcome Ayami's death. Please keep supporting everyone like you always do. Yeah, okay. Thank you, Satsuki-chan. Thank you. Next is Mikaru. It's the first time I've seen Mikaru act so surprised. I don't know what makes her so surprised about, but as long as Kinjo is in that shape, everyone needs a genius like Mikaru. I know this is kind of an unreasonable request, but please try to cooperate with everyone and find the mastermind who brought this terrible misfortune and all of his victims. And Kurokawa. Stop! Shut up! Who said I was waiting for a long speech? Don't say anything disgusting with the smell of hope. Punishment time begins! Eh? That's too much. When the villains found out, you're supposed to wait for them. Let's go hard. Punishment time! Kurokawa and Mayada, I didn't get to say anything to you guys, but I'll leave the rest to you guys. Oh, and one more thing, I almost forgot. Kabazing, I love you. Oh, my heart. Fuck. Satsuki's the best. Satsuki's best girl. I don't want to watch this. No. Fuck. Jesus Christ. God damn it. Poof, 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 poof. They ended up like that, trying to play a hopeless game. Adios, funny red nose lady. Satsuki-chan, no. Damn it, damn it. What do you think? Sad, right? Desperate, isn't it? What a lame hope. You guys won't be able to do a thing before you punish me. No, it isn't. What was that, Maida? Who says I'm desperate? I'm not like that at all, right? But Maida could... Of course, I'm really sad that Satsuki died, but we have fully inherited Satsuki's blow. You won't stop us anymore. After I came to Host Peak Academy, I'm more full of fighting spirit than ever. Monokuma? Did you suddenly take your medicine? There's nothing scary about burning raw spirit alone, though. He's not alone. Mikaru? From this moment on, I will retract my previous solo actions. I'll cooperate to put Monokuma into the trash. My god, Mikaru-chan, what kind of change is this? Don't be mistaken, I'm not trying to play friends here. I now owe a debt. Because of that, I have to pay it off. Why is Miss Mikaru suddenly doing this again? Miss Mikaru just needs to do as well as before. Poking around and having fun. Why should you care about Mr. Ranami? Shut the hell up. Uranami Satsuki is a human being that deserves respect. Hell yeah! I've seen this for the first time. Ever since I was born to this world, to be able to give up one's life so purely for others, that is what I would call true hope. It was a life that God tried to save anyways. I'm fed up with murder games that are not fun. Murder games that are getting boring. Doesn't that seem like the perfect kind of beat you down, Monokuma? No, rather it's the mastermind controlling you from the shadows. Huh? No matter what you try, you can't do anything. It's already beyond your own grasp. No, it was you who kept us in the ballroom. We made up our minds right before they died. You will run out of ideas. We already know a lot more about you than you can imagine. Now, it is you who's cornered. Well, I don't know, but everyone's working hard, so I will too. I'll do my share for Haruhiko's sake. Me too. We'll definitely get you, Monokuma. I'll avenge my friends who have died so far. What's with these guys? Rather than despair, they're burning with fighting alone. You guys are bluffing. You can't do a thing anyways. You'll find out soon that you're only left with despair. Satsuki. And so the 4th class trial ended. We lost 2 of our friends, Haruhiko and Satsuki, who couldn't be exchanged for anything. The will that the 2 gave us was definitely engraved into our souls. We're not afraid. Step by step from now on, it will be a big leap towards true hope. Kinjo, can you hear me? Answer me if you're awake. Immediately after leaving the courtroom, Makaru, who finally offered to cooperate with us, disappeared before we could call her. Everyone except for Makaru went to check on Kinjo's condition. However, Kinjo was silent. We had no choice but to go back to each of our rooms with a little cluttered feeling. And now, it's like the first game. There was the sacrifice. And then the usually cold characters, like Makaru and Kinjo, like, start to cooperate and have their ideologies changed, like Byakuya did in the first case with Sakura. What? Who is it? Is it Mori? It's not even 7 AM. Hey, come out already, Maida. What? Wait a minute. Why did you take so long to answer? Was it because the feed information to the mastermind? Makaru? What? That's a moody expression you got. No, it's just Makaru came to my room. I wonder if this guy's gonna divide in 2 now. It can't be helped. As I mentioned yesterday, I've decided to cooperate with you in order to defeat the mastermind. I know that, but why did you suddenly change your mind? I told you, I'm gonna follow Iranami's idea. Katana was a great person, but Iranami's more than that. Just because she's a human who can... As if Maida, don't make me say useless things. You're always drowned in every story, aren't you? Sorry. Also, now you're calling me by my name. So, are you dissatisfied? Want to be called incompetent for the rest of your life? No, of course not. It's better to be called by my own name. It's a bit embarrassing to be nicknamed incompetent, though it was accurate. I haven't admitted it yet, but I don't want to be friends, but I want to have at least a courtesy, as long as I have decided to cooperate. Mikaru tends to be weird like this. Usually she looks down on us and ignores us, but she doesn't do it recklessly. She admits something that can be admitted whenever necessary. Stop talking about nonsense. Come to my room right now. What? Mikaru's room? What are we doing today? Something asking for that? I don't care if you got feelings for me, so shut up and follow me. I'm getting tired already. Oh, Mei-chan, did you bring Maida-kun? Taira, Tori and Kurokawa too. Hey, don't do that shit, Joe. How many times must I repeat that you're not my friends? Everyone, what happened? It looks like Mikaru came out of her room at dawn and called us one by one. Oh my god, Terui's wearing Haruhiko's goggles. Terui? Those goggles. This one, it was Haru's. He left in the dressing room. I brought it. This is an atonement for myself and also my own commitment to continue Haru's will. We need to move forward. That's right. The efforts of Kabashikawa-kun and Satsuki-chan. We should never forget the will of our friends who have died so far. But we can't just be sad anymore. Now it's time for us to fight back. Bit by bit. Very little, but something is starting to change and start to move. Our hope is not to not find it, but to create it. Only these words struck in my mind. So, why did you call us? This is an operational meeting. As long as I've decided to cooperate, everyone here will beat up Monokuma, and together we shall escape. Mei-chan, being an ally makes you feel so reliable now. Everyone here. Wait, what do we do about Kinjo? When I look at the guy, he's a statue. Doesn't respond to anything. And I don't even know if they will ever wake up, but even if he wakes up, I'm not certain if they will ever recover. Then, of course, if we have him, you should be comfortable, but throwing away your lingering regrets. You have no choice but strike out. Because I felt the fighting spirit from you, I chose to cooperate. Mikaru, staying away from us till now. Have you found out something? A lot of politics. Those of you who have not found anything are more curious. First off, wait a minute, there can be a surveillance camera here too. Are you okay with that? Are you an idiot? Of course I know. That's why I called you into my own room. My room is the only one that can jam our surveillance cameras. Damn. Really? To put it bluntly, it's instant jamming. Instant jamming? Matori-kun, do you know what she's saying? Not at all. In short, my room is safe. The words here will not be leaked to the mastermind, and our appearance is not visible. Really? Amazing! How did you do it? Power room, audio-visual room, and I assembled some useful parts from the warehouse. That's how I made it. It's only a temporary measure, so even if it's not perfect, it'll be safe. Mikaru, you just didn't spend time alone. Of course not. You better thank me for inviting me. So, the first goal is to find out the identity of the mastermind. Of course, that is the most important thing, but before that, let's look at the preconditions. Preconditions? Why did we get involved in this division? I mean, what's the biggest mystery? Why did Host Peak Academy become this way? Why doesn't anyone come to save us? But that's the first thing we'd say as the others, right? At that time, there were both Kinjo and Mikaru, but no conclusion was made. No, unlike then, there's one fact I do know. At first, I thought it was a hypothesis because it was nonsense, but I was convinced after yesterday. Mikaru, you don't mean... Yes, it's a fact. Considerable amount of time has already passed since we entered this school. And the truth is, we don't remember it. Kako-chan. Also, I knew you would react when we talked about this, Mikaku Kurokawa. What? What's this all of a sudden? I'm obviously deeply grateful to Satsuki, and thanks to her, I was told to cooperate in order to punish the mastermind. But before that, there's a traitor we must catch. Mikaku Kurokawa, you know something. Honestly, I'm dubious about your true nature. Tell me everything you know, if you can, and I'll consider you in the mastermind's side. No way, is this true? This is nonsense, right? No, trust me, If you're innocent, tell me the facts that you know. You do know that there's only one or two suspicious actions you've done so far, right? Why did you shut your mouth? Are there any circumstances that you can't tell us? Mikaru, don't do that much. Kurokawa has to calm down before... Oh. Morning announcement. It's already 7 AM. That's not the problem right now. Oh right, almost forgot. I didn't know if everyone had a good night, but I want everyone to please come to the gym. I have some great news to inform you. See you soon. Poo-hoo-hoo-hoo. What? I'll leave the story for later, but just so you know, I won't move on this time. Mikaku Kurokawa. What's the great news? It's only been a day since the trial was over, and suddenly, well, we'll just have to go. We have no choice. Mikaru and Kurokawa. The air that seemed to flow smoothly got tense in an instant. In this tense mood, Monokuma shows up to add even more anxiety. We all go to the gym, as Monokuma said, without concealing the unpleasantness. There was a reality waiting for us that we cannot imagine. The first thing we knew as soon as we entered the gym was that Kinjo didn't come. Monokuma didn't say anything, it only means that he still fainted. But that fact is so casually forgotten because a more shocking scene unfolded in the gym. Huh? Who? A guy? Is it that guy? Oh shit, it is. Everyone is here. The class trial ended yesterday, but I'm sorry for calling again so suddenly. But no matter what, there were things I had to tell you. It's a bit early, but I'll announce the motive. A surprise motive event. Introducing the transfer students. This time I transferred to Host Peak Academy, the ultimate adventurer, Yamato Kisaragi-kun. Please greet him with an applause. Kisaragi? Nonsense. Yamato-ni. Wow, what is happening? A suspicious figure who suddenly appeared as a transfer student. With his appearance, the situation began to unfold like a roller coaster. Oh, Satsuki, no. 6 left. Man. Now we have one more. Oh, let's go. Damn. Wow. Okay. Oh. Alright. Okay, so that was chapter 4. Damn. Wow. Okay. I'm so sad. I'm so sad Satsuki's dead. Oh man, the whole case is so sad. Gosh. Again, they did the sacrifice thing again, where the 4th case is usually a sacrifice. Oh man, I'm so sad about Satsuki. It's okay. Interesting to see who that Kisaragi guy is. We'll learn more about it next time. But yeah, thank you for being here, everyone. Sorry, that's how I usually end my streams. Thanks for watching. Like and subscribe if you want to. And I'll continue this again soon, next episode. Chapter 5. Yeah, we're almost at the end. Damn. Thanks for watching. Have a good day. And see you in the next one. Bye-bye.